I'm leveling up my stats on a deserted island. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201 Strong Rules and Unique Rules. The Blue Crystal people regard these inexplicable phenomena as strong rules. Once intelligent life masters a certain strong rule, it is considered to have broken through the limit of the spirit and can reach a higher level. But Zhang Ming believes that there is a third higher level rule, the demon god rule, which is also the only rule. The Blue Crystal people believe that after the only rule is split, it becomes a strong rule and can be learned by many people. However, this cognition is likely to be wrong. Even if the only rule is split, it is still the only rule, and a single move can affect the whole body. It's like Zhang Ming drank a drop of blood and wanted to analyze something, but he directly set himself on fire. This cognitive error is actually quite embarrassing, which means that it is extremely difficult to study the demon god rule, and you can kill yourself if you are not careful. The plan to mass-produce strong people is also unrealistic. According to the original plan of the Blue Crystal people, we studied a drop of demon blood, and everyone could learn from each other and share the benefits. But now, because of the uniqueness, even if we try our best, only one person can get the research results. Of course, this matter cannot be blamed on the Blue Crystal people. After all, these papers of theirs are just speculations, and no one tells them what the demon is. It is normal to have some deviations. Having said that, the amount of information contained in the unique rule from the time and space worm is countless times more than Zhang Ming's life experience. The huge amount of information really completely overwhelmed his personal will, and it was not human power that could stop it. But I remember that I opened the memory library at that moment. I don't know if this information has been recorded. If so, maybe I can learn something. With this thought in mind, Zhang Ming opened the memory library with great interest. As the milky white space opened, his heartbeat continued to accelerate. Then, Zhang Ming's pupils contracted, and he suddenly found that his memory library was a mess. Just like being messed up by a naughty child, all kinds of books were spread on the ground in a mess, and the huge bookcase collapsed in all directions. As for new information, there was none at all. What's going on? Zhang Ming was stunned. He went to the control console in the library to check the management records. After a moment, his face changed slightly, and he murmured, "There is a super large information collection that has entered the memory library. This thing almost occupies all the space in the library and crushes all the bookcases. The memory library is naturally limited in capacity, and it is impossible to store information infinitely." In the past, Zhang Ming had never paid attention to the capacity issue. In the library, the knowledge of the two civilizations of Yanjiao and Lanjing was placed, and not even 1% of the capacity was used. In this case, he was not worried at all. However, at the moment when Zhang Ming was possessed by the demon god's rules, the entire library was filled up all of a sudden, and there was no room for any information. As the demon god's rules left, this huge group of information suddenly disappeared without a trace, and was not recorded at all. After pondering for a long time, Zhang Ming finally figured out the situation. He was shocked by the power of the demon god rules. After a long while, he muttered to himself, "This should be a unique problem. If you can copy and paste at will, what is uniqueness? It seems that we have to start from other directions. The memory library is quite convenient to organize." With a thought, the collapsed bookcases stand up again. Books carrying knowledge are like flying birds, fluttering and returning to their original positions. The whole process took less than 2 minutes. However, when sorting out these old knowledge, Zhang Ming found another thing that was lost in the corner and very precious. A magical feeling. At the moment when the Pillar of Heaven attacked the insect of time and space, it was guided by his soul clone that launched a perfect attack. At that time, the Pillar of Heaven created an extremely powerful special rule, specifically for hunting the insect of time and space. Because Zhang Ming personally participated in the creation of the idealistic rules, he had a different psychological feeling. This answer is very skinny, just like solving a difficult math problem. If you don't have enough knowledge, you can only memorize it by rote. Zhang Ming experienced it many times in a row. It turns out that it can be done this way now. This wonderful feeling is a little different. The Blue Crystal people use the power of the will to create this idealistic rule to deal with the worm of time and space. It is like a sharp knife that can cut the originally indestructible demon god rules into small parts. Only by cutting it into small parts can it be used. The wisdom of a civilization is really better than my random tossing. Thinking of this, he opened his eyes. The room was empty, and the monkey who gave him a massage had already run away. Only the small tree emitted a faint light. In addition to the world stone and the flower pot, there was also a pile of charcoal-like soil. Zhang Ming vaguely remembered that when he was furious, this stone flew from afar and wanted to seal the demon god rules, but it turned into soil after it exhausted its power. This tree has evolved again. It's really like plucking feathers from a passing goose. Every time it passes through a world, it has to exploit some benefits. Trees, stones, and soil are all complete. There is no small tree with such potential in the entire Demon Sea. The small tree was sick and almost died after being tossed around. It was silent, emitting a little light, as if refuting Lao Zhang's nonsense. Zhang Ming knew in his heart that this small tree had a great contribution to his recovery. The will of the world and the demon god may be two opposing existences. It's just that the power of the world is far from being a match for the demon god. With a determined heart, he simply held the flower pot in his arms, picked up the coordinate stone of the time and space worm with his other hand, stretched out a finger, and gently poked it into the small hole. There was no obstruction, as if touching the air. This scene looked a bit weird. Zhang Ming had been training for so many years, with well-developed muscles and a strong physique, and he could actually get into a small hole the size of a sesame seed. Even Zhang Ming himself was frightened. He tried back and forth. It should be a special mechanism at the time and space level, which only appeared after the body was occupied by the rules of the demon god. My body has been transformed. There is nothing wrong with my fingers. Is it a special transmission mechanism? Do you want to go in and take a look? After thinking for a while, he felt that he would go in and explore sooner or later, so he did not hesitate and carefully drilled into it. The whole process was a bit like passing through a soft cave. This cave was soft, just like stepping on plasticine. It was very spacious, with a diameter of about 10 kilometers, about the same size as the wound of the space-time worm. The dark starry sky was in sight. He came to the planet where the space-time worm was. This time it was the main body that came in person, not the soul clone. Zhang Ming still cherished his life very much. Facing the huge demon god, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What a big piece of meat. However, he had the world tree in his hand and the source of the world on his chest. Facing a dead demon god, he had a little confidence. The most important thing is that he really can't accept it. On the bumpy ground, there are tens of thousands of large and small hairs. The shortest is only a few meters, and the longest is tens of kilometers, like antennas leading to the distance. The vision of the main body is similar to that of the soul clone. After 10 years of exploration, he is already familiar with this place. This damn place has no oxygen and no gravity. Next time I have to bring some water in, and I can electrolyze water to get oxygen, Zhang Ming muttered in his heart. There is very little information about the dimensional rift. In the information of the Blue Crystal Civilization, there are only some minor speculations. Scientists of the Blue Crystal Civilization believe that the dimensional rift is a place where idealistic rules are greater than materialistic rules. Here, personal thoughts can play a greater role, and some rules can be created out of thin air by imagination alone. For example, gravity. Zhang Ming imagined that the moon under his feet had the same gravity as the Earth. Sure enough, a mysterious force pulled his body like gravity, and he slowly landed on the ground. Zhang Ming also imagined that a monkey was pinching his thigh. Soon, a monkey-like phantom appeared, grinning with yellow teeth and pinching his thigh. But soon, the monkey phantom disappeared quickly. This is idealism over materialism. It's really a magical world. No wonder it breeds monsters like the demon god. However, only idealistic rules with self-consistent logic can exist for a long time. Like the current gravity rules, once Zhang Ming is mentally distracted, he can't maintain it because he doesn't understand the microscopic mechanism of gravity. He just fabricated a macroscopic force out of thin air. As for the monkey created out of thin air, it is even more impossible to maintain it. It is a serious creature. How can Zhang Ming create a microscopic one? Moreover, from time to time, there are strange and mysterious mental fluctuations blowing from all directions, interfering with Zhang Ming's mind. And they are like a string of meaningless garbled codes. These mental fluctuations should be the so-called information tides. The accidental intersection of information brings together new rules. It is really a place full of miracles. Zhang Ming fiddled with it for a long time and found that he could not create something like oxygen for no reason. He could only hold his breath and speed up the pace of exploration. The space-time worm is the materialization of an extremely complex idealistic rule. In theory, every organ and every inch of its flesh and blood represents a part of the only rule. Zhang Ming picked up a red stone from the ground and just wanted to study it. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to his mind, as if some special information came out. His innate ability attribute conversion seems to be somewhat useful. It actually explains the specific rules contained in this red stone. Chapter 202, Strengthening Oneself by Hunting Civilizations. The idealistic rules represented by the stone are very abstract. Zhang Ming frowned and patiently sensed for a while. It probably means to accelerate the growth of flagellum. Hair that would normally take 100 years to grow can grow in 1 second. Old Zhang was stunned, using the power of time and space to promote growth. How can there be such a waste of talent? But he didn't want to learn the skill of flagellum growth. He carefully touched another thick flagellum, and the world tree in his hand bloomed with a faint light, protecting Zhang Ming from the attack of the devil's rules. The rules of this flagellum. Zhang Ming carefully felt it, and a vague feeling formed in his heart. It probably means that through some kind of power at the spatial level, you can accelerate your movement. Maybe it's the speed of light? Is it true? When reading these subtle information, Zhang Ming discovered another wonderful point. In essence, reading information is equivalent to touching the demon god rules of the space-time worm, which may bring disaster to oneself. But this time it didn't happen, because the red moon icon on the attribute panel was blocked by the leaf seal. This mysterious leaf seal is not a 100% complete seal, and a small amount of information still seeps out, so he can read these rules. Perhaps, learning the rules of the demon god is not impossible. This big flagellum is hard, big and thick. It may be the foot of the space-time worm. The space-time worm, through this flagellum, can cross unimaginable distances in a short time. If I learn this rule, it will be easy to return to Earth. He touched the strange round protrusion in front of him again. It seems to be a device for storing energy? I don't quite understand it. The rules of this thing are very complicated, because the energy required by the demon god is very different from that of ordinary creatures, and many concepts need to be restudied. Zhang Ming held his breath and could only skip it temporarily. In this way, he explored and discovered the past, and the information in his mind flashed from time to time, and analyzed the space-time worm. It's amazing, it's really amazing. The space-time worm is indeed composed of countless tiny rules, any one of which can help humans break through the spiritual limit, even if it is to accelerate the growth of flagella. Even with a large number of annotations on the attribute panel, Zhang Ming can still only understand a small part of it. There are many more rules, which are completely abstract like mathematical formulas. It may be necessary to invent a whole set of professional logical terms to express what it is describing. In this case, Zhang Ming returned to the real world, made a helmet for electrolyzing oxygen, and explored the body of the demon for 10 days and 10 nights before figuring out the approximate structure of the space-time worm. This demon is composed of 5 large parts in total. The first is the flagella part, which contains rules that can help movement. Zhang Ming calls this powerful ability space-time acceleration. The power of space-time acceleration is beyond doubt. What space jump, light speed movement, etc. can be used for interstellar movement. It is through this ability that the space-time worm climbed from the indescribable old era to the new era. If he could learn this, even if he only learned a half-finished product, Zhang Ming estimated that he would be able to run back to Earth in less than a minute. It was just a pity that space-time acceleration was essentially condensed from countless small rules. It was really too complicated and far exceeded Zhang Ming's current tolerance. Once he learned this ability, it was estimated that his body would be occupied by the demon god rules again. The second part was the corresponding system of the energy part. The energy required by the space-time worm was quite special. Zhang Ming made up a term, space-time tidal energy. Simply put, changing the history of a civilization, whether good or bad, or simply exterminating the world, can obtain space-time tidal energy. This statement is a bit like the cause and effect in myths and legends. The demon god obtains energy by changing cause and effect. The level of this idealistic energy is really too high-end. On the other hand, the energy consumed by the source of the world is a kind of space-time tidal energy. Ordinary energy is too low level to be used to replenish the source of the world, but space-time tidal energy can. After figuring this out, Zhang Ming couldn't help but sigh. What an evil and powerful species. It actually strengthens itself by hunting civilizations. Obviously, this part of the rules is also too complicated, and it is not something that the current Lao Zhang can learn. On the contrary, the former Xuanwu may be able to learn these things. Because Xuanwu wants to merge with the world will, essentially wanting to control the time and space tidal energy. It is really regrettable that Xuanwu failed to create a big scene at that time. It seems that Xuanwu is really one level away from the level of demon gods, or maybe 2 levels. Emperor Shi, if you fail to prove the truth, you still have to look to me, Lao Zhang. The third component of the rules is the ability to evolve, repair and counterattack, which is equivalent to the rules at the brain level, and is also closely related to time and space. In theory, as long as it is not killed instantly, the time and space worm has a strong self-repair ability. This self-repair ability is really strong, and it is also related to time and space. Lao Zhang seriously doubts that after learning this thing, even if he goes to other demon gods and dances on their graves, he will not die. At the same time, the brain will continue to evolve new idealistic rules to resist powerful enemies. In other words, it can evolve. How the hell did the blue crystal kill this thing? The more Zhang Ming studied, the more he doubted his life. This demon god was simply too strong to be understood. In the end, it can only be attributed to the process from the old era to the new era, which exhausted its energy and caused some misunderstandings among the blue crystal people. As a result, the newborn calf was not afraid of the tiger and really killed the time and space worm in a weak state. There is also a fourth component, the various organ structures in the body. The part suspected to be the heart can provide power for the whole body. The structure suspected to be the eyeball can observe the whole world and predict the future to a certain extent. The part suspected to be the liver can convert time and space tidal energy into a black substance. Maybe it is fat or something? Compared with the size of the entire planet, the amount of fat is very small. Which means that this guy is indeed in a state of near exhaustion of energy. There are really a lot of various unknown organs. From a certain angle, it is quite similar to normal organisms. This whole set of links is intricate, like a delicate machine, with countless parts constituting its complete function. Zhang Ming couldn't learn all the rules at once, otherwise, he couldn't bear it. He didn't dare to open the seal, just learning a little bit of it was enough. The world tree in his arms exuded a faint light, as if it was a little eager for the black fat. After all, it meant the space-time tidal energy, which was a very rare tonic. Okay, you are now infected with a problem of Shimama's passing goose plucking feathers. Zhang Ming pinched his nose, took a deep breath, and slowly approached the black substance. The cold breath kept coming, and he felt that his body was infected by something, and even his thoughts were almost solidified. Zhang Ming didn't dare to neglect it, and hurriedly let the world tree touch the black thing. The small tree bloomed with light, and the cold feeling disappeared. However, the world tree was too small and could only absorb a tiny bit. At this speed, it might take tens of thousands of years to absorb the remaining energy. After almost completing the exploration, Zhang Ming withdrew from this mysterious space and returned to the real world. It was just dawn, and the monkeys were calling one after another. For the three-tailed monkey, it was an ordinary night. In the direction of the Shenzhen, it seemed that an earthquake had occurred. However, as long as there was no volcanic eruption in the Shenzhen, the problem would not be too big. Xiaobei and Hao Jie had already gotten up and were running in the fields. Zhang Ming gently put down the flower pot in his hand. After these days of exploration, he had a general idea in his mind. It is best to find a rule that suits you, which is not so complicated and abstract, but relatively simple and core. Then, through this core rule, slowly extend to the surroundings, and finally, completely devour and digest the entire space-time worm. In this way, I can control a demon-level idealistic rule in a rational state. Thinking of the wonderful thing, Lao Zhang laughed strangely and made various ghost-like movements. The surrounding animals also imitated and laughed together. Woof woof woof, squeak squeak, hee hee hee. Lao Zhang then discovered that there were several monkeys hanging on him. Over the past 6 months, Zhang Ming has become very familiar with the monkeys. The monkeys often touch Zhang Ming with their hairy and rough hands. In the eyes of the monkeys, Zhang Ming is an ugly creature. They regard luxuriant hair as beauty, but Zhang Ming has little hair and seems to have some skills. Barbara Rhino, one of the monkeys, marveled at his black and shiny hair. Another monkey questioned what he had been doing these days. Was he hiding in the hut like a dead otaku? Being a dead otaku is not a good sign. Zhang Ming smiled proudly and said, Brother, I am doing something very important. I will soon be able to break through the limit of the spirit. Do you know what the life form that breaks through the limit of the spirit is called? Transcendent. Zhang Ming patted his chest and suddenly felt his scalp a little itchy, as if something was biting him. Brother, I will be a transcendent in the future and walk sideways in the sea of demons. Squeak. Squeak. The monkey grinned and let out a howl from his throat. I am the Monkey King Sun Wukong. Okay, you are Sun Wukong. Zhang Ming's eyes widened. He saw with his own eyes that the monkey put a louse. It caught on its body on his head. Huh? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203, Magical Power, Burning Soul. Old Zhang's scalp was numb, and he felt something sucking blood from the back of his head. He yelled at the monkeys, "Fuck, it's you. You're the one spreading lies here. I was wondering why there were lice on the quilt these days." Squeak, squeak, the monkeys ran away without looking back. After a week of exploration, analysis, and research, Zhang Ming carefully selected the heart of the space-time worm as the first fusion direction. The rules represented by the heart are very simple, providing a powerful energy source for the space-time worm without involving the rules of space-time. For humans, it means providing a huge combat power in the short term. Moreover, this is also the first step for him to control the space-time tidal energy. Zhang Ming believes that the power of the demon god lies in the different energy levels. As long as the space-time tidal energy is controlled, other rules can be explored by themselves, rather than completely learning the space-time worm. You say, can I succeed? The only object that can be discussed is Shimama. Shimama actually envies Zhang Ming's good luck. Breaking through the limit of the spirit, the history of the Yanjiao people for so many years, none of them have. Even if Xuanwu is willing to share the blood of the beast, the Yanjiao people must have enough strength to merge. And there is also a gap in the level of strength between the supernormals. People like Zhang Ming who have merged the rules of the demon god naturally have the highest potential and unlimited room for improvement. But the degree of danger is also the greatest. If the demon god rules break the seal again, you will be in trouble. Shimama was silent for a moment before explaining, with so many factors added up, there is indeed a possibility of success. When you devour the heart of the demon god, be careful not to completely open the seal, otherwise the entire monkey world may be destroyed. Well, I know this. Lao Zhang was still very serious at the critical moment. He was a little nervous and quite excited. Although Shimama and the World Tree were his backups, he didn't want to use them. Shimama said again, in addition, you do not control the advanced idealistic energies such as time-space tidal energy. If you integrate the rules of the heart, you may have to pay the price of lifespan to borrow certain abilities. Extraordinary? Thinking of this term, Shimama felt funny. It was just the self-proclaimed title of an intelligent civilization. Is it the same for other civilizations? I'm not sure, but if a mortal wants to control the strong rules, there must be some price to pay, right? Shimama shouted gaga, looking a little proud. It naturally also mastered a strong rule spiritual language. Zhang Ming has been learning for so long, but he only knows a little about spiritual language. No matter how he learns, he can only learn the basics. This thing can form illusions without distinction, and can even deceive the world. It is indeed one of the strong rules. In other words, Shimama is actually an extraordinary person. Of course, this extraordinary person is also quite bad. In addition to being strong enough, he can only babble in his mouth and is really not good at fighting. Zhang Ming asked again, what is the price you have to pay for using the spiritual language? Price? Shimama snorted disdainfully. It was something left behind by the divine beast after its death. So there was no need to pay a price, only humble humans like you need a price, and it is the most important lifespan. Zhang Ming swallowed his saliva and thought to himself, it may be difficult for others to pay the price of lifespan, but it's no big problem for me. I'm not strong, but I have a long lifespan, so, on this dark and windy night, Zhang Ming picked up a small piece of heart fragment brought back from the red moon and took a few deep breaths. He was still a little nervous. His heart was beating wildly, adrenaline was flowing in his blood, and his body temperature rose. In theory, other civilizations want to learn the strong rules not by eating directly. For ordinary people, Eating a small piece of heart will directly age and die, even for the strong. Except for losing lifespan, there will be no benefit. Other civilizations may have a large number of researchers demonstrate and analyze, and then let a strong person carefully master some small rules through certain methods. But Zhang Ming has no behind-the-scenes personnel to give advice. He can only rely on his personal talent. People die and face the sky, but they will not die for thousands of years. Zhang Ming put the world tree in front of him, and then swallowed the hard fragment of the time and space worm into his mouth in one breath and chewed it carefully. The taste of the moon is really good. To be honest, it's disgusting. He didn't know if he was eating a piece of meat. Anyway, it tasted a bit like a rubber tire mixed with gasoline, which was very pungent and made his whole brain buzz. What's more amazing is that this piece of hard flesh and blood, like dry ice, quickly sublimated and absorbed a lot of heat in the body. In just a moment, the hard fragment disappeared. Zhang Ming closed his eyes and carefully felt the changes in his body. He seemed to hear a loud boom. The hard fragment turned into the most basic particles and rushed straight towards his heart. In an instant, Zhang Ming's blood surged, and he felt that he was hit by a mysterious force. His heart beat up to 200 times per minute, and it was still rising rapidly 210,220,230. As his heart rate continued to rise, Zhang Ming's skin began to become extremely ruddy, and he felt a burning pain all over his body. He was paralyzed in the chair, struggling to maintain his sanity and activate the attribute conversion ability. Give me some strength, my personal talent. I only need the rules represented by the heart. Don't bring all the demon god rules here. In the attribute panel, the red moon began to stir again, as if something was about to break through the seal and occupy Zhang Ming's body. Even if this thing is dead, the remaining power still does not allow mortals to covet it. Zhang Ming seemed to hear an angry roar from the depths of the starry sky. How dare you! At this moment, the small tree placed in front of him seemed to sense his pain and emitted a faint golden light. The small tree that absorbed some time and space tidal energy still had some power. Zhang Ming felt a little more comfortable under the illumination of this light. He clenched his teeth and carefully contemplated the red moon icon and the leaf seal covering it. A certain place on the moon icon was particularly agitated, and there was a constant flow of cold power coming from that position, which resonated with his heart. It should be here. Zhang Ming gritted his teeth and touched the seal with his mind with sweat. With a whoosh, a mysterious force broke through the seal and hit his heart first. Zhang Ming did not dare to neglect it and put the seal back. Because he only needed a little bit, really just a little bit. The seal began to be agitated again, and Zhang Ming struggled to suppress it. Even Shimama, who was watching on the side, was silent, shaking in a ghostly way, and continuously outputting the power of the small tree. Whenever Lao Zhang foamed at the mouth and was about to lose consciousness, the light from the small tree pulled him back. Whenever he felt that he could not hold on any longer, Shimama threatened to spread all the secrets. After about 20 hours of tug-of-war, Zhang Ming was exhausted with sweat soaking his clothes. His pounding heart finally calmed down. Did it work? Shimama asked. It seems to work. Zhang Ming continued to be paralyzed, as if in a dream, after 20 hours of torture. His opponent was a rule-based force that was so cold that it was unimaginable. That force was too vast and huge, just like the rope-pulling competition between ants and excavators. The ants could win only because the excavator was not started at all and there was no driver. He was so tired that he didn't even want to move his toes. Did I really steal a little bit of the power of the demon god? He closed his eyes again, and a new line of text appeared under the moon icon on the attribute panel. Magic power, burning soul, derived from part of the ability of the demon god time and space worm. Burning light and shadow in an instant, turning into a moment of eternity. After activating this ability, you can consume life and strengthen abilities. Requires 645 attribute points to activate. Supernatural power. The word supernatural power alone, and the high price of 645 attribute points, means that this ability is extraordinary. What's more, this introduction is really outrageous. Strengthen abilities. The limit of the spirit, just like that? Zhang Ming yelled at Shimama like a lunatic. I am the Monkey King Sun Wukong. Shimama didn't know what was wrong with Lao Zhang, and yelled unyieldingly, I am also the Monkey King Sun Wukong. Soon, the whole Monkey Pavilion Valley produced monkey screams one after another. In just half a year, this sentence spread like an infectious disease, and it has become the belief of the monkeys. Tens of thousands of monkeys reveled one after another, making the valley a sea of joy, even if they didn't know why they were screaming. Anyway, be happy, That's all. After Zhang Ming went crazy, he sighed, what an expensive ability. Just a little bit of the heart level rule requires so many attribute points. If all are activated, wouldn't it be hundreds of thousands or millions of attribute points? Attribute points are too scarce, he really lacks attributes. Although he has a lifespan of more than 2,000 years, you have to know that the three attributes of physique, perception, and spirit have not yet been cultivated to the limit of the spirit. The gap is about 14,000 attributes, which will take at least 10 years of hard work. But he didn't think about it for long. Looking at his lifespan of more than 2,000 points, Zhang Ming chose to activate it. The whole activation process was not as painful as imagined. A faint red light bloomed in his chest, slowly transforming his heart. Shimama thought there was no risk, so he went out to party with the monkey. And the small tree placed in front of him has been protecting him. Chapter 204 Demon Heart Development. Since absorbing the World Stone and Volcanic Stone, the little tree has become much more intelligent and will automatically protect its master when Zhang Ming is in danger. In addition, it can also absorb the grease left by the spacetime worm, that is, the spacetime tidal energy. I have to admit that this little tree is also extremely lucky. Only it can use some of the idealistic energy left by the demon god. Even Shimama can't do it. With those greases, plus the soul ash left by the donkey-headed monster, it should grow at a good rate, but then again, is the demon god a kind of world hunter, or is the demon god an advanced version of the world hunter? With the idea of more debts are better than more burdens, Zhang Ming was too lazy to think about the connection between them. What's the point of studying it clearly? It was not until the sky was slightly bright that Zhang Ming finally mastered the magical power of Burning Soul and opened his eyes again. Burning Soul, after activating this ability, the whole body suddenly burst into red light. Boom, 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 the heart beat violently. It was as if an infinite force burst out from his chest, leaving Zhang Ming at a loss, unable to describe the feeling. He felt his blood boiling, and his body temperature instantly rose to 40 degrees Celsius. What is this? The abundant power he had never experienced before filled every cell, even his soul. All attributes doubled in an instant. In particular, the spirit value of 10,202 suddenly expanded to 20,404 points, completely breaking through the limit of human beings. The substantial expansion of combat power is not only about attributes, but also about superpowers. Even lightning, King Kong and other superpowers have also experienced a certain degree of explosive growth. Zhang Ming tried to stimulate a lightning bolt from his fingers. The purple lightning, with a hint of dark red light, instantly shot out dozens of kilometers, like a long snake flying in the air. Boom, boom, a huge thunder sounded throughout the canyon, and the monkeys who were playing and frolicking were startled, thinking that a thunderstorm was coming, and immediately hurriedly hid under a big tree to avoid the rain. Then, the lightning disappeared, and the monkeys poked their heads out and came out, discussing the strange things that had just happened with great interest. After further research, even the complex ability of King Kong has been greatly increased, almost 1.5 times. Strength burst, toxin resistance, and extraordinary vision have all increased, ranging from 1.5 times to more than 3 times. No wonder people who have mastered the strong rules are called superhumans. This increase is too exaggerated. Zhang Ming was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He couldn't understand the principle. It would be fine if all attributes doubled, but why would all kinds of abilities be enhanced? Could it be that after the engine of an excavator is replaced, the lights will become brighter and the air conditioning will become better? Zhang Ming really couldn't understand. He even had a new epiphany, as if these abilities should have been so powerful. It's just because of the limits of human souls that they are limited in their use. Or is this the power of time? But there was no time to study too much, because life was burning like crazy. Zhang Ming quickly stopped soul burning. The huge increase in heart energy suddenly disappeared, and the doubled attributes returned to their original state. It turned out to be just a temporary enhancement. This gap brought him a sense of loss. Zhang Ming shook his head and threw this sense of gap behind him. The 1-minute soul burning just now burned about 1 month of life, so 1 year of life can be used for 12 minutes. In addition, the ability of soul burning also has a degree of control. Zhang Ming had a hunch that he could open a higher level of soul burning in exchange for stronger combat power. But there is no way to do it at present. Unlike traditional abilities, soul burning seems to be unable to be enhanced through practice. This ability is too complicated, countless times more complicated than King Kong, and has already exceeded the scope of human understanding. This is just a small part of the rules of the demon god. From this perspective, the demon god is really too powerful. Zhang Ming looked at the sky in the distance, and various keywords flashed in his mind. Space-time tidal energy, demon god, world hunter. This world is getting more and more dangerous. The higher you stand, the more you can feel the huge crisis hidden in the sea of demon gods. The existence of the world is like delicious food. Even if the world tries its best to hide itself, this feeling of walking on thin ice is too frightening. I don't know how other civilizations break through the realm of extraordinary people. The monkey calls in the valley quickly wiped out Zhang Ming's worries. With the idea of drinking today and we are so strong, we don't have to worry about anything. Zhang Ming and the monkeys started playing happily. He first taught the monkeys the rules of playing football, then made a football with animal fur, and organized the monkey team to PK each other. Zhang Ming himself is much stronger than the monkeys, so naturally he doesn't play. He just yells beside him as a team coach, enjoying the joy of remote control but powerlessness. The other coaching team was naturally Xiaobei and Shimima. Thanks to the advantage of language communication, Shimima's team suppressed Zhang Ming's team and scored one more goal. The ball went in, the game is over. Xiaobei was so excited that tears came out. In the end, Zhang Ming, the newly promoted extraordinary person, returned home in defeat and wailed loudly that he couldn't educate the monkey. He went crazy until midnight, and then he returned to the room and sighed. This is the fun of life. I don't care about your earth or the sea of demons. It's enough to live a good life. Suddenly, Zhang Ming had another magical idea. Since the rules of the demons are unique, now that I have integrated the rules of the heart, what will happen to the original heart? This question is quite magical, and Zhang Ming couldn't help but ask old comrade Shimima. As a result, Shimima was also stunned, hesitating, and couldn't say anything. It felt a little embarrassed, so it deliberately pretended to be very cold. With the idea of getting to the bottom of things, Zhang Ming picked up the space-time coordinates, put on the electrolytic water helmet, took the world tree and Shimima, and went straight in. The narrow and dark space path, in the perception at this moment, there were some distorted light and shadow. This path seemed to be a little different, and even faintly welcomed Zhang Ming's arrival. After all, Zhang Ming's heart rule is a component of it. The huge corpse of the space-time worm still stayed coldly in the same place, emitting a dark red light, and there seemed to be no change. But for some reason, Zhang Ming came back here again, and he felt a sense of intimacy in his hometown. Various dark red lights spun around him and did not attack him. This was completely different from the past. Lao Zhang moved forward cautiously, thinking in his heart, is it because I stole the heart rule? Will I become it in the future? Or will it become me? Along the super-large hole attacked by the pillar of heaven, Zhang Ming was familiar with the road and walked quickly. Half an hour later, he saw the shattered heart in the center. The pupils shrank slightly. The heart of the demon god really changed. It turned into a big stone. The stone was gray-black, like a piece of asphalt. Zhang Ming touched it carefully for a while, and it was icy cold. These materials are like limestone. With a fingernail, you can dig out some dark crystal powder particles. It seems to be non-toxic and I don't know what it is used for. The rules of the only nature are really magical. After I stole the rules, the heart turned into a place without rules. Zhang Ming drilled into the gap in the heart. The blood inside had long been drained. It looked like an extremely empty and clean place. The heart of the demon god is naturally huge. Each ventricle and atrium has a diameter of more than 10 kilometers. The whole heart is bigger than a mountain. He suddenly had an idea. Can I store things like ore in the heart? Shimama on his butt was shocked. It seemed that it might not be impossible. Zhang Ming lacked space storage props, really lacked. There were too many spoils along the way, and the space of a big shell was already full and could not be filled anymore. Zhang Ming often sighed. It was a pity that the best spoils for humans could only be thrown away directly. In the past, he had also thought about using this huge moon to store supplies, but unfortunately, this idea was unrealistic. Because the various time rules on the moon are everywhere, this idealistic rule will pollute other items and absorb their lifespan. Except for the wonderful things of heaven that can resist this powerful pollution, the rest of the things placed here will soon run out of life and turn into ashes. Even dead objects such as iron ore and copper ore cannot be stored, because they will be polluted by the rules, and inexplicable idealistic characteristics will appear, resulting in huge changes in properties. But now, the heart has become an irregular zone. There are several rooms of tens of kilometers in size. How much cargo can be held? When he thought of this, Zhang Ming couldn't help but be overjoyed, and a fantasy appeared in his mind. His wealth value and wealth have increased dramatically, although most of the wealth is not very useful. Shimama, is this heart stone worth developing and utilizing? Zhang Ming pinched the asphalt-like wall. It was not too hard. He could tear some of it off directly with a strong pinch. This may be. Shimama was silent for a while, and then explained in surprise, a very rare irregular substance. Because it has been occupied by the rules of the demon god, other rules basically cannot affect it. Chapter 205 Irregular Minerals. Irregular minerals. My moon wife is so good to me. Zhang Ming tried hard to recall the information of the Yanjiao people and the blue crystal people, and laughed wildly. Irregular matter is very precious, and it is the most important material in the forging of strange objects. No one else. If compared with human scientific creations, this material is equivalent to the insulating layer outside the wire. It is the layer of paint on the surface of the metal. It is the heat insulation layer on the surface of the rocket. Irregular materials can be used in a large number of forging of strange objects. For example, it is an excellent defensive material for defending against attacks from supernatural forces and isolating supernatural properties. For example, some containers for acidic liquids cannot be contained in other containers, and only irregular materials can be perfectly preserved. It really has too many uses, and it is a strategic treasure for the development of civilization. It's just a pity that this material is too rare, and it is extremely rare to exist naturally. Such a big heart, how many billions of tons, rich? Shimama snorted coldly, looking at Lao Zhang's ecstatic look, and said disdainfully, you have no vision. Okay, I have no vision. Okay, I will start moving today and usher in a rich life. Zhang Ming did it right away. He moved the entire big shell in. He transported things that were useless for a while, such as ores and bones, to the heart of the demon. As for things that might come in handy, they were temporarily placed in the big shell. After all, the opening and closing of the big shell only took a while. And the new storage space demon heart still had to walk dozens of kilometers, which was not convenient. After settling down like this, Zhang Ming anxiously carried the big shell on his back and headed for the volcano. Xiaobei, who was sleeping on the balcony, was awakened. Looking at the crazy Lao Zhang, he couldn't help but argue. Where are you going? Mining, digging local specialties here. You continue to teach the monkeys. I will go to mine for 10 days and 10 nights. Zhang Ming did not look back. The whole person was emitting golden light, moving at high speed like a missile, and a huge roar was emitted in the air. Xiaobei once again argue and showed a sympathetic look on his face. After resting for half a year under the protection of the world, even Brother Hao has recovered. Why is it that only you, old Zhang, is still crazy? In this way, the last happy time passed quickly. Zhang Ming was very satisfied with the great harvest of the three-tailed monkey world. Whether it was the growth of happiness value, spirit value, or combat power, there were good gains. The only shortcoming was that no relics of super civilization were found. Well, as Lord Shimama said, most worlds do not even have intelligent civilizations. It is rare to have a large number of relics like the Blue Crystal people and the Flame Horn people. For Zhang Ming himself, there is no need to take huge risks in a short period of time to integrate more demon god rules. Because the seal of the Red Moon is not too stable, the more he integrates, the greater the probability of breaking through the demon god rules. Once the seal is broken, it will be a disaster for Zhang Ming. Unless he finds a more stable and powerful seal, he can integrate more rules. In short, it is very difficult to use the Burning Soul skillfully. With the maturity of the last crop of wheat and the excavation of a large number of local minerals, it is no longer meaningful to continue to stay in the monkey world. On the other hand, the attribute points that can be obtained in this world are still a little less. In the past 6 months, only more than 300 have been obtained, which is not enough to activate a Burning Soul. Zhang Ming and his friends have to start the journey again. Maybe it is comfortable and safe to stay in this world, get along with the monkeys, and even social needs are vaguely satisfied, but it is not his hometown after all. Friends, we are leaving, Zhang Ming shouted to the monkeys. We are on the road. The monkeys were full and were lying on the ground basking in the sun. They were startled when they heard the shout and looked at Zhang Ming in a daze. We are leaving here and heading far away. He's going to die? A little monkey understood and explained to his companions with gestures. The monkeys all showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. It turned out that Zhang Ming was old and had to go out for adventure. According to their ethnic tradition, As long as they feel their own aging, they must go out for adventure and acquire new knowledge. To die peacefully in the canyon is a despicable act that the race despises. After being together for so long, they naturally have feelings for each other. The monkeys showed sad expressions on their faces, and they jumped up and down around Lao Zhang and began to pray. There were also several female monkeys who jumped directly onto Zhang Ming's shoulders, calling Squeaky and helping Zhang Ming to tidy up his hair. Shimama seemed to have heard something funny, and translated it in an old tone. Squeaky, you are about to go on a long journey. I will help you catch lice and love you for the last time, Lao Zhang, Nima. He seriously suspected that Shimama was deliberately translating it wrongly. However, this is indeed a prayer ceremony that has been passed down from ancient times. The monkeys danced around Zhang Ming, hoping that he could return to his hometown with new knowledge and then be buried on the high slope to enjoy the highest honor. They believe that Zhang Ming, Xiaobei, Shimama, and Heoj are their relatives and should also follow this tradition. Friends, I must go out to explore. This is tradition and culture. If I can't explore new knowledge, I won't come back. Seeing that the monkeys accepted this fact calmly, Zhang Ming was relieved. This was a white lie. He just left simply, leaving this paradise-like three-tailed monkey world. Even if the monkeys riding on him started to pull out his hair again, he didn't care too much today. The monkeys squeaked and praised Zhang Ming for having such awareness. Just as one of their elders said, there is life on the road to knowledge, and there is no death on the road. Zhang Ming came to the cemetery on the high slope and bowed slightly to the tombstone. I am still very grateful for the world of the three-tailed monkey. In the ice and snow, Gigi and Meomeo suddenly appeared and brought them to this world. Now, Gigi and Meomeo have long been buried in the loess. Before leaving, Zhang Ming presented a bunch of humble wildflowers to express his gratitude. In this world, their physically and mentally exhausted travelers got a full rest. Brother Hao has recovered his health after resting for so long. Even the debuff of the lost homeland brought by long-term wandering has disappeared. This time, I am destined not to come back. Of course, Zhang Ming still left a lot of gifts. On the farmlands he reclaimed, there are some stone slabs, on which some knowledge written in spiritual language is engraved. Zhang Ming is not sure how long this stone slab can last without maintenance, but it should be no problem for hundreds of years anyway. He also left a lot of seeds of crops so that the monkeys can continue to farm. I hope your race will continue forever. Whether or not civilization evolves in the future, continuation and existence are the most important, Zhang Ming said to the monkey kings who hurried over. The monkey kings scratched their heads and ears, and squeaked, some reluctant to let Zhang leave. Zhang Ming thought for a while and said, or maybe, after the birth of true civilization, we won't live as carefree as we do now. At that time, there will be classes, exploitation, and all kinds of troubles. The emergence of systems and disciplines will definitely reduce personal freedom, which is normal, so I don't know if it's right to impart more knowledge to you. Some things should be thought of more openly. Your generation should live a carefree life, but as for the generations after you, it's hard to say. I hope you will fight less and don't harm your compatriots. If there are any conflicts, just solve them by playing football. After Zhang Ming finished these words that even he himself couldn't understand, he sighed. Turning around, he exerted his hands to lift his sailboat and walked away. Boom, boom. Every step he took was like a giant. The monkeys watched Zhang Ming go away. For their naughty nature, this moment seemed a little silent. Every day, old monkeys leave the canyon and go far away. This is not too unusual. However, they all think that Zhang Ming is quite extraordinary. Although he is so strong, he does not fight for the right to mate or the power of the Monkey King. He even taught them knowledge about farming and medicine. Although most monkeys have no interest in farming, they still think that this knowledge is very useful. They remember the joy of eating white rice. What about corn, sweet potatoes, etc., which are also delicious? Such a tribe elder left, and the monkeys were sad. Xiaobei on Zhang Ming's shoulder looked back and saw the monkey group, and shouted "Arwu!" Suddenly, the 100 monkeys who followed to learn followed him out in a large group. Since Zhang Ming will go all the way east and cross the continent this time, this group of monkeys will follow and learn for a while. The 100 monkeys jumped on the sailboat and chatted about the mountains. They didn't have any feelings of parting, but were excited about this long journey. After all, it is a rare opportunity to have such a powerful elder to take care of you. Fuck you, why don't you come down and walk by yourselves? Zhang Ming held the boat alone, cursing. Why do I have to work like a cow and a horse here and carry you? Is the labor of this extraordinary person so cheap? With the monkeys watching, the large group left the valley in a mighty manner. This year, the foreign travelers seemed to have left something to the world, but the monkeys could not feel it at the moment. Only the heavy river of time recorded this rich and colorful stroke, and only the active volcano seemed to sense something. The grace of this stroke is permanently fixed on the landscape of history. Chapter 206, he actually got the ultimate ability? Zhang Ming, 2 animals, a stone, and 100 monkeys, marched eastward along a river. Every day, they were chattering, as lively as a meeting. Zhang Ming often sighed that although it was hard and tiring to take care of 100 monkeys, the monkeys would also return the favor, such as massaging his shoulders and legs, or collecting some rare plant specimens for him, which was quite interesting. It would be so interesting to cross the Sea of Demons with 100 monkeys like this, but it was obvious that this was unrealistic. The monkeys were too fragile, and they were at the critical point of intelligent life. They could not withstand the mental torture of losers. If they left the world rashly, they would not live long in the Sea of Demons. After hesitating for a while, Zhang Ming could only give up his thoughts on this aspect. There was no need to worry about food on this journey. Monkeys did not eat much, and a little monster meat would take them a long time to digest. In addition, they were omnivores, so they could survive by eating some grass. Xiaobei and his ancestor Shimma have been tinkering with the difficult problems of the three-tailed monkey breathing technique these days. For the grandfather and grandson, this is also the first time to be a teacher. So Zhang Ming doesn't have to worry too much about this matter. He just gives some help when necessary. You must learn to survive in the wild. You have to rely on your own strength to come back. You are so stupid. You must concentrate to sense the spirit. Every day, you can hear Shimma's loud roar and Xiaobei's increasingly impatient and ungentle wailing. The closer you get to the volcano in the middle, the higher the temperature. Half a month later, the temperature rose to 35 degrees Celsius, and it will continue to rise as you get closer. This 20,000-meter high mountain is the sacred mountain in the minds of the three-tailed monkey population. In ancient legends, the sacred mountain protects everything around it. Once the sacred mountain gets angry, the whole world will be devastated. This statement is true and reliable to a certain extent, because this volcano is the strongest in this world. It is the Gaia consciousness here, with subtle spiritual wisdom, controlling the weather, nurturing powerful life, cultivating strong people, and the wonders of the birthplace. It is the real master of this world. Zhang Ming couldn't help but sigh that the world is really wonderful. The diversity of species is fine, and even the world will is diverse. Some world wills are a tree, some are a stone, and this one is actually a volcano. It is the strongest in the world. It is really a wonderful thing. Lao Zhang wanted to run to the crater, say hello to his world will, and scrape some oil and water by the way. This world is hidden in the ice and snow, with a superior geographical location. I think it is a relatively wealthy one. As a transcendent who has broken through the limit of the spirit, the attributes have not yet reached the standard. It is okay for him to run over and say hello. However, his magical idea was stopped by Shimama. Oh, you mean, in the eyes of this active volcano, I am an extremely ominous existence. Once I run over, I might go to war with it. Zhang Ming was silent, scratching his scalp awkwardly, as if there is such a possibility. After all, on that night, he was almost possessed by the rules of the demon god level. It would be strange if the local Gaia consciousness did not regard him as a thorn in the eye. Of course, he has never stopped mining. Since he has a huge storage space, Lao Zhang has fully exerted his true nature of plucking feathers from passing geese and mining crazily. The local Gaia consciousness does not care about such a small amount of things, or it is not aware of the preciousness of these things. During the journey, Zhang Ming found that this volcano really did not care about the life and death of the three-tailed monkey population. Because there are too many powerful species around, the three-tailed monkey is just an ordinary one. For example, a large lizard with huge wings that can fly for a short time is more than 10 meters tall and may weigh 12 tons. It can spray high-temperature flames of 1 or 2,000 degrees from its mouth, a bit like the evil dragon in Western mythology. This guy has an extremely bad temper. He obviously came to attack the monkey group even though he was full. He was hit in the head by Zhang Ming, and then he had a good meal. A powerful species with a combat power of 3,000. I will keep the specimen on the moon. Smoke came out of the big volcano in the middle. There is also a kind of self-explosive rock, which explodes directly when encountering an enemy. The small individuals that split after the explosion are equivalent to newly reproduced juveniles, just like orange-shaped warm babies, which can absorb geothermal heat to grow, and are quite cute. Zhang Ming caught a few warm babies, but they died immediately and turned into pieces of orange-yellow stones. In addition, Zhang Ming and others also encountered a group of wolves. This magical creature looks a bit like a hyena, with very short front legs, and likes to lie on other animals when walking. The most important thing is that they have the wildness of Teddy, and they accept all other female species. Along the way, Zhang Ming found several different species that were tortured by wolves. Terrible creature, Zhang Ming did not want to destroy the balance of nature. With the idea of obtaining attribute points, he killed one at random. After eating the meat, he actually gained a magical ability, 7 times a night, greatly enhance your reproductive ability, allowing you to enjoy the joy of reproduction as you wish, requires 22 points of attribute activation. Surprises always appear inadvertently. Zhang Ming endured for a long time and did not choose to activate it, but kept this ability in his heart. Maybe it would come in handy someday. What's more, after eating the meat of Bao, he would fall into an inexplicable state of fanaticism, and his pillar would stand tall for 12 hours. This is not a toxin. Toxin resistance did not react, but a magical supernatural stimulant. Without too strong side effects, it would only make people have endless energy. Of course, if you want to force toxin resistance to remove it, it is not a big problem. The spirit in the blood circulated a little, and it completely dispersed this mysterious power. However, Zhang Ming can be exempted from the effects of this stimulant, but the monkeys can't. A huge riot broke out at night. 100 monkeys who ate the monster meat went crazy, yelling and making all kinds of indecent movements. They didn't care that there were few female monkeys here. Some monkeys even hugged Brother Hao and wanted to do something indecent. Brother Hao would bark when he saw that scene, and Xiaobei would cry when he saw it. Even the stone mother who had seen countless history was shocked. Teacher Xiaobei didn't know what happened, because this supernatural stimulant seemed to have no effect on reptiles. In order to prevent his eyes and ears from being hurt, Lao Zhang could only knock all the monkeys unconscious on the ground, and knocked out the crazy Brother Hao as well. But he was ecstatic in his heart. This monster meat is a good thing. It's worth billions of gold on Earth. The next day, Zhang Ming enthusiastically killed a large group of wolves, dried the monster meat, and placed it on the moon, where it was preserved forever in a vacuum. If it weren't for his fear of angering the volcano, the wolf species would have almost become extinct. As the journey continued, the episode about the wolf passed quickly. The bizarre biosphere near the volcano is really eye-opening. For example, the plants that absorb geothermal heat look like onions and are full of oily substances. The unknown peppers can make people spit fire after eating them. They are real fire-breathing plants. There are also venomous piranhas. Zhang Ming was sprayed with it, and there was no problem except that his skin was a little itchy, but most of the monkeys following behind him were poisoned. Fortunately, the antidote was not far away. The magic of nature is nothing more than this. You never know what will happen in the future. With a strong man leading the team, it was finally safe. The 100 monkeys are at least the elite monkeys of Tsinghua University and Peking University who have been carefully selected. They have indeed grown up, respect nature, but want to absorb new knowledge. The strongest monster around the volcano is indeed the kind of lizard with giant wings, with a combat power of about 2,000, or even 3,000. 3,000 points of physical strength is definitely not a low value. If it was Zhang Ming more than 10 years ago, he might have been in a tough fight, but for a true superhuman, it would only take 1 second to solve the problem. A purple electric light after burning the soul directly pierced the monster's head, and the behemoth weighing more than 10 tons fell heavily to the ground. The big volcano in the middle emitted smoke and even produced subtle vibrations. While Zhang Ming was pulling out the tendons and skinning the huge monster, he sighed. No wonder the monkey with a combat power of only 20 is not valued by the world's will. In comparison, any monster around the volcano is much stronger than them. Shimama, is there any way to preserve the essence of this monster? The volcano seems very angry. We can't kill this thing anymore. But I want to send the essence to humans. Its blood seems to be pretty good. Shimama didn't know what he was mumbling. Zhang Ming vaguely heard ridicule such as this kind of garbage is also a treasure and no vision, and the veins on his forehead jumped violently. However, Lord Shimama still gave a reliable plan. First use an ice spear to solidify the corpse, then throw it to the moon. Use certain rules of time and space to kill all the bacteria, and then preserve the corpse in irregular minerals. This preservation method is estimated to preserve the bloodline for hundreds of years. As for the extraction of blood essence, it is unnecessary because the species is not strong enough to produce blood essence. Zhang Ming nodded. Then I will preserve the corpse first and send a few drops of blood back. While Zhang Ming was dealing with the corpse, the monkeys did not feel guilty as weak people. They hid around the sailboat and pointed at the giant lizard. Squeak. Chapter 207 Goodbye, Three-Tailed Monkey World. The ancestors of the three-tailed monkeys once discovered this kind of monster. In their native language, they called it dragon. Dragon is favored by the sacred mountain, and any creature that violates the dragon will be cursed by the sacred mountain. Now the dragon has been killed by a lightning bolt more than once, and the sacred mountain has not brought down the so-called curse. The monkeys are still quite shocked. Squeaky, are you okay, Sun Wukong Rhino? The big monkey in the lead suddenly said. The other monkeys nodded one after another, their faces a little serious. I'm fine. Zhang Ming heard the so-called curse and couldn't help showing off his biceps and laughed. As long as I'm strong enough, the curse is bullshit. They are not fools, and they deeply know how valuable the knowledge they have learned along the way is. In other words, it may be more detailed and complete than the knowledge explored by their ancestors. Old Zhang naturally didn't know what the monkeys were chattering about. He froze the whole body and said to Shimama, in fact, these species without wisdom have reached the upper limit of their racial value, and their potential has been exhausted. Only the potential of intelligent civilization is endless, and it can create a brilliant culture and give birth to greater miracles. Unless this world can give birth to powerful monsters at the level of mythical beasts, it is impossible to compare with real intelligent civilizations in terms of potential. You are young, little volcano. I collected your interest, which is also a small favor to you. I helped you to cultivate the three-tailed monkey. Now we are even, Shimama sneered. How do you know it can't give birth to a mythical beast? Zhang Ming said seriously, because I don't feel a stronger existence than this lizard. Unless you, old comrade Shimama, find a wife here and leave blood, otherwise this volcano alone will not have that good luck. It takes good luck to cultivate a mythical beast, right? Look at what you said. Shimama was a little proud, but couldn't refute it. As the journey continued, the vegetation on the riverbed became increasingly scarce, and the poisonous gases from the volcano began to slowly increase, with a sulfur smell everywhere. Zhang Ming himself did not have any major problems, but his friends and the monkeys following him began to be unable to bear the poisonous gases here. So they could only dig a little bit of ore here, collect plant specimens, and then take a long detour. They walked and stopped like this until the 4th month, when they finally crossed a continent and came to the easternmost part of the world. On a golden beach, there was a huge fiery red stone. In the distance was still a vast ocean, leading to the real Demon Sea. They had to say goodbye to this world and the monkeys. Friends, the 4-month journey ends here. I believe you must have learned something. Zhang Ming stood at the highest point of the red stone and said goodbye to the monkeys. He looked into the distance and looked back at this world. In fact, he was a little reluctant, but he quickly suppressed the feeling of parting. The world is indeed vast, and what we have experienced in these 4 months is still only a small part of this continent. Exploring the world is exciting, but it is also full of dangers. On the other side of the ocean, there is a bigger world. We call it the Sea of Demons. We hope that you can respect nature, but not be afraid of it. I like your tradition of exploration very much, and I hope you can continue it. Then let us say goodbye here. The monkeys cried squeak squeak and began to cry. Ah woo woo. Teacher Xiaobei was tearful and told the monkeys something. When he first left Turtle Island, Xiaobei was not so sentimental. At that time, he was too young and immersed in the passion brought by adventure. He couldn't wait to go to the Sea of Demons and become a real Xuanwu. As a result, after experiencing those separations again and again, he became a little uncomfortable. He already knew what was precious and what was worth cherishing. The sun always rises in the east and sets in the west, but some things will never come back. This may be the so-called growth. Xiaobei said a lot. The general meaning is that the acupuncture guidance technique and three-tailed monkey breathing technique have been taught to you. These two alone are enough to make you the overlord of the world. Don't let the world look down on you. Only wisdom and unity can create miracles. Anyway, it's just a lot of chicken soup, and it looks a little toxic. Well, Xiaobei's ability to instill chicken soup is indeed good. Even Lao Zhang himself was fooled and moved. And Shimama stuck to the mast and repeated loudly, "Go home well, Go back to your hometown, it is the last level of your course. Rhino, these young monkeys were inspired to their blood boiling, and they somersaulted wildly on the ground, and shouted, "Go home, Rhino." Along the way, they finally learned the three-tailed monkey breathing technique and ate a lot of monster meat. Compared with when they left the valley, they were generally much stronger. Although this breathing technique is a bit lame, it is still a breathing technique, not weak. These are for you. Zhang Ming even gave them some useless and relatively small side effects of strange weapons as self-defense. Friends, you can go back too. Go west along the road in the direction of the setting sun, be united. Go back to your hometown and bring knowledge back. Zhang Ming raised the sail and waved to them, "Goodbye, three-tailed monkeys." Seeing the sail slowly leaving and about to disappear from sight, suddenly, a monkey felt the depth of this gift and the weight of history, and it knelt down involuntarily. Just like the Monkey King kneeling down to Bodhi Patriarch in Sangsing Cave. More monkeys knelt down on the shore and did not look up for a long time. Suddenly, another monkey howled on the shore, "I am the great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong. I am the great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong." The monkeys shed tears. This magical slogan is no longer a story in mythology, but a belief in the three-tailed monkey civilization. Because they really saw the great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong. They also want to become the great sage equaling heaven. The monkeys erected a statue on the easternmost big rock, with people, turtles, rocks, and dogs standing on the boat. They also painted beautiful murals on the rocks. They wrote a book about this great journey, called Journey to the East, which records countless magical knowledge. They have a new tradition: the strongest three-tailed monkey must go through a journey to the east, go through thousands of hardships and dangers, and cross the entire continent to prove his strength as the Monkey King. This belief has been passed down from generation to generation, as if it has become a harbinger of civilization. The wind moved at that time, and the heart moved at this time. Zhang Ming actually didn't dare to look back at the monkeys. The sentimental Xiaobei was quietly shedding tears. Emperor Zhang, would never cry. He just didn't want to look back at them. It's just a small farewell. Suddenly, his heart beat heavily for a few times, and he felt an extraordinary power, as if it was coming from all directions. This power came so suddenly that the heartbeat speed quickly exceeded 200 beats per minute. Boom. Boom. Zhang Ming's face changed drastically. He didn't know what happened. He quickly fled back to his house and stayed with the world tree. Save me, but the world tree didn't move, and didn't seem to react. What's going on? Isn't it dangerous? Zhang Ming closed his eyes and carefully visualized that the moon icon on the attribute panel was constantly flashing, trying to break through the leaf seal, and it seemed that there was a mysterious power that was calming the violent moon icon. Gradually, Zhang Ming realized that the moon icon seemed to have undergone some positive changes. The demon god rules that wanted to break through the seal from time to time were slowly calming down. And his heart was beating strongly, absorbing this mysterious power. At this moment, a hint of enlightenment came into Zhang Ming's mind, and inspiration burst out from his heart, like a gurgling stream flowing through a valley, washing every cell in his body. It is difficult to describe the feeling of enlightenment in words. At this moment, the nerve endings all over his body seemed to be connected with the whole world. He jumped onto the long river of time and saw the future of the world. It was as if countless illusory images flashed before his eyes, forming an abstract and elongated Mobius strip. It was a pity that with his current strength, he could only see clearly that there were monkeys fighting, singing and dancing, playing football, and reveling. More details about the three-tailed monkey civilization could not be seen clearly. The long river of time is a chaotic system. No one knows what its future will be. The flashing phantom images in front of him are just predictions and estimates, not real reality. But it has indeed been changed. The violent historical turmoil has caused some changes in the world in a higher dimension. The generation of this energy does not have to be negative, it can also be positive. The entire process of historical shock has produced space-time tidal energy. Now, the heart absorbs the subtle space-time tidal energy and has undergone some special transformation. The heart that was originally startled from time to time has truly merged with him. The mysterious rules of the demon god are also unprecedentedly calm. When Zhang Ming came to his senses, he found that 3 days and 3 nights had passed. Zhang Ming clenched his 5 fingers, felt his heart beating, and took a breath of cold air. The soul-burning ability has become more handy. He actually used the time and space tidal energy to enhance the soul-burning ability. Now he can open a higher degree of amplification. Of course, it will consume more life. There is actually this extra benefit. Then, please develop well and become a real monkey king. Zhang Ming smiled and looked into the distance. Chapter 208 Earth's Development. Earth, Dongho City, the headquarters of the International Supernatural Alliance. The wide streets are crowded with cars, and the international flights at the international airport are extremely busy. Every 10 minutes or so, a plane lands on the ground. On this day when flowers are in full bloom, the Supernatural Exchange meeting held every 14 to 15 months is held grandly. Tens of thousands of experts from all walks of life gathered in this young city to share the research status of the past year. It has to be said that the drift bottle communicating with Zhang Ming is almost a top secret of the headquarters, and it is also a big political bargaining chip. The knowledge conveyed by the drift bottle will not be easily missed by any enterprising scientist. The originally small Dongho city has prospered in the past 10 years because of scientific and technological exchanges. Few people know how the Supernatural headquarters contacted Zhang Ming, the founder of human breathing technique who is far away in the sky. But on this day, there seemed to be a small problem with this connection, which led to rumors. It is said that the contact work at the headquarters has encountered a lot of trouble. There is not much data transmitted this year, so don't have too much expectation. Scientists are naturally keen on gossip, especially when this kind of news is related to their own interests. What trouble? There should be a lot of heritage of the Yanjiao people and the Blue Crystal people. With the current transmission speed, it will take 100 years to send it all. Several foreign scientists sat in a restaurant, ordered a breakfast and chatted. The atmosphere in the restaurant was relaxed, and excellent scholars from all over the world gathered. The food provided was quite exquisite. In order to cater to everyone's taste, both Chinese and Western food were available. The young scholar ordered a plate of pasta and a plate of fried dumplings with great interest. When the steaming dumplings were served, he took a bite and showed a satisfied smile on his face. It is said that Mr. Zhang's computer is broken, so the information provided this time is all paper, and the amount of information is naturally not as good as before. Why did my computer break down? The other people immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. Aren't there any spare ones? An older expert at the next table overheard their conversation and interrupted. The computers Mr. Zhang uses were produced before the advent of the supernatural era. It's normal for them to break down after so many years of use. Maybe those computers are older than you young people. Yeah, I was in kindergarten at that time, and I was still watching mirages in the sky. These scholars began to doubt their lives one by one. A small computer broke down and actually hindered the development of human civilization. This was too unbelievable, but it really happened. It was really annoying. The older expert smiled and said, the information sent this time is mostly about the practice of King Kong, and some of the experiences in the world of three-tailed monkeys. King Kong again, it's not my research direction. By the way, how is the world of three-tailed monkeys? It seems to be a very magical world. He sent a small amount of blood samples. I wonder if there is any possibility of cloning, Alice. All of us humans can only hide under the protection of the world and dare not explore rashly. These top experts in the supernatural world discuss the latest gossip news and experiences in other worlds with relish. It was easy and interesting to talk. Any information related to his industry sent by Zhang Ming would bring great inspiration. After all, humans are a very young civilization and don't know much about the supernatural. Who doesn't want to open up a new discipline and have their name recorded in textbooks? In the past 20 years, human supernatural science has soared like a rocket. You must know that the step from 0 to 1 is the most difficult and requires the efforts of countless people. The reason why the people on Earth have developed so fast is not because humans are particularly smart, but because they have absorbed the knowledge system of the Blue Crystal people and the Flame Horn people. Therefore, studying the information sent by Zhang Ming is the top priority on Earth. Every day when a meeting is held is a grand exchange event for scientists around the world. After breakfast, experts and professors started a new day of exchange at the Science Center of the Supernatural headquarters. There are a total of more than 10 large conference rooms, and there are 6 rooms for communicating pure theoretical science, and various formulas are like heavenly books. There are also some rooms for communicating progress at the application level. These rooms have attracted a large number of dignitaries and consortium bosses. Industries such as mutant life breeding, strange object processing and manufacturing, and mutant plant cultivation are all the most popular applied disciplines at present. The economy is still very important. The so-called economic base determines the superstructure. If only a small number of people can use a certain strange object, it cannot be scaled up, and the economic benefits it brings are limited. But if a certain achievement can be used by the general public, the huge economic effect after the market expansion will naturally accelerate the development of the discipline and form a positive cycle. In one of the large rooms, Comrade Li Xianfang announced the latest research progress. The above is a data storage device made using light and shadow stone and modern technology. The general principle is to simulate bioelectricity at a voltage of 90 millivolts to activate the supernatural properties of light and shadow stone. We spent a whole year to figure out its general information encoding, starting from page 22 of the paper to page 38. Compared with electronic products, it is more expensive and stores about 400 megabytes of data. At the same time, it requires higher mental strength and concentration, otherwise there will be more errors. The advantage is that it is durable and not easy to damage. It can also communicate with people's thoughts and can easily read articles and pictures, a bit like directly instilling memory. Li Xianfang handed the small stone to a lady sitting in the front. The lady was a politician of a major country. She showed a curious look on her face. She carefully picked up the green stone and closed her eyes to feel the content. Then he exclaimed, "Incredible, I have an immersive illusion in my mind, and the speed of knowledge exchange is very fast. It may only take more than 10 minutes to read a 100,000-word file." The audience in the room tried it one by one and thought that this product was good. Amazing creation. How much is the current manufacturing cost? A silver-haired old man asked with interest. Can it be marketed on a large scale? Li Xianfang shook his head. Due to the scarcity of light and shadow stone, this thing cannot be mass-produced. But if we can find a large vein of light and shadow stone, perhaps the price can be reduced. However, this thing is still useful. Because Mr. Zhang Ming's computer is damaged, it can be used as a medium of communication in the future. I see. That's really an amazing achievement. There was a heated discussion in the venue. The problem was solved, and many people were relieved. Then, another expert named Yuan Ping came to the stage to show the recent research results, a mutant rice called New Era III rice. Professor Yuan, who is wearing glasses and had gray hair, said, after years of follow-up investigation, we found that long-term consumption of this rice can strengthen the body and prolong life. The special ingredients it contains can greatly increase the efficiency of human breathing techniques, because the spirit it contains is relatively mild. Even the elderly with weak bodies can eat it normally. There was warm applause and discussion from the audience. Professor Yuan, what are its shortcomings? If there were no shortcomings, this rice would have been promoted long ago, right? The old professor with tan skin showed a simple smile. Of course there are shortcomings. Its yield is too low and it is very delicate, especially the mortality rate in the budding stage is extremely high. Professor Yuan displayed a large amount of experimental data on the screen. Even with extremely careful care, the yield in the laboratory is about 50 kilograms per mu. Because the mortality rate in the budding stage is too high, the yield per mu is difficult to increase, but we found that in the Demon Sea, the yield of this plant will be greatly magnified, about 500 kilograms per mu, or even more than 1,000 kilograms. This caused even greater discussion. The yield of 50 kilograms per acre is still laboratory production capacity, and it has no great research value. If all human farmland is planted with this thing, it is estimated that 90% of the population will starve to death. Everyone present is a high-level human being, and they don't want to see the situation of suffering and self-extinction. However, in the Demon Sea, the yield of 500 to 1,000 kilograms per acre is quite interesting. But you have to know that it is the Demon Sea. Governments have reached a cooperation agreement and have strict control over ships entering and leaving the Demon Sea. Professor Yuan, even if the yield per mu is 1,000 kilograms, the cost of cultivation in the Demon Sea is still very high. A 100,000-ton giant ship, even if all the space is used for soilless cultivation, can't plant many fields, and the cultivation cycle takes 4 to 6 months, which is a huge cost for the staff on the ship. An official of the Great Xia Kingdom frowned and said, "Is there any way to reduce the cost?" Professor Yuan was silent for a moment, and nodded. "Of course there is a way. I said in my paper that the mortality rate of this mutant rice seed is extremely high during the germination stage, but after germination, it can grow healthily on Earth. So we only need to transport the seeds to the Demon Sea for germination, which only takes a few days. After they germinate, they can be transported back to Earth for planting. This remark has indeed caused widespread discussion. The cost has indeed been reduced to a level that humans can accept. The rice seeds of a large cargo ship can be transported to the Demon Sea for germination, and it only takes a few days to be transported back to Earth for planting. Tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of tons of mutant rice can be obtained at once. The economic benefits are so significant that they can even change the future and destiny of human civilization. Chapter 209, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. The people in the audience were discussing. Many mutant creatures cannot grow in the fertilized egg stage. But once they break through the fertilized egg stage, they can grow again. Is it because the fall of the demon god brought about changes in the idealistic rules? Well, there must be a special mechanism that we don't know about. Some large consortiums and government officials have some ideas. Then, another expert came to the stage and introduced the latest results, a drug called anti-cancer factor type III, which once again attracted the attention of many people. For some targeted diseases, the 5-year survival rate of using this drug has reached 90%, which is absolutely an amazing number. The only common point is that this drug must be extracted from a certain plant. With the current production capacity, it is too expensive. Saving a person may cost tens of millions or hundreds of millions of funds. Except for some wealthy people, ordinary people can't afford it. Alice, although these supernatural achievements are good, the cost can never be reduced. This is the biggest problem we face. If you want to reduce costs, you can only go to the Sea of Demons to obtain more resources. Wang Fumin and Qin Yue were sitting at the back of the venue, listening to the report with great interest. They didn't understand the theoretical knowledge, they just wanted to see what new achievements were announced, greet some politicians and dignitaries, and maintain necessary social etiquette. Wang Fumin looked good. Just 2 months ago, he finally broke through the perception bottleneck of the human limit with the help of the power of King Kong, becoming the only person on Earth to break through the double bottleneck. There is also the last spiritual level, which is also the most difficult one. In fact, this speed is considered a genius in the Blue Crystal civilization. In the Flame Horn civilization, it is even rarer in the era, and there is no faster. On the entire Earth, there are only about 100 geniuses who have broken through the first bottleneck of physique. Although Lao Wang, who has broken through 2 levels, is not as good as Zhang Ming, a superhuman, for the people on Earth, Lao Zhang is far away. No matter how strong he is, he can't feel it directly. No one even knows that Lao Zhang is already a superhuman. Now that Lao Wang has broken through 2 levels, it really shocked the whole world. On the contrary, Comrade Qin Yue, who was sitting next to him, was not in good health. He had white hair on his temples and many more wrinkles on his face than a year ago. It may be that the use of certain abilities overdrew his body and brought irreversible consequences. Only those bright eyes meant that his mental state was not bad. Of course, there is a price to pay, and there are naturally gains. The difficult New Century Defense Line Plan has finally begun its initial implementation. Part of the rich tax has been successfully implemented. With money, things will naturally be much easier. This is indeed an epic-making project. Once the construction is completed, Pangu continent will be built like an iron barrel, and the troubles of the world hunter will be reduced by half. Humans will have the confidence to contact different civilizations. But even such a project that benefits all mankind is difficult to implement. Because there are many details to be worked on, it can only be done bit by bit. For example, the problem of same track for all vehicles. Trains are still the cheapest means of transportation on land. Now the distance between the 2 tracks of railways in various countries is different. If you want to change them to the same, it will be a huge investment. What's more, railways are the continuation of political power. Who'll determine the standard of the rails? Do you assimilate me, or do I assimilate you? These details make people upset. The use of superpowers is limited. It is impossible to control the mind of everyone. There are many things that can only be done slowly. Qin Yue suddenly said, the benefits of the Demon Sea are getting bigger and bigger. After 20 years of development, we have also reached a bottleneck in the supernatural aspect. Yes, Lao Wang nodded, smiled helplessly and said, everyone is lamenting the problem of insufficient resources. According to the information sent back by Lao Zhang, the richest supernatural resources in the 3-tailed monkey world can be said to be 100 points. The world of the Blue Crystal people, the resource abundance is only about 30 points, and the country of the Yanjiao peoples built on the back of the Black Tortoise, they can obtain resources in the Demon Sea. The distribution of submarine resources in the Demon Sea is about 0-60 points. As for the resource abundance of the human world, it is 2 points. Yes, compared with a three-tailed monkey world, the human side only has 2 points. The full score is 100 points. It is not even ruled out that there is an even richer exotic world than the three-tailed monkey world. The fact of insufficient resources really makes everyone helpless. No matter how smart the human experts are, they can't cook without rice. Kenyawa rubbed the white hair at his temples and sighed. In the past 10 years, our high-altitude balloon detectors have observed ships from 3 different civilizations passing within a range of 100,000 kilometers. It seems that the civilization affected by resources is not only our human beings. The fall of the demon god has made the civilization of the entire Demon Sea move and entered a period of prosperity. All civilizations are unwilling to miss this opportunity. Just yesterday, we discovered that a 4th civilization appeared on the Demon Sea, 60,000 kilometers away from our world. It consists of 10 super-large wooden sailing ships. It does not seem to be a technological civilization, but it should not be underestimated. Each sailing ship has a displacement of 20,000 tons. They stayed there, probably for mining. Is there a possibility of contact? Wang Fuman frowned. How strong is the civilization? Kenyawa shook his head. It's hard to say. They dare to come out. Obviously they have some confidence. Humans have always been very cautious about the third type of contact with foreign civilizations. Because the single combat power of humans is really not good, the soldiers can easily go crazy and jump into the ocean with a random sound wave attack from the monster. Even if there are no monsters, the existence of lost people will make people depressed, and at best they will lose their desire to work, and at worst they will suffer from mental illness. In this case, the fact that this civilization dares to come out to men shows that they are indeed not weak. Of course, the firepower of humans is definitely not low. Bombers and missiles may not be useful in the face of ubiquitous monsters. But in the face of tangible intelligent life, they are not so afraid. Kenyawa tapped his fingers lightly and analyzed. Now that you, Lao Wang, have broken through the first 2 levels of human limits, you can be considered a card on the human side. There are also 10,000 soldiers with comprehensive abilities above grade A, and more than 1,000 at grade S. If we go on a long journey, we will have the confidence. Alice, I am not sure about this matter. Do you have the confidence to break through the third bottleneck? Wang Fuman shook his head and smiled bitterly. How can it be that easy? Vajra is a very complicated ability. It takes at least 10 years of hard practice to have a slight possibility. Even with the blessing of the top-level will of the blue crystal people, it is only at this speed, within 20 or 30 years, there is a high probability that it will not break through. It is also normal not to break through in 50 years. Do we have to keep delaying it? Is that so? Kenyawa fell into deep thought. Lao Wang's current physical strength is about 500 points, perception is 300 points, and spirit has been stuck at 200 points. Although his mental value is not high, he has learned some mental defense abilities, such as Zhuangwu visualization method, dream control technique, and the most important King Kong. Over the years, scientists have already developed a fairly complete measurement standard. Any soldier who practices breathing technique and has a physical strength of 80 and 2 other attributes above 50 is a sea-level warrior. It is not too difficult to reach this value. Humans with certain talents can achieve it through hard study and practice. There are about 1 million people in the world. If we count the civilians who are not easy to count, there may be about 5 million. With the power of technological weapons, sea-level warriors can hunt some monsters through teamwork, which is the minimum survival standard in the Sea of Demons. Of course, they can't live too long, but can only withstand 1 or 2 monster attacks. As for the B-level standard, the physical strength must reach 120, and the perception and mental strength must reach 80. There are only about 100,000 in the world. There may be some B-level masters hidden among the people, but not too many, maybe only 100,000, which is not a good thing. Many superpower crimes are caused by B-level masters. For A-level, the physical strength must reach 180, the perception and spirit must reach 120, and at the same time, they must learn an additional life-saving ability. There are only 20,000 in the world. There are very few A-level masters in the public, and even if there is one, they will be recruited by local governments. Don't say the nonsense that masters are among the people. Even those with extraordinary talents need scientific training and hard work to reach A-level. S-level warriors must have a value of 200 points, which is the limit of human beings. At the same time, They must learn 2 additional life-saving abilities. There are only more than 1,000 people. Basically, every S-level warrior has a behind-the-scenes team to arrange scientific training and provide theoretical guidance, and the resources invested by the state will naturally be prioritized. As for the public, unless they are heaven-level ability users, otherwise, there will basically be no natural S-level. If the Earth does not have a population explosion, the scale of talents will probably be like this. It is possible that more talents will be accumulated over time, but it is difficult for a real qualitative change to occur. To achieve a qualitative change, more external resources are necessary, such as the cultivation of mutant rice, the breeding of monsters, etc., or major breakthroughs in some technical aspects. The two talked privately and reached a consensus. Especially mutant rice, which is the core interest point of the entire human civilization, it can greatly enhance the overall strength of mankind. The Mutant Rice Project, the faster the better. Only when the grassroots strength is improved, the number of talents can be greatly increased. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 Humans Contact Ancient Civilization. In that case, I'll go meet that civilization. Wang Fumin let out a long breath, as if he had made up his mind. It's impossible for me to cultivate to the level of Lao Zhang, who can suppress a civilization by himself. Sooner or later, there will be this kind of third-type contact. If we can reach a friendly cooperation with that civilization, it's better to do it sooner rather than later. Even if the two sides can't reach a cooperation and avoid conflict, it should be possible. That's true. Qin Yue was silent for a moment, patted Lao Wang on the shoulder. Then I will go to persuade others, and you should make corresponding preparations, in order to solve the problem of resource scarcity on Earth. Under the overall arrangement of the Supernatural Alliance, many countries have jointly formed an ocean-going fleet of 16 warships and more than 20,000 soldiers to try to find supernatural mineral veins around the Earth. At the same time, our high-altitude detection balloons discovered the existence of an extraterritorial civilization 60,000 kilometers away. The other party seems to be mining seabed minerals or conducting some monster breeding activities. The human diplomatic visiting team represented by Comrade Wang Fumin will set out to the Sea of Devil and come into contact with extraterritorial civilizations. The announcement of this news naturally brought great shock to the people on Earth. What's going on? Are we suddenly going to contact aliens? There's a huge debate on the internet. Some people support it, but the majority of people oppose it. After all, most ordinary citizens tend to be conservative and afraid of contacting the outside world. They just want to live their own lives in peace. As for the problems 10 or 100 years later, they are not considered. But as the saying goes, opportunities are rare and never come back. From the external performance, the alien civilization we are currently encountering is not a technological civilization, and there are no particularly powerful weapons. An ancient civilization. If we dare not contact this, how can humans survive a greater disaster? What's more, the huge benefits hidden in the Sea of Demons have indeed attracted quite a few financial groups and dignitaries, so the propaganda machine is fully opened, and overwhelming news swept across human society. Breaking news: long-term consumption of mutant rice can greatly improve the physical fitness of all mankind. At the same time, the efficiency of breathing techniques can be increased by 40%-80%. And the average life expectancy of all mankind will increase by more than 20 years. Breaking news: the breeding of mutant life can be carried out in large numbers in the Demon Sea. Once the breeding industry is a great success, the prices of nutritional supplements and medicines will drop significantly, and ordinary people will be able to afford the corresponding prices. Most of the minerals needed for forging strange objects are hidden under the sea. Scientists believe that ornaments made of some of the minerals, such as coral stone and aquamarine, have subtle benefits to the human body when worn for a long time. If a man does not plan for the future, he will have immediate worries. Human beings cannot always be babies in swaddling clothes, nor can they always have good luck. Foreign exchanges will inevitably bring more information and knowledge. If we can establish diplomatic relations with this exotic civilization, it will be equivalent to opening up the Silk Road in the new century. In the face of so many benefits, there are more supporters and the arguments have become more intense. This matter is obviously risky. But how can I put it? There is no shortage of ambitious people in the world. The wealth of the age of exploration has attracted everyone's attention. Who doesn't want to get huge wealth in the Sea of Demons? Even Zhang Ming, who is far away overseas, was mixed with joy and sorrow after hearing this broadcast. He didn't know how to describe his feelings. This may be the first step in the rise of mankind, or it may be a step to open Pandora's box. Alice, it's been more than 20 years. They think they can do it. We can't care so much here, Zhang Ming muttered to himself, looking at the blue sky and glaciers in the distance, and couldn't help fantasizing, what kind of ancient civilization is an ancient civilization? Zhang Ming sneezed twice in a row, stretched his body, and simply jumped onto the sea, pushing the sailboat with King Kong. The sailboat he was on was still crawling slowly in the frozen field. Even if you pass through a three-tailed monkey world, the outside is still a damn frozen abyss. This tragic scene is really tearful. On the high terrace, Xiao Bei was shivering with cold, and white mist was spraying out of its mouth and nose, forming a piece of icy frost. The legendary Xuanwu, as the North Pole, can indeed use the cold weather to temper its body, and even has some freezing abilities. As a cold-blooded animal, the body temperature of the turtle will change with the changes in the external temperature. Once the weather gets cold, it will hibernate directly. Although Xiao Bei is more advanced than the turtle, the cold will still make it react instinctively. Overcoming instincts is an important part of the Xuanwu breathing technique. This life is unbearable. Even humans have to go out to explore, and they have to contact with alien civilizations. Zhang Ming's whole body was shining with golden light, pushing the sailboat at high speed. This scene is very similar to the legendary small horse pulling a big cart, but I have to admit that Lao Zhang's speed of pushing the boat is quite fast. He tried hard to recall the information left by the Blue Crystal people and the Flame Horn people. In theory, the risk doesn't seem to be too great. After all, the Blue Crystal people have recruited quite a number of lost people to build the Pillar of Heaven. For the Blue Crystal people, contacting foreign civilizations is as simple as eating and drinking. However, humans and Blue Crystal people are really incomparable. Blue Crystal people are strong people with a limit of spirit, supermasters with all attributes above 10,000, 12 living saints, and hundreds of sages. As for the Earthlings, Lao Wang, who has a combat power of 500, is the strongest. In the Blue Crystal civilization, he is just a capable person level, which is really incomparable. The more Zhang Ming thought about it, the more he felt a kind of disgust brewing in his heart, and he was really anxious in his heart. But he didn't think that the choice of the Earthlings was wrong. After all, according to the current development speed, even if Lao Wang practiced step by step for 100 years, he would only have about 1 or 2,000 attributes. Is this great opportunity of 100 years wasted like this? Forget it, forget it. I can't care too much. I can't make a choice for them. Zhang Ming pushed the boat and ran frantically. He ran for more than 3 hours and traveled more than 100 kilometers. He was a little tired, so he jumped on the boat to take a breath. Get a stove to warm yourself up. Although he was more resistant to cold than Xiao Bei, he had to get a stove. Put on another piece of clothing and warm yourself up. He was really anxious. When he thought about the possibility of the Earth's destruction, the hair on his body stood up. Xiao Bei, in 3 hours, you can enter the greenhouse. Come on, this greenhouse was the product of Zhang Ming's careful modification. It used volcanic rocks produced in the three-tailed monkey world and irregular materials as the internal coating to isolate the outside cold to the greatest extent. Therefore, Brother Hao was alive and kicking in the greenhouse and there was no possibility of hypothermia. Xiao Bei rolled his eyes and shivered in the cold wind. It was okay for it to practice in the cold, but could you not be a devil and keep yelling on the side? It's very annoying. The little turtle missed a big sister pelican who was covered with fur and could take it flying. Where is the big sister pelican? After playing with Xiao Bei's injured heart, Lao Zhang closed his eyes in boredom and continued to study his magical power-burning soul. These boring days can only be spent in learning. As long as the abyss level sleeping on the seabed does not take action, the extraordinary will be the top of the food chain in the Sea of Demons. As the first magic power Zhang Ming got, Burning Soul naturally has quite a lot to study. For example, how does it enhance other superpowers and let them break through human limits? Zhang Ming can't understand the principle at all. For example, what role does the space-time tidal energy play? The historical changes in the world of the three-tailed monkey gave Zhang Ming some kind of epiphany. Did the historical changes in the Xuanwu world and the human world also give me some benefits? What is the whole mechanism of action? Zhang Ming pondered for several months, and this question also needs to be studied. For another example, activating the burning soul for 1 minute consumes 1 month of life. This consumption rate can only be said to be acceptable but not completely acceptable. And that is only the lowest level of burning soul. Since the last time he absorbed the space-time tidal energy, he can activate a higher level of burning soul. A 3x increase consumes 10 months of life in 1 minute, and a 4x increase consumes 100 months of life in 1 minute. By analogy, a 10x increase is about 100 million months of life in 1 minute. The magic power from the devil seems to be infinitely enhanced, but life is not the real space-time tidal energy. Even if he has more life, he can't squander it, so he still lacks attribute points at present. But if it is activated for 1 second and then turned off instantly, the life consumed will be greatly reduced. Therefore, Zhang Ming has been training himself in the skill of activating and shutting down the burning soul in seconds recently. While he was thinking about it, the sun lowered to the horizon and the night came again. I don't know if it's because the people on Earth intend to contact the extraterrestrial civilization, or because this area is not very peaceful. Zhang Ming always feels restless and frightened, as if the whole sky is about to collapse. Xiaobei jumped down from the balcony with a dong, finished today's practice, and went into the greenhouse. Before leaving, he cried "Arwu," indicating that he was a little uneasy. Oh, do you have this feeling too? It seems that the problem is not on Earth, but here. Don't worry, I am a transcendent, and those monsters are here to die. Lao Zhang went to the kitchen by himself, humming a little tune and making 5 meat-filled steamed buns for himself. The baked white steamed buns have a thin and crispy skin and a soft inside. There are several circles of earthy yellow baked on the white surface. It tastes hard on the outside and soft on the inside. With a few slices of fresh and juicy lizard meat, the steamed bun is really fragrant and has an endless aftertaste. Attribute +1, this is also a habit he has developed over the years. No matter where he is, he always spends some time to make something delicious. Chapter 211 Time and Space Turbulence. Over the years, Zhang Ming's appetite has become larger and larger, like a glutton. He only ate half of the 5 steamed buns. Of course, this is because he just ran for 3 hours with King Kong, which consumed too much energy. If he does not exercise vigorously, his appetite is about the same as that of ordinary people. After returning to Earth, I will open a restaurant called Big Rice Bucket Restaurant. No matter what kind of monster meat it is, I can cook it into the best delicacy. Politicians and wealthy people from various countries take special planes and line up outside the restaurant, just to eat a bite of monster meat. The cold and black sea water seem to twitch and vibrate scattered transverse waves. This is a sign of a major earthquake at the bottom of the ocean. Zhang Ming on the boat fantasized about the good life after returning to Earth with relish. The name of the Big Rice Bucket Restaurant is really exciting. The more he thought about it, the more he liked it. Then, Zhang Ming frowned slightly and looked at the increasingly chaotic sea and silence. The dusk lasted for a shorter time than in the past. It seemed that only a few minutes of work, and the whole sea fell into the dark night. A thick fog filled the sky, blocking the stars and the moon. The waves on the sea were also much bigger than before. Some waves hit the side of the ship and splashed onto the deck. Is it another rainy day? Zhang Ming subconsciously looked up at the sky. Being in the vast ocean, there was no place to hide even if a natural disaster occurred. Zhang Ming leisurely baked 5 meat buns in the kitchen. After they were done, he wrapped them with leaves and ate them while walking. He closed the door to the cabin tightly and lowered the canvas on the mast. The thick fog in the sky formed dark clouds, and heavy rain fell, the wind howled, and the waves were surging. The cold rain soaked his clothes, and the water drops rolled down his cheeks, condensing into frost in an instant. Zhang Ming was not worried that his ship would be overturned by the huge waves. After all, the wood on it had been reinforced with hundreds of blue crystal people's last wishes. If he really can't resist it, he can also activate the shelter function of the source of the world to resist the severe natural disasters. Of course, he is not willing to do this, because the last time the source of the world helped him fight against the rules of the demon god, it consumed about 200 units. 200 units, Lao Zhang almost had a heart attack after discovering this fact. He saved every penny, but when he spent money, he spent 100 yuan at a time, as if all his savings were in vain. He only had 267 left on hand now. When you should save, you still have to save. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the waves made the sailboat bumpy. The fuel lamp on the mast was quickly extinguished by the rain. Only a few pieces of innate luminous minerals emitted a dim light. For the current perception ability, it is enough. Zhang Ming had a subtle sense of vigilance in his heart, and called his friends to hide in the greenhouse. He always felt that this sudden storm was a bit strange. The next second, driven by some intuition, he activated his supervision and looked into the distance filled with thick fog. Burning Soul, the original supervision did not have the ability to penetrate the white fog, and it was just a very ordinary acquired ability. However, under the amplification of Burning Soul, this ability was greatly improved in an instant. Zhang Ming's eyes glowed with a faint red light, and he saw a very far place. It was a huge vortex that seemed to suck the whole world in, with thunder and lightning, wind and rain, and a large amount of glaciers and seawater slowly rotating around the center point. Countless mantises living on the glaciers, and cold water fish living in the ocean were fleeing towards the distance in the rainstorm. What a vast escape of creatures! The dense insects and fish may add up to hundreds of millions. Zhang Ming even saw some terrifying existences that made him feel dangerous, a life form that exuded a cold breath and looked like a little boy, standing stiffly on the sea, and a pair of gray, dead eyes happened to meet his sight. Hell, what the hell? Old Zhang cursed. There were humanoid creatures with long tongues standing in the air. A thick darkness emanated from its body like mercury. The mantises flying around fell on the sea at a speed visible to the naked eye. All kinds of weird scenes made him hold the ice spear tightly. Time and space turbulence, where do these monsters come from? Fortunately, the ship Zhang Ming was on was just at the edge of the vortex. Compared with the huge waves at the center, the wind and waves here can be described as gentle. Zhang Ming's eyes glowed red again, and two distant icebergs collided with each other. The scene of the glacier collapse and the chaotic scene in the center of the space-time turbulence gave him the feeling of watching a science fiction movie. Zhang Ming shouted loudly, "Shimima, if we rush into the space-time turbulence, where will we be teleported to?" Shimima rolled out of the greenhouse and welcomed the baptism of the storm. "I don't know. If you want to drift in the Demon Sea for 100 million years or 1 billion years, just rush into the space-time turbulence." Zhang Ming couldn't help but tremble a few times. What are those monsters? They look quite powerful. Shimima doesn't have such good eyesight. It can't see the monsters in the distance, so it naturally has no answer. In fact, the Blue Crystal Civilization once conducted professional research on space-time turbulence and invented a large number of formulas to measure the transmission direction of space-time turbulence. But this set of formulas doesn't make much sense to Zhang Ming. First of all, the amount of calculation of the equation group is too large, and it depends on the computing power of supercomputers to calculate the answer. Secondly, hundreds of parameters must be filled in the formula, and these hundreds of parameters can only be measured by special instruments and special personnel. Zhang Ming didn't have the corresponding conditions at hand, so he gave up after tinkering for a while. As time passed, the rainstorm got heavier and heavier. Coupled with the extremely cold weather, Zhang Ming's wooden boat had turned into a big ice ship. The terrifying seabed vortex swallowed up the seawater, and no one knew where all the seawater went. Countless lives were fleeing in the cold and crazy seawater. "Hey, let's drift back slowly. If we lose the bet, a journey of hundreds of years may become tens of thousands of years." Zhang Ming didn't want to become a gambler with nothing. He held the rudder tightly and let the sailboat rotate with the seawater on the periphery of the vortex. At the same time, he used the centrifugal force to get rid of the strong attraction of the center point bit by bit. As long as we survive this period of time and space turbulence, everything will return to calm. At the same time, from time to time, activate supervision to peek at the monsters around the vortex. Their performance is completely different from that of normal life forms. Normal species, including insects and fish, will flee desperately in the face of this grand celestial phenomenon, but these strange life forms, like zombies, don't care and just kill. Especially the little boy-like life form, seemed to notice Zhang Ming's existence, and his head rotated 180 degrees like clockwork, revealing a pair of gray, dead eyes, and came across the sea step by step. "If you dare to come over, I will kill you," Zhang Ming sneered. However, the change appeared in the next moment. In the depths of the ocean, something cracked. In the bottomless and unobservable seabed, a huge crack suddenly appeared, as if 100 million hydrogen bombs exploded at the bottom of the ocean. A ball of pale green flames gushed out from the cracks on the seabed and spread rapidly in all directions. Even the surrounding icebergs were swept by the green light and also emitted a strange light and burned fiercely. "What the hell is this?" Faced with this horrible scene, Zhang Ming swallowed his saliva and was horrified. Even if he was at the edge of the vortex, the speed of the green light was too fast, and he would be caught up soon. The wind and waves in the ocean suddenly became bigger. The waves rose from the original dozen meters to thousands of meters, which were taller than the mountains. The huge waves that were burning with green light collapsed from the sky, with the momentum of destroying everything. Zhang Ming cursed and jumped off the boat directly. He used the ability of King Kong and ran out with a sailboat for his life. Damn it, how did the blue crystal people get through this time and space turbulence? The whole body was shining, with a trace of inconspicuous red. Zhang Ming really used all his strength this time. No matter how hard his boat was, it couldn't withstand the attack of the huge waves thousands of meters high. Mama, who was stuck on his butt, suddenly said, "This may not be time and space turbulence but an unknown area that wants to swallow up everything in the sea area. You mean, this is a life?" Zhang Ming felt that his physical energy was burning, but at this moment he couldn't care too much. He just ran for his life. It may not be life, but some other existence. Many existences have their own evolutionary directions. The one we meet now may be the type that specializes in devouring the world. What will happen if I am eaten? The green light behind him spread faster and faster, and he chased him madly, and soon exceeded the speed of sound. Looking back, he saw that the whole ocean was dyed with a pale green, emitting an ominous light like phosphorescence. Zhang Ming was sweating all over. Although he ran very fast, he could not reach the speed of sound with such a large ship. He would be caught up in 20 seconds. The cold green light kept approaching, and Lao Zhang had the idea of abandoning the ship several times, but he endured it. Mama was silent for a moment, and seeing that the green light was about to catch up, he shook with gloating. "You'd better pray that it is alive. Even if it is eaten, it may come out as long as it passes through the deep and narrow path." Chapter 212 Green Fire Sea. "Shut up." Zhang Ming's neck veins popped up, and he yelled, "It's like you're not a member of this ship. I was eaten, and you're the same," Mama said happily. "As long as I can survive until the end of time, I will be able to get out. By then, you will definitely become a pile of shit, but your grandson will definitely become a pile of shit before me." Mama, Zhang Ming was talking trash, but he understood what the stinky stone meant. This kind of unknown level of things, I don't know if it's life, eat more naturally, and naturally poop more. As long as it passes through its digestive tract, it may be pulled out after a while. Anyway, it's impossible to eat without pooping. Facing the green light that was about to catch up with him, a sense of powerlessness came over him. Zhang Ming had to give up escaping and activated the shelter ability of the source of the world to protect the entire ship. In the end, I didn't save the money. The green light spread wildly, and in the blink of an eye, it had covered an area of thousands of kilometers, and the entire ocean began to burn. Fortunately, the protection of the source of the world still works, and the green light is blocked by the faint ripples of the water. The unknown monsters that were seen before did not seem to be attacked by the green light. In particular, the zombie boy who sensed Zhang Ming's existence was stunned when he found that Zhang Ming and his boat suddenly disappeared. Only his dead and horrified eyes numbly looked around. "Wait, what is that?" Suddenly, Zhang Ming found that hundreds of kilometers away, there was actually a big ship sailing wildly on the sea. The wind was howling, the mist was swirling, and the steam engine was spewing huge smoke, which meant that it was overloaded. This super ship tried its best to escape the coverage of the green light. But unfortunately, the speed of the ship was too slow compared to the green fire that exceeded the speed of sound. Even Zhang Ming, who was carrying the ship, was caught up. How could this steam engine ship be spared? So there are unfortunate people who share the same fate. Lao Zhang swallowed his saliva, and thought that the ship might represent an intelligent civilization, and he couldn't help but feel sorry. "Hold on, brother, after all, it is a steam engine ship, and the civilization behind it is much stronger than the three-tailed monkey civilization. Maybe there are beautiful female creatures inside." The next second, the super steam engine suddenly disappeared from the spot. "Why is the steam ship gone?" Mama shouted. Zhang Ming was overjoyed and said, "Nonsense, of course it was protected by the source of the world. It seems that this civilization also has a trump card. Well, let's take care of ourselves first, maybe this time it will really die." The storm was extremely strong at this moment, with violent storms, thunder and lightning, and wind and waves exceeding 1,000 meters, and the ocean was being boiled by this green fire, and bubbles gurgled one after another from the depths. This scene was so weird that Mama stopped her intention to say dirty words, and just frantically repeated the sound of gurgle like boiling water, as if to remember this scene forever. In the next moment, the whole world suddenly twisted. Even the small world activated by the source of the world was attracted by a huge attraction and flew towards the vortex. At this time, the small world was spinning in the air like a soap bubble, and the whole sailboat was spinning with it. All kinds of bottles and jars fell on the ceiling and broke on the ground. Lao Zhang quickly grabbed the mast and shouted, "Monster's large intestine, here I come." Shimama was not to be outdone, and shook behind Lao Zhang's butt. "Large intestine, here I come." I don't know how long it took, and the tumbling and spinning small world returned to normal. They seemed to appear in a quiet unknown place, and a layer of ripples like soap bubbles protected this small space. Zhang Ming blinked his eyes and found that everything around him had lost its sense of reality. There was still a vast ocean outside, and the sea was quiet and dead, as if the storm just now had never appeared. Above the sea surface farther away, there was a darkness thicker than ink. And the pale green flames were burning on the water surface, as if to evaporate all the water. The strangest thing was that this pale green flame did not emit any light. You could only see the flames, but you couldn't see anything around it. Zhang Ming took a deep breath and knew that he might have fallen into a mysterious place. "We fell into its large intestine and we are going to be digested," Shimama shouted excitedly. "This is called stomach, not large intestine," Zhang Ming seriously corrected it. "Or, you, the great Emperor Shi, go outside to explore the way and find the direction of the large intestine. In order to prevent your grandson from turning into a pile of shit, you have to do something," Shimama hummed, not knowing what he was thinking. The beautiful and cute grandson hid in the greenhouse. He noticed that someone was talking about it outside and sneezed involuntarily. What are these two crazy people talking about? Isn't it just a green flame? Then just stand up to it. After being provoked, Shimama rushed out of the protection of the source of the world and risked his life. The green flame quickly spread to Shimama. This guy is really brave. Even Lao Zhang couldn't help but worry for a long time after seeing this scene. After burning for a long time, Shimama didn't break the skin. It made a strange cry there, "Let's go, bastard. If you want to become a black tortoise, your defense ability must be amazing enough. This is an excellent training place." Xiaobei couldn't stand the crazy ancestor's self-abuse practice method. He rolled his eyes and turned into a stone. He pretended not to hear anything. Zhang Ming swallowed his saliva. He knew that Shimama's defense ability was amazing, but his own defense ability was not weak. He carefully stretched out a finger and explored the protection range of the source of the world. Zula, the green flame spread madly to the finger as if a vulture smelled a corpse, burning fiercely. A cold but scorching power rushed into Zhang Ming's body, and his blood was about to boil. He was shocked and quickly activated the King Kong. Soon, the golden light on the surface of the skin blocked the spread of the green light. Zhang Ming had a bottom line in his heart: it's really not too strong. About 1,000 units of King Kong can temporarily isolate this strange green fire, but this flame is endless and endless. If there is no shelter, it will be consumed here sooner or later. The nameless thick fog, the terrifying green fire, and the deadly murderous intent are spreading in the quiet ocean. Zhang Ming racked his brains to think about the current situation. Either keep activating the source of the world to isolate this group of green fire. 267 units of the source of the world can provide shelter for about 5 years. Zhang Ming is not sure whether this thing is a stomach or whether it has excretion. He can only make the worst plan. And the source of the world cannot be consumed here at once, otherwise what should be done if there is a crisis in the future? Or we can only find a way to kill this thing. However, he did not take risks. After all, there is still a considerable margin of error at present, and it is not rational to take risks blindly. In addition to the green flames burning the ocean, the surrounding thick dark fog is as thick as ink, and there are faint traces of the activities of some strange creatures, including the little boy and long-tongued monster seen earlier. Those monsters gave Zhang Ming a not-so-wonderful sixth sense, because they are very strong. The creatures that can bring Zhang Ming a huge sense of crisis are definitely very strong. Observe for a while first. Since there are monsters living in this place, there may not be no way to survive. A day passed quickly, and Zhang Ming stayed in the shelter of the source of the world for a whole day. He has been trying to use what kind of material to isolate the burning of the green flame. However, a very desperate thing happened. Except for the wonder of heaven, the ice spear, most of the items will be slowly burned. This green flame may represent the idealistic rules of corrosion and digestion. Although it is not strong, It lasts for a long time and is endless. The hull reinforced by last wish is no exception. If the protection function of the world source is turned off, it will be burned out in about 2 or 3 days. Shimima, it really won't be burned. So this guy started to show off again, rolling around in the green fire all day long, showing his extraordinary defensive ability. Lao Zhang naturally did not give up any opportunity, and shamelessly became a beggar. Help me find that steamship and see what choice the creatures there will make. So Shimima turned into a scout, shuttling back and forth in the gray fog, trying to find traces of the unknown civilization, but he didn't find any special information for a while. If it doesn't work, catch some local monsters, peel off their skins, and use them to protect my ship. Zhang Ming felt a little irritated, and his eyes looked at the dark black fog. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the radio broadcast today's news on time. The scientific research team represented by Wang Fumin officially set off from today. A total of 63 large ships officially entered the Demon Sea, including 3 fully staffed aircraft carrier formations, 4 large planting ships, 3 scientific research ships, large supply ships, and attack submarines. In the next month, we will continue to bring first-hand information about the Demon Sea. Zhang Ming's heart trembled. This is definitely a sensational news in human civilization. The importance of exploring the Demon Sea and contacting foreign civilizations is self-evident. With aircraft carriers, submarines, humans have sent out all the military forces at the bottom of the box. Chapter 213 Rules Monster. I don't know if Lao Wang's contact with alien civilization will have any good results. Don't die, Lao Wang. What exactly is that alien civilization? What does it look like? Zhang Ming listened with relish for a long time. He might be more excited than Wang Fumin himself. He felt that he was a little crazy. He was still worried about the fate of the Earthlings at this time. Maybe in a few days, an accident would happen and he would die. The green flames were still burning, and a layer of light water vapor evaporated from the entire sea surface. This layer of water vapor was quickly absorbed by the surrounding darkness. The world was really being digested. Shimama ran off to explore somewhere. Xiaobei suddenly crawled over and shouted happily, probably meaning that a certain experiment had a good result. Take me there. Zhang Ming hurriedly got up and ran over to take a look. A piece of wood coated with irregular paint stood firm in the green flame for a long time. The flame wanted to climb onto the wood from time to time, but after the wood was coated with paint, it was like a slippery loach. The flame jumped many times and just didn't burn. I should have thought of it a long time ago. Zhang Ming was overjoyed and put Xiaobei on his head. This irregular paint was naturally made of the heartstone of the demon god, which was something he made when he was bored. It was used to make a greenhouse at that time, but he didn't expect it to come in handy now. It turns out that there is always a way out. The heart of the demon god can isolate idealistic rules. The burning of the green flame is a kind of idealistic rule, so it can naturally be isolated. He was too lazy to listen to the broadcast. He quickly took out all the paint from the warehouse, painted it on himself, and walked into the pale green fire. Sure enough, most of the flames ignored him. Even if a few nearby flames sensed Zhang Ming's presence, they couldn't attach to him and burn. There were also very few flames that wanted to burn along the nostrils, eyes and other places that could not be perfectly covered. This was quite troublesome. But as long as a sealed helmet was made, it would not be a big problem. This flame is just like this. Zhang Ming was ecstatic and spent another whole day making paint and painting the entire sailboat, including the bottom of the boat, the gaps in the wood and other parts. Although the material of the devil's heart is precious, in Zhang Ming's hands, it can be described as inexhaustible, so he doesn't feel bad about consuming it. Then, he took a deep breath and turned off the shelter function of the source of the world. The green flame did not spread to the ship. Zhang Ming was overjoyed. Even without the help of shelter, maybe he could survive here for a long time? But soon, he found something wrong. The green light really couldn't burn the ship. But after turning off the shelter function, the thick black fog surged over and buried the entire ship completely in a short while. After being covered by these cold black fogs, Zhang Ming felt depressed and dull in his heart, but they didn't seem to have obvious toxicity, so he could only hold on. I can't hold on anymore. Turn on the shelter function and rest for a while. I should be able to hold on longer. However, at this moment, Zhang Ming's ears moved, his brows frowned slightly, and he heard something climbing onto his ship. Are monsters coming so soon? The current environment is too dark. The entire ship is painted with irregular paint, and even the few glowing strange stones are protected inside. The airtight darkness like mercury, coupled with a nameless black fog, made visibility extremely poor. Zhang Ming had to use his ears to sense the direction of the enemy. Dong, dong dong. The strange footsteps sounded at a fixed frequency, like the mechanical sound of an alarm clock, very regular. However, this sound seemed a little erratic, sometimes appearing on the left, sometimes on the right. The first to react was Brother Hao in the greenhouse, who roared loudly. The sound was sharp and anxious. Then Xiaobei also screamed "Arwu," as if he saw something terrifying. When Zhang Ming pushed the door open, he saw a creepy scene. A little boy with iron blue skin, hard body, and black clothes stood in the middle of his greenhouse. Brother Hao and Xiaobei had disappeared long ago. Whether this was a little boy or not was still unknown. The other party's eyes flashed with cold and eerie green light, staring at Lao Zhang, who broke through the door. "Who are you? Can you speak? Do you have wisdom?" Zhang Ming tried to ask. Then the other party's footsteps moved slightly a few times. Dong, dong dong. The little boy disappeared in an instant. Zhang Ming was surprised. He had focused all his attention on this little boy, but he didn't notice the other party's movement trajectory. Either its movement speed far exceeds my perception ability, which is obviously unrealistic, unless it turns into a beam of light, or it has some kind of special ability. A trickster, Zhang Ming sneered in his heart. He knew that there were many similar monsters in this black fog, and the one he encountered was only the first one. If even this thing cannot be solved without injury, he can only rely on the protection of the source of the world and leave it to fate. The ice spear burst into purple light. Zhang Ming poked a few times at the place where the little boy disappeared, but found nothing. Dong, dong dong. The faint sound came from the distance again. Then in the next moment, Zhang Ming's pupils suddenly dilated, and he felt a burst of murderous intent, which appeared directly on his back. The murderous intent was so strong that it was the first time in so many years that Zhang Ming felt a huge risk of being killed. King Kong. The red glowing King Kong instantly illuminated the entire room like daylight. A hand like gray fog pressed against Zhang Ming's back, cutting through his fragile clothes, but was blocked by the powerful red light. The little boy seemed to teleport behind Zhang Ming. He was still expressionless, with his eyes flashing with cold green fire. What was even more strange was that this gray fog-like hand came out of the other party's mouth. The little boy's head was completely cracked, and the gray fog emitted formed a giant hand-like a substance. An obscure and cold power was continuously transmitted to Zhang Ming's back. It was sticky and cold, like falling into a black hole. If it weren't for the defensive ability of the King Kong, Zhang Ming might have been killed instantly. The veins on old Zhang's forehead bulged, and he sneered. His whole body glowed red, and 3 times the King Kong came instantly. Zhang Ming broke free from the terrifying suction force, and with a sudden turn, the purple electric current suddenly filled the entire room. Die? The other party seemed to have suffered some kind of injury. The green flame-filled eyeballs turned slightly and jumped back 3 steps. With a sound of dong 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 footsteps, the little boy disappeared again. Interesting. A thoughtful expression appeared on Zhang Ming's face. A creature with special rules would teleport behind me and attack. It seems that it has no intelligence. The combat power is very strong. If it is hit, twice the King Kong will have a hard time. Thinking of this, Zhang Ming felt a lot of pressure. This thing is too scary. If even the extraordinary can be killed instantly, how can ordinary life survive? Zhang Ming racked his brains to think about it. He recalled the information about a blue crystal civilization that he had read in the past, which introduced a very magical monster, the rule creature. Within the rules, their strength is extremely amazing, but outside the rules, they are very weak. Of course, the blue crystal people have never encountered such a magical creature, so they only mention it briefly in a certain document. I met a creature of rules. He didn't have time to think too much. Within a few seconds, he heard another thing climbing onto his ship. The first one hadn't been solved yet, and the second one climbed up again. Then, the deck once again rang with a dong 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 sound. In an instant, Zhang Ming's pupils dilated, and he shouted in his heart, "Here it comes." Something rode on his neck for no reason. This time it was no longer a little boy, but a humanoid life form with 4 eyes, biting Zhang Ming's neck. The cold and sticky touch came from the other party's black mouth. If it weren't for King Kong's defensive ability, Zhang Ming's neck would be bitten in half in less than a second. Where did that little boy go? I'll give it 10 seconds. Lao Zhang was also skilled and courageous. With a 3x amplified King Kong, He desperately resisted the opponent's attack. As long as he was willing to sacrifice his life, his combat power could continue to expand. He picked up the ice spear and stabbed the thing on his neck with force, while being wary of the disappeared little boy. Bang! The spear seemed to have hit a piece of extremely hard metal, making a sound of metal clashing, but it didn't penetrate the opponent directly. Zhang Ming frowned slightly, wrestling with the monster on his neck, and began to count down in his mind. 10, 9, 8. He was always on guard against a little boy hiding in the dark. After the 10-second countdown, the little boy still didn't appear. It shouldn't be like this. With such a good opportunity for a sneak attack, why didn't it appear? Is it because my acting skills are not good enough? If they are really rule monsters, what are the rules? Only one can appear in the same place? Or, Zhang Ming glanced at the monster behind him with a corner of his eye. It was tall, maybe 2 meters tall, hiding in the darkness. Old Zhang suddenly thought of a possibility, and he was too lazy to use the ice spear. He stretched out a hand and grabbed the four-eyed monster on his body. His knotted muscles bulged one by one, and soon he grabbed the opponent's scales and almost deformed them. And this four-eyed humanoid life form didn't show any pain. It just instinctively wanted to break free from Zhang Ming's huge brute force. Chapter 214 Admiral, we have fallen into the abyss. After being caught, the four-eyed monster struggled frantically, and a cold force continuously attacked from behind. Zhang Ming's whole body was glowing red, and his ability increased by 3 times, allowing him to lift the opponent's neck abruptly, grinning and saying, I asked you to teleport, and now you are caught by me. Can you still teleport? You teleport. However, at this moment, a dong 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 sound rang out, and the little boy suddenly appeared. His cheeks cracked, and the degree of his mouth opening was completely beyond the scope of normal life. He bit him fiercely. This bite seemed to be able to bite off his head. Feeling the deadly murderous intent behind him, Zhang Ming's face was grinning even more, and the veins on his forehead jumped. Here, little brother. He grabbed the four-eyed monster in his hand and pounced forward to avoid the other party's bite. The golden light and red light on his body mixed together, forming a wild brute force. With a loud snap, under the blessing of huge power, the head of the four-eyed monster collided with the deck, and it was almost broken like a walnut. Zhang Ming pressed the opponent's head violently again, slapped it twice, and suddenly, all kinds of red and white splashed everywhere. So fragile, Zhang Ming frowned slightly. This scene was a bit unexpected. He remembered that he couldn't pierce the monster with the ice spear just now, but now he slapped it to death? Hao Zhen and Xiao Bai, who were hiding in the different space, were scared half to death by Lao Zhang's violent side. However, the monsters in this sea area are really terrifying to the extreme, and they are the strongest existences in their journey. Of course, the demon god is an exception, but the power of the demon god is difficult to feel intuitively, and these monsters fighting face to face have indeed exceeded the limit of life. Lao Zhang was not happy for too long after killing an unknown life. He could almost confirm that it was a rule monster. Within the rules, they are extremely powerful. Outside the rules, they are just ordinary creatures. But what is this rule? Zhang Ming thought of some possibilities. Backstab. His eyes lit up. Yes, it is likely that when they are attacked from behind, their combat effectiveness soars tenfold, and when they are attacked from the front, their combat effectiveness is restored to its original state, so they will be killed by me in one shot. The sound of dong 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 rang out again. When the little boy found that his companion was dead, he immediately stepped back 3 steps and disappeared from his sight. After all this, he had some ideas in his mind. The sound of dong 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 is completely unnecessary. Is it also a kind of rule? That is, it can only teleport after moving 3 steps. How should I catch it? If I rely on the King Kong hardtop alone, the risk is too great, but there was no time to think about it. Zhang Ming sensed that since he killed that guy, it was like poking a nest of hornets. There may be dozens of similar monsters that climbed onto his ship. And there are hundreds of similar monsters coming around. There are even many different types of powerful species. Okay, it's getting better. While Lao Zhang was highly excited, his mental state was still rational. I thought of several ways out, including but not limited to activating the source of the world. Sticking to the corner of the wall to deliberately lure these monsters to attack, escaping to the space-time worm, unlocking the seal, transforming into the space-time worm, and destroying this damn world. Of course, the last plan was just a casual thought in my heart, and it was absolutely impossible to unlock the seal. With these ways out, Zhang Ming created a high-intensity purple electric ball behind him and shouted loudly, Monsters, this extraordinary person accepts your challenge. Ha ha ha, if you escape one step, I will ride the king upside down. Admiral, we really fell into the abyss. There are countless abyss monsters around. In this large steamship, countless bearded men are shouting miserably and desperately. Report to the Admiral, one of our watertight compartments is flooded. The bearded man standing at the highest point screamed loudly. Why panic? The abyss is not without any chance of survival. Drain the water quickly and repair the cracks. The bells rang, and the bearded men on the ship were all on alert. May the god of machinery protect us. In the captain's room on the highest floor, a priest took out a few small gears and threw them gently. With a few ding-ding-dong sounds, the gears fell on the table. This is a special divination technique that can be used to predict good and bad luck. After seeing the result, the priest's face changed slightly, because this divination obviously foreshadowed some bad results, just as what happened in reality. They fell into the abyss, and the ship was not in good condition. On the other side, the Supreme Commander, the Admiral, was muttering to himself, the source of the world can last at least 2 months. In these 2 months, we can repair the perpetual motion machine and find the rules of this abyss. We will definitely be able to escape from here, the abyss, a terrifying place. Only some extremely ancient civilizations have a corresponding records, and there are only a few words. No one knows how the abyss was formed, and no one knows what is inside it because every abyss is different. Every abyss has its own will and rules. What kind of luck will make us fall into the abyss? Shut your mouth and repair our ship quickly. At the same time, be alert all around and don't let monsters flow in. On the steamship, a group of bearded men sighed. They have a sturdy figure, and the muscles on their arms are almost as thick as their thighs. This figure shows that they are taller than ordinary creatures. But fighting the abyss monster is obviously too much. Because these things are simply abnormal, no matter how powerful the giant ship cannon is, it is impossible to use it in the cabin. Therefore, just one monster brought the death of 112 crew members. Fortunately, this monster sneaked in before the source of the world was opened, and there should be no second one after it was destroyed. The bearded man in the lead, named Gondar, was the supreme commander of the steamship. He obviously knew that the situation was critical at the moment and the morale of the crew on the ship was low and needed encouragement. In the captain's office, he gave a speech to all the crew members through the loudspeaker. Gondar recalled the distant memories and explained, "Hello, comrades. Everyone knows the current situation. As far as I know, if you happen to enter the abyss, you are not doomed to die, because the abyss will spit out what it cannot digest. As long as we hold on until that day, we can return to the Sea of Demons. In addition, there are some wonders of heaven and irregular minerals in the abyss. These precious materials that the abyss cannot digest contain huge value. If we are lucky, we may be able to find tens of tons or even hundreds of tons. We will become the heroes of civilization. Our names will be remembered by history. The most important thing now is to unite as one and not be defeated by the difficulties in front of us. If there are some insurmountable difficulties, I will lead by example and be the first." The morale of the bearded men around was obviously lifted. Some of them even picked up telescopes to see the green and dark sea surface clearly. Maybe they can really find something? The preciousness of wonders of heaven and irregular minerals is self-evident. Their race has a special research on forging strange objects, and even their racial talents tend to forge strange objects. Under normal circumstances, finding a meteorite weighing hundreds of kilograms is a great fortune. Gondar continued on the radio, "Monsters in the abyss often follow certain rules. Under these rules, they will be strengthened dozens or hundreds of times, completely beyond the normal range, but outside the rules, they are not strong, and may even be weakened," he said decisively. "I am sure that in the battle just now, we have learned the rules of these monsters. First, it must take 3 steps with a thump. There are more monsters whose rules have not been figured out. No matter how you think about it, it's too difficult. In addition, the environment they are in is also very difficult, because the layer of green flames outside seems to be unsolvable. Unless they are lucky enough to find regular ore and make paint to cover the entire ship, they may be able to avoid the burning of this flame. This extraordinary person accepts your challenge." "Huh? What is talking?" Gondar frowned. As an admiral, his combat power is naturally the highest on this steamship. He heard an inexplicable sound coming from a long distance, vague and not very clear. "Is it the howl of a monster? If you take a step to escape, I will ride the king upside down." The howl of the monster is so complicated. It seems that it is not an ordinary creature. Gunder sighed in his heart and asked his assistant, a first mate named Tongba, can we find regular minerals in this abyss? Tongba shook his head, it's difficult. The density of these minerals is generally high, and most of them sink to the bottom of the sea. As far as I know, there is only one kind of irregular substance called obsidian, which has a lower density than water. The current ocean depth is about 2,000 meters, and mechanical operations are very difficult, and there are monsters at the bottom of the abyss. How can we salvage these things? What's more, we may not be able to withstand the pollutants at the bottom of the abyss. Chapter 215 Honggang people never give up. Gunder pondered for a moment and asked again, can we peel off the monster's skin to isolate the green fire from the outside world? Or, does their blood have the effect of isolating the green fire? Tongba said, after experiments, we found that their scales and fur can indeed isolate the green fire, but it must be relatively intact. As for blood, only active blood can have an isolating effect. Once the blood dries up, it will also burn, but where can we get so many monster skins? To cover this ship with them, we have to kill all the monsters in the abyss, right? What's more, without the protection of the source of the world, the monsters from the outside world will swarm in. How can we resist them? The invasion just now was just an accident, and as a result, this monster caused more than 100 casualties, which is enough to prove the horror of the abyss monsters. But the source of the world can only protect us for 2 months. After 2 months, at this point in the discussion, the bearded men fell silent. When the entire ship, plus more than 10,000 crew members, had only 2 months left to live, the heavy pressure surged into their hearts, and people couldn't help but feel a sense of self-abandonment. Gunder suddenly turned around and took out an item from the room. There are some of the items with no rules in the trade this time. Can you transform them into defensive items? At least 1 or 2 warriors should be protected from the erosion of the green fire. Then let these warriors salvage minerals in the water. He held a piece of metal with a mysterious golden luster in his hand. In the native language of the bearded people, it was called fine gold. This fist-sized piece of metal weighed more than 100 kilograms. The characteristic of fine gold is immune to supernatural powers. Its production is extremely low, and its texture is hard. It is a top-grade material for processing strange objects. This piece of fine gold was originally a trade item with the Peak civilization, but it was used here. It's also unpredictable. Gunder sighed. If it can save our lives, it can be regarded as useful. Admiral, this is a trade item with the Peak civilization, and now we use it directly. The first mate opened his mouth. I know. But if we die here, everything will be buried with us, and the High Council will not blame us. Gunder said in an undeniable tone, do you think this piece of refined gold is enough to make 1 or 2 defensive items? Enough. Enough. Several bearded men around nodded quickly, took the refined gold enthusiastically, and hurried to the laboratory. In the past, they would never have access to such high-end materials in their lives. Use it sparingly. Gunder found that something was wrong and hurriedly followed behind to remind him. A day passed quickly. They made several fully enclosed diving suits, which were coated with a thin layer of refined gold on the outside to isolate them from the erosion of green fire. The refined gold used was not too much. Gunder nodded, barely satisfied. But the question is again, who will go down to take the risk? It's a serious matter, and the environment outside is too dangerous. I decided to go to the water to salvage it myself. You don't have to persuade me. After all, there are only a few diving suits. Our tolerance rate is very limited, so we have to send strong people. Gunder stroked his beard and explained his last wishes. If I die, Tuangbin will act as the admiral. Even if you only have the last 2 months to live, don't give up hope of survival. We Honggang people should have the quality of steel. Even at the last step, we will never retreat, the senior officials in the room shouted. There was nothing to hesitate, and the action was soon implemented. There were a total of 2 people on the ship who broke through the 3 levels of human limit. In addition to Gunder himself, there was also a warrior named Renium. The 2 put on diving suits and walked to a small boat. It won't be worse. Gunder comforted himself. The boat was like a speedboat, not big in size, and some diving equipment was placed on it, all coated with a thin layer of refined gold. Soon, the 2 left the protection of the source of the world and entered the creepy green sea of fire. The whole world was on fire, but the temperature was a little chilly. The terrible abyss intended to burn everything in the world through this green fire. Remember one thing, within the rules, the abyss monsters are 10 or 100 times more powerful. Only outside the rules can we defeat them. Now, we only know that we can't be attacked from behind. Gundar's diving suit is very strange, like a turtle shell. The purpose is to prevent sneak attacks. I'm going to dive into the ocean now. You look at this ship. I understand, Ree, who is also wearing a turtle shell diving suit, said in a muffled voice. Gundar gritted his teeth and stared at the bottom of the sea woodenly. The vast horror of the deep sea came towards him. But he didn't have time to hesitate. He jumped into the water with a splash and kept swimming to the bottom of the water. His chest was blooming with bursts of fiery red light. It was a piece of heavenly wonders, and now it can only be used for lighting. A pair of looming eyes were peeking at him. Gundar was focused and just kept swimming down. It is said that they are extremely sensitive to the sight of intelligent life, and it is a good thing not to pay attention to them. Various pollutions at the bottom of the abyss are getting bigger. Even if the diving suit plated with fine gold can isolate most of the supernatural forces, the act of seeing alone has already brought horrible psychological pressure. The cold breath penetrated into the pores from all directions. The monster sleeping at the bottom seemed to be able to wake up at any time. The admiral, who was famous for his bravery and calmness, was facing an unprecedented psychological adjustment. At this moment, Ree, who was guarding the boat, was in trouble. A humanoid monster with green fire burning in its pupils and a height of only about 1.1 meters climbed onto the boat. The sound of dong 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 rang out, and Ree suddenly shuddered, recalled the rules of the monster's attack, and lay directly on the boat. The monster couldn't sneak attack the back, and after the third dong, it instantly appeared on his neck, with its eyes blooming with a dark green light, and a bloody mouth opened, revealing extremely sharp teeth. The diving suit, which was plated with a layer of fine gold, was immediately deformed by the bite. The monster let out a terrifying roar. Ree was very anxious. He shouted and punched the opponent in the forehead with his backhand. Bang! The monster was hit by a punch, and its forehead was deflated, but it was not seriously injured. Its eyes looked at the diving suit strangely. Who said that outside the rules, it is just an ordinary monster? Ree struggled hard, but he knew in his heart that the monster was indeed weakened in the frontal battle. Otherwise, he would have died in the previous blow and had no chance of survival. Suddenly, another mysterious voice came from afar. I am the Monkey King Sun Wukong. Ree was so scared that his soul flew away and cold sweat broke out all over his body, because the voice was very strange and was approaching quickly. This voice may mean another monster that does not know the rules. Ree increased the strength in his hand and picked up a sharp axe at will. The axe blade was shining with a sharp orange light. It was a weapon forged by the wonder of heaven. He had to deal with this one on the ship as soon as possible, and then pull the admiral up. Gundar was already close to his limit. The whispers in his mind were like ants crawling around, and the muscles all over his body showed signs of tingling. He knew that he could not go down any further. I need a better diving suit, but there was another voice deep in his heart. He had already dived 1,500 meters. In the last 500 meters, the pollution in the abyss would undergo some qualitative changes. Even with a better diving suit, he might not be able to dive to the deepest point. When he discovered this fact, even if his mind was strong, he could not avoid a sense of frustration. Well, let's go up first. It's already a very lucky thing that we didn't encounter monsters along the way. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, Gundar, who was floating up, felt his buttocks numb, as if something was sticking to him. He glanced at it with the corner of his eye, and was immediately frightened and his scalp numbed. It was a stone emitting green flames, which made a very terrifying sound. Gundar even had a series of weird hallucinations in his mind, a monkey standing upright, holding a stick and doing somersaults, shouting some inexplicable words. Gundar also knew that it was not uncommon to encounter any strange monster in the abyss. After all, this was the legendary abyss. No one knew how many kinds of monsters there were in the abyss. But in such a serious environment, a scene of a monkey popped up in his mind, which was too weird. He hurriedly used his hand to fiddle with the stone on his butt. As a result, the stone vibrated again and made a weird sound, which bitch dares to claim to be invincible, which bitch dares to say that he is undefeated. Gundar was a little nervous and pulled the stone hard. Shimima, do you know that abandoning Lord Shimima is equivalent to abandoning the whole world, Gundar? Shimima plagiarized the famous sayings of Emperor Zhang. Its poor imagination really couldn't create special pretentious quotes, so it was good to plagiarize some. This is the meeting of two worlds, do you understand? Idiot. However, after being scolded by it, Gundar calmed down. After all, He was the admiral of a steamship and had experienced many big scenes. No matter what, he had to float to the surface of the sea first. I can actually understand the language of this stone. Is it some kind of intelligent creature? Its whole body is burning with green flames. Is it really not a native creature here? Thinking of this, he felt an inexplicable sense of surprise. In addition, the stone was indeed just stuck to his buttocks and did not launch an attack. Gundar thought for a moment, and ignored this inexplicable stone and continued to sneak upwards. Chapter 216 The strongest one is dead. A moment later, the two bearded men of Hongang civilization fell into deep thought in front of a strange talking stone. Gundar's expression was very serious. He didn't know whether he should believe this stone. After all, it looked crazy and had a problem with its brain. It turns out that there are more than one civilization that was sucked into the abyss. In order to prevent the attack of unknown monsters, Gundar chose to lie directly on the deck, and Ree also lay beside him. The scene of the two strong men squeezed in the boat seemed a little subtle, but no matter what, leaning against the deck was the best way to defend. As for the blazing stone in front of him, it was indeed strange enough, and he kept saying some inexplicable words. We, the Monkey King's son Wukong, have practiced to the extreme, and can travel 108,000 miles with a somersault. I am the Emperor Shimama who leads the Monkey King group. What do you want to do here? What's your name? What is the purpose of this journey? Do you want to meet Zhang Dashan? What does it mean? Is this guy the monkey commander? Monkey civilization? Gundar pondered for a moment. As the commander of an old civilization, he had seen many intelligent civilizations. The appearance of intelligent races was really not a big deal. He turned on a communication device inside the diving suit and whispered, Ree, do you think it's a trap? But as far as I know, there seems to be no record of the birth of native intelligent creatures in the abyss. This guy is likely to have been swallowed in like us. Ree coughed twice. He looked at the burning stone and seemed a little confused. I always feel that this stone is a little weird. Listening to its words, I feel like it's crazy. And this language can have rules and generate illusions in the mind. It is obviously not an ordinary person. Do you mean to contact it? Gundar frowned slightly. What if that Zhang Dashan is a madman like the stone? Shimama was still nagging about how it taught monkeys and how to make them great sages, as if the experience of being a teacher was the most meaningful thing it had ever done in its life. Ree smiled bitterly and said, if it's just the two of us who go to contact the alien civilization and don't expose the base behind us, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Anyway, the current situation is a life or death situation, so we might as well think of other ways. Yeah, that makes sense. The pollution in the abyss below may exceed our strength. Gundar habitually wanted to stroke his beard, but was blocked by the diving suit. He couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. Mr. Shimama, can you understand what I'm saying? May I ask how many survivors are there in your civilization dispatch team? Shimama was very proud of the word Mr. In addition to Zhang Dashan, there is a turtle grandson, a dog, and me, a total of 4 lives. It originally wanted to brag about its record of slaying demons and exorcising monsters along the way, but it still held back. The great Emperor Shi, naturally knew what to say and what not to say. These two dwarf-like guys were hard to distinguish between good and evil, beauty and ugliness, and they looked pretty powerful, so it thought to itself that it would get familiar with them first and then find a way to torture these guys. Only 4 lives, in the minds of Gundar and Ree, this information was even more confusing. This was not the ocean of their hometown. And 4 lives were setting sail? What was going on? He swore that even the top civilization would not send 4 lives to the Sea of Demons. That was tantamount to seeking death. Gundar coughed twice. So this stone has gone completely crazy? It should be 4,000, or 40,000. Or, is it dead until only 4 strong men are left? Forget it, don't worry about it, go over and take a look, maybe I can pick up some garbage, soon. Gundar sent this message back to the captain's room. Everyone, the plan failed. I only dived to 1,500 meters, and there are still about 500 meters away from the bottom. I need a better diving suit to isolate the abyss pollution, so that I can find the regular minerals at the bottom of the abyss. Admiral, that's almost impossible. This diving suit is the product of the Golden Hammer Laboratory, and it is also plated with a layer of refined gold. Where can we make a better diving suit? The first mate said helplessly. The Golden Hammer Laboratory is the most outstanding laboratory in the civilization. How can the more than 10,000 people on their ship compare with the best scientific and technological personnel in civilization? Gundar naturally knew this inside, But there is another way. We may have found the existence of an alien civilization, that is, an alien civilization that has also fallen into the abyss. The crew of the other party may have gone crazy. Anyway, the situation is very strange. The two of us plan to go and take a look. The think tank on the ship discussed for a while, and sent a message, Admiral, the other party has gone crazy. I don't think it is a very strong civilization. What's the point of contact? Gondar smiled bitterly and shook his head. Since their ship was not burned by the fire of the abyss, what does it mean? The first reason is that they hid in the protection of the source of the world. Second, they mine irregular minerals. Anyway, either one is beneficial to us. It is a bit difficult for us to fight against the monsters in the abyss. Fighting against the same intelligent race, it should be. After all, he is a strong man who has broken through the 3 limits of human beings. He still has this confidence. Do you mean to rob? Our Hongyang civilization? Shut up, this is a relay between civilizations, Gondar said lightly. If the two of us die, you can only wish you good luck. He turned off the communication equipment. Turning around, he said to the black stone emitting ghost lights, Mr. Shimima, please lead the way ahead. We want to see the great sage. Shimima, who had unknowingly become an imperial soldier, excitedly led the way, while Gondar and Ri, back to back, rowed quickly with oars. In the current abyss, the back must not be exposed, otherwise the monster's strength will instantly become 10 times stronger, and even strong men like them who have broken through the 3 levels of the human limit will be killed instantly. While Gondar was rowing, he wanted to get some words from Shimima. For example, the strongest person in civilization. This is one of the most intuitive indicators to measure the degree of development of civilization. Generally speaking, the distribution of talents in civilization is distributed in the form of a pyramid, with a large number of grassroots personnel, a smaller number of human limits, and then the first bottleneck, the second bottleneck, the third bottleneck, and then the illusory spiritual limit. The population distribution of these layers must decrease in sequence. Since it is extremely difficult to break through each bottleneck, it requires a lot of hard work and sweat from researchers, so basically there will be no leaps and bounds. The peak combat power is of course Xuanwu. Shimima said some irrelevant words, but Xuanwu is dead and will never come back. As he spoke, he became sad. Is Xuanwu a name? The strongest one is dead. Gondar's face twitched a few times. It seemed that the survival status of the other civilization was not very good. Since there was no more information, he could only comfort him kindly, don't worry too much. For a civilization, as long as there is a strongest person who appears and explores the way forward. In the long history, there will always be more amazing geniuses, even step on the shoulders of the predecessors, and go to the next level. The sad Shimima agreed deeply. He decided to seize the time after returning to train that turtle grandson and let him go to the next level. According to reports from frontline reporters, our unmanned detectors have already detected an alien civilization that has stayed in the Demon Sea to collect minerals. They look like snakes walking upright, with scales all over their bodies, hands, and their bodies swimming forward. When standing upright, they are about 2 meters tall. There are a total of 6 large sailing ships, each with a displacement of approximately 50,000 tons, and 18 other small boats of 1,000 tons. The active population is 40,000. We named it the Snake Civilization. The Snake Civilization discovered our high-altitude detectors and sent a bird creature to capture the high-altitude drone, but the other party did not destroy the drone, and seemed to have some understanding of the creations of technological civilization, and expressed a willingness to communicate in front of the camera. Remote communication between the two sides is ongoing. Our military experts believe that the other party is a civilization that is good at manipulating mutant creatures. We have discovered a giant snake hidden in the deep sea that seems to be controlled by this civilization. Zhang Ming leaned against the wall, sitting next to the radio, feeling a little nervous. A wooden ship with a displacement of 50,000 tons. Is this an ancient civilization? It's on the same level as an aircraft carrier, and there are mutant creatures. Can humans live in harmony with a snake civilization? I don't know why Zhang Ming heard this broadcast, and he was even more nervous than when he fell into the current ghost place. He was so nervous that his hair stood up. Because if things like external contact are not handled well, humans may be extinct. In his restlessness, Lao Zhang stood up and moved along the wall bit by bit. The monster corpses on the sailboat were piled up like a hill. There may be more than 1,000, and the strong smell of blood came towards him. This is the result of his killing in the past 3 days. In a short while, The surrounding monsters were slaughtered cleanly, and nothing climbed onto the boat anymore. But Zhang Ming also paid a heavy price for it. Several huge blood holes appeared on his shoulders and arms, all of which were caused by the monsters that teleported over and attacked from behind. Bright red blood flowed out from the blood hole. A mysterious force of rules covered the wound, reducing the speed of blood coagulation recovery by several levels. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217. There may be extraordinary people on the ship. Zhang Ming took a deep breath and activated his blood coagulation regeneration constitution to speed up his recovery. By the way, he summarized the combat experience of the past 3 days. These monsters generally have the ability to backstab. Some particularly powerful types can actually break the defense of King Kong. Rule monsters are really terrifying. In addition, I don't know why, their abilities are generally impossible to learn. He took out a bone knife, chopped off the tail of a scorpion monster viciously, took out the venom gland, and roasted the tail in the flames for a while. After a while, green smoke came out of the tail. The scorpion meat was purple and black, and was full of mushroom-like spots. It was not something that could be eaten. He bit the bullet and took a small bite. Damn, it's so disgusting. The fishy smell was very strong, and it had a strange smell of plastic. After taking a bite of the meat, Zhang Ming felt a burning sensation on the tip of his tongue, as if it was burned by a fierce fire. He quickly reacted and cursed in his heart, "This meat is poisonous and will make people mutate." But as an old foodie who had eaten the flesh and blood of the demon god, Zhang Ming had already developed a series of defensive methods. The ability of toxin resistance is fully activated. Then, he used Vajra inside his mouth, and the light like a golden needle, like a filter, wrapped up the large pieces of monster meat and released it bit by bit. Finally, he activated his innate ability attribute conversion, slowly absorbed the monster meat, and converted it into the energy needed by the body. No matter how strong the monster meat is, it can't compare to the flesh and blood of the demon god. Right, after this, the whole body was sweating and the clothes were soaked. But hard work pays off. A strong spirit surged out of the stomach and moisturized the whole body. A scorpion tail actually brought a full 4 points of attributes. 3 meals a day, wouldn't it be 12 points? Zhang Ming was delighted. Although this thing tasted terrible, he still imagined that it was a delicacy from the mountains and the sea, which made him feel better. He quickened his eating speed. "I have lost a lot of life in the crazy fighting these days. It's time to make up for it." The radio continued to broadcast. After long-distance communication, the translator for this civilization exchange is Ms. Jenny Bass. She has special language abilities in hypermnesia. She will learn the other party's language within a week. After that, Comrade Wang Fuman will lead the diplomatic team to communicate with the Snake civilization. The expert team believes that the specific coordinates of the Earth world should be kept secret from alien civilizations. As long as the location of the Earth is not exposed, humans are generally safe. Some military experts said that a more powerful army should be sent to launch a military exercise to deter the alien civilization. Others believe that they should remain friendly and optimistic. After all, the other party did not launch a rash attack, and it is not wise to rashly expose their military trump cards. In today's world, the changes in the thoughts of human society are particularly drastic, Li Xianfeng said in his slightly hoarse voice, according to an online poll of a media outlet. 34.4% of netizens think that snake people are too ugly and hope to go to war with them and destroy their civilization. Although this statement is not realistic, it is very popular in societies of various countries, and there are even beautiful landscapes such as demonstrations and marches. According to expert analysis, this cultural phenomenon has emerged because the uniqueness of human beings as intelligent creatures has been challenged, and their self-confidence has suffered a serious setback. In the past, there was only one intelligent race on Earth, humans, and humans were the natural overlords of the Earth. Now there are more intelligent species comparable to humans, so instinctive hostility has emerged among human groups. Sociologists call this trend of thought human racism or human supremacy. Internet users governing the country is a disaster, Zhang Ming sneered. A bunch of scumbags are still engaged in racism. What a fucking mob. 18.9% of netizens believe that once the snake people invade the Earth, they will surrender immediately. This is another extreme of human racism, reverse racism. They believe that humans are an inferior civilization and should be saved by other civilizations. Is this the kneeling party? Zhang Ming sneered again. Although he insulted humans every day, it was just because he hated iron for not being able to make steel. It had nothing to do with kneeling, and he would not lose confidence and let other races save him. Only 11.3% of netizens think that they should focus on current interests. It is meaningless to judge a civilization by beauty and ugliness. The rest of the people think that we should not contact the snake people. Fortunately, the issue of netizens governing the country did not really happen. The upper echelons of human beings are basically rational types. It's just a little public opinion, which can't change anything. No matter what, humans have taken the step. Zhang Ming thought to himself, I hope everything goes well. The weirdness and madness of this demon sea are beyond imagination. No matter how powerful a civilization is, it may not be able to protect itself. It's also a good thing to communicate early. Cooperation is a win-win choice. After finishing his dinner, he applied some irregular paint on himself, closed his eyes and rested, taking every opportunity to rest. The wound on his back was slowly healing. The wound that originally took only half an hour to recover has now been extended to 6 hours. In order to prevent monsters from teleporting over and backstabbing him, Zhang Ming not only stayed close to the wall, but also brought Xiao Bei's ancestral tortoise shell. Well, the defense ability of this tortoise shell is indeed very high, but sometimes it hinders movement. It feels strange to be a turtle hermit. As for Hao Zhen's Xiao Bei, he threw them into the storage space of the big shell. Suddenly, he heard a splashing sound of paddling, as if something was approaching. Are new monsters coming again? Zhang Ming was not in a hurry, but just closed his eyes and listened carefully. His super high perception gave him the ability to distinguish objects with his ears. The ubiquitous sound waves outlined vague images in the distance, two very broad humanoid creatures, paddling, crossing the deep green ocean. In front of the boat, there was a piece of stone, rolling on the water to lead the way. Zhang Ming was shocked and a little surprised. It turned out that Shimama brought guests. It really found that civilization. For some reason, Zhang Ming himself had a sense of accustomed to contacting foreign civilizations. Maybe it was because he had already contacted many civilizations, two of which had disappeared, the Yanjiao civilization and the Blue Crystal civilization, and the three-tailed monkey that still existed, which could also be considered civilizations, right? As the saying goes, the first time is new, the second time is familiar. As for this civilization being the fourth one, it's nothing strange. On the contrary, the behavior of human civilization contacting foreign races made him tremble with fear, and he couldn't wait to know what happened next. No matter what, this is the first step of human civilization. Zhang, will take the lead. Zhang Ming stood up from the corner, cut off another monster tail, and continued to grill and eat. Only when he was full did he have the strength to continue working. Be careful, there is a boat ahead, and there is indeed a civilization, but why is there only such a small boat? Gundar paddled, and the red stone on his chest glowed dimly. The strange stone in front was still leading the way, and some bird sounds came out of its mouth. Ha ha ha, I haven't seen Bird Mama for a long time. I don't know if it is still alive. Ha 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 ha, let it know the strength of my grandson. The stone started to go crazy again. Not only Gundar, but another warrior, Ri, was also a little frightened. The closer he got to the boat, the more he felt that there was a great terror hidden in front. The sixth sense was warning frantically. As a strong man who had broken through the three limits of human beings, he was very confident in his sixth sense. What's even more strange is that he didn't even encounter a monster along the way, but only smelled a sour smell, which came from the breath of the monster. A terrifying possibility occurred in his mind. A powerful existence cleared all the monsters in this area with personal force. Suddenly, he was a little scared. The stone once said that there were only 4 living things on the ship. At that time, they thought that the stone was crazy and had a mental disorder. But now, if the situation is true, and the surrounding monsters are cleared, there may be extraordinary people on the ship, Gundar said in a suppressed and somewhat dazed voice in the communication device. It was the fear of unknown power. The term extraordinary is as old as abyss. In fact, the number of extraordinary people is even rarer than the survivors who escaped from the abyss. In the cognition of the Honggang people, even the illusory peak civilization is difficult to give birth to a true extraordinary person. Because exceeding the limits of mortals always requires a price. Or lifespan, or perhaps reason. To control the power beyond the limit, you must pay a price. Therefore, the lifespan of many extraordinary people is often lower than that of spiritual limiters, and they will die in a few years. In addition, there are always people who think that their willpower is so strong that they can tame the violent, strong idealistic rules, but in the end, their souls are often occupied by madness and violence. Therefore, most of the extraordinary people are crazy. Gundar swallowed his saliva, and his heart was so nervous that it almost jumped out of his chest. They can face the monsters of the abyss, after all. Monsters follow their own rules, but no one knows what will happen in the future when facing a madman. Zhang Dashan, is he on the boat? Yes. Don't you want to see the great sage? Shimima asked puzzledly. Don't you want to visit me, Lord Shimima? It's not impossible. But Lord Shimima is a little tired, and I want to sleep after I go back, so you have to wait for 3 days and 3 nights. Once Shimima falls asleep, he will sleep until he is comfortable. As for the guests, wait. Receiving guests is not as important as sleeping. Shimima has been thinking this way from beginning to end. Instead, Gundar took a deep breath, and his muscles were tense. It seems that Zhang Dashan is a transcendent. Chapter 218. Is this extraordinary person crazy? Why is there a superhuman here? And he is almost alone. This doesn't make sense. Even if a superhuman goes to the Sea of Demons, there should be a huge ship. How could it be such a small ship? Gundar racked his brains and could only think of one reason: crazy. Yes, this Zhang Dashan is crazy. A certain unknown powerful civilization exhausted the efforts of several generations to create a crazy superhuman. In desperation, they could only exile the crazy superhuman to the Sea of Demons. Then, the superhuman who was to be exiled was swallowed by the abyss and met them, the Hongang people. This is the most reasonable explanation. His comrade Renium obviously thought of this as well, and whispered, Admiral, do we still need to board the ship? Of course we need to board. Gundar was in a dilemma at this moment, and coughed twice. If the extraordinary is willing to find irregular ores for us, wouldn't the problem be solved? Now we have no choice. We can only pray that he is not so crazy. At least this stone can communicate, and maybe he can communicate himself. Renium sighed and glanced at the axe and spear placed beside him. I understand. Both of them are top-level strongmen who have broken through the 3 limits of human limits, but facing the terrifying existence of the extraordinary humanoid weapons, they are like a few bugs jumping higher. The real extraordinary must be killed by weapons of mass destruction, that is, being hit by the main gun on the steamship. The two hesitated in their hearts, but the movement of paddling in their hands did not stop. After a moment, their boat finally arrived at the destination. Gundar stared at the black ship motionlessly. In his sixth sense, there was a terrifying life form hidden in the cabin. The life form exuded its murderous aura wantonly, which was terrifying. It is definitely at the level of a superhuman, and it is also proficient in killing. Gundar carefully looked at the various creations on the sailboat. His muscular face was like a stone statue: buckets, fishing rods, canvas, and what was that thing? A sculpture? Most of the objects were protected by a layer of gray-black paint, and green fires spread from time to time, but soon these green fires went out because there was nothing to burn. Gundar was shocked. This is an irregular mineral. Has he found an irregular mineral? Or is it that the civilization that exiled the superhuman was so extravagant that it used irregular substances to paint a layer of paint? No, it's impossible. It must have been newly painted. Comrade Shimima rolled onto the sailboat. Full of fear and uneasiness, Gundar now felt that the originally nervous stinky stone had become somewhat amiable, and could not help but ask aloud, Excuse me, Mr. Shimima, how is the mental state of the extraordinary master? Shimima found that the attention of this group of dwarves was all focused on Emperor Zhang, but not on Shimima, so he naturally shouted impatiently, My mental state is very good. I, Shimima, am also an extraordinary person. Isn't it just a strong rule? I have mastered it. Gundar had a bitter face and said, I didn't ask you, I asked that person. But he didn't dare to ask any more. After hesitating for a long time, he bit the bullet and jumped. With a bang, he jumped onto the deck, but he stepped on a monster corpse with its tongue hanging down to its belly button and slipped directly. No matter what, he was still a strong man. He quickly adjusted his body shape and used the glowing gem on his chest to look around. His pupils dilated slightly, and he got goosebumps immediately. Corpses are everywhere. All of them exuded an astonishing and terrifying atmosphere. Sure enough, all the monsters in the sea area were slaughtered by the extraordinary people. Gundar naturally knew what this scene meant and clenched the hammer in his hand. They raced just like the powerful hammer weapon. But obviously, this hammer could not bring a little sense of security. Then, driven by some kind of intuition, he saw a gray humanoid creature in one of the rooms, biting a scorpion's tail crazily. He is actually eating abyssal creatures. He ate it. He ate it happily. Gundar's pupils dilated. Even though he had experienced many scenes, he was still frightened by this scene that violated common sense and got goosebumps all over his body. Any normal life that eats the flesh and blood of abyssal creatures will produce serious mutations, including mental illnesses, without exception. Of course, Gundar didn't know whether there were any exceptions for the extraordinary people. Anyway, no matter what, the unpalatable abyssal creatures are ranked first. A piece of flesh and blood of an abyss creature, placed under the sun, even dung beetles and flies won't eat it, and even bacteria instinctively hate these things. Don't move first, don't irritate him, I understand. The gray humanoid creature ate even more crazily, and began to wolf it down. The two Hongang people just stayed there, neither advancing nor retreating, and soon they were sweating profusely. Hesitation surged into their hearts. I don't know why, while they were terrified, they seemed to be relieved. This suddenly appeared extraordinary person really had something wrong with his brain, which was too right. How about waiting for a while and throwing the monster's tongue over? What are you doing? Come in. Shimama saw the two people motionless, and couldn't help but curse, standing there like a fool. This guy is really rude. After all, Emperor Zhang Ming himself has also been ridiculed by Shimama. Now what's wrong with the two dwarves? What's wrong with the guests? They still have to curse. This sentence, in the ears of the two Hongang people, had a different meaning. It led us in Gundar even thought of a more bizarre possibility. This black stone, could it be the clone of a transcendent? Transcendents mastered the strong idealistic rules, and their methods naturally surpassed the scope of mortals. In particular, the soul level has undergone a qualitative change. Gundar had heard that some transcendents, at the moment of madness, condensed their last sanity into clones as a last resort. Some transcendents were able to forcibly seize and replace a body. According to the different strong rules they control, their abilities are naturally different. What did he let us go in for? The tension and uneasiness in his heart reached the extreme. Fortunately, Gundar was an admiral who had experienced a lot of crises and terrors. He was promoted step by step through his achievements and merits. His experience was far beyond the reach of those who had connections. He quickly comforted himself that although the stone was crazy, fortunately he could still communicate, and perhaps the situation was not as bad as he imagined. Since we are here, we should make the best of it. He tried to speak. Hello, sir. I come from the Hongang civilization. My name is Gundar, and I am very presumptuous to board your ship. The voice of the Hongang people was muffled, and it sounded very dull through a thick layer of protective clothing. Are you talking about polite words? Zhang Ming was eating scorpion tails there, so he naturally didn't understand the language of these two people. His scorpion meat had just been roasted, so he couldn't waste it, right? So he could only wolf it down and eat it quickly. As a result, this gluttonous action seemed to scare the two guests. In addition, Shimama began to abuse the guests, so Lao Zhang glared at him unceremoniously. Shut up and speak politely, I won't translate, Shimama shouted loudly, shaking wildly. Zhang Ming did not hesitate and immediately admitted his mistake. Emperor Shi, I beg you to use your great spiritual language to build a bridge of friendship between humans and this unknown civilization. The turning point of mankind lies in your thoughts. Emperor Shi knew that Lao Zhang was talking nonsense, but he just fell for it. After a while, he was flattered and trembling all over. The two guests were shocked again when they saw this scene, and one of them even took 2 steps back. The tension and anxiety were about to come out of them. Ahem, Zhang Ming cleared his throat. He felt that he was still very amiable, but he was just painted with a layer of black paint. Was it so scary? However, when he saw the pile of corpses on the deck, with all kinds of intestines and brains splashing everywhere, Zhang Ming understood that this could not be blamed on me, but on those monsters. It's impossible to clean it now, so just make do with it. Of course, as the host, Zhang Ming still understood the corresponding etiquette, and quickly activated the protection function of the origin of the world, and a layer of light water ripples wrapped the sailboat. He pointed to the stool in the room and motioned them to sit down. Then, Zhang Ming opened the big shell again, and saw Xiao Bei and Heoj sleeping soundly, and smiled. You guys are sleeping soundly? Rummaging through the boxes and cabinets, he found a large oil lamp, which contained some kind of monster grease. Purple lightning flashed, and after the oil lamp was lit, it emitted an extremely bright light. Is this the protection of the origin of the world? Gunther was surprised. This extraordinary person actually has the origin of the world in his hands. The origin of the world is a strategic level resource, and the annual output of a world is very rare. But if you think about it carefully, it's not surprising. He is an extraordinary person. Extraordinary people are much rarer than the origin of the world. What's more, this extraordinary person seems to be in a rational state. At least he is rational at the moment. A tiny glimmer of hope surged in Gunther's heart. He took a step forward and whispered into the communication device, he signaled for us to sit down. I'm going into that room. If I am killed instantly, I hope you can jump off the boat and escape as soon as possible, and notify the base camp not to contact this extraordinary being. I understand, said very seriously. Chapter 219. This is an offense. This is an encounter between people, and also an encounter between civilizations. Perhaps this encounter is inconspicuous in the sea of demons, but it is indeed the first time for humans. Zhang Ming, one step ahead, came into contact with the intelligent civilization outside the domain. One step ahead of the Earthlings. There is still some joy in his heart. Of course, the previous group of monkeys is not counted. The three-tailed monkeys are at most a primitive tribe. They are too weak. For humans, there is actually no value in contact. But the civilization in front of him is different. The other party has a serious technological system. The steel giant ship that was glimpsed at a glance means that the other party's technology is actually not weak. Facing this historical scene, Zhang Ming's heart was beating wildly, thinking about whether he should say hello, shake hands or bow or something. There must be some etiquette, right? The two short and fat humanoid creatures were wearing gold-plated fully enclosed protective suits, but their specific appearance could not be seen clearly. They were only about 1.6 to 1.7 meters tall, and the width of their shoulders was almost the same as their height. Although the current environment is very bad, although the other party seems to be a little trembling, meeting is fate. Let's ask them first if they know some information, and then find ways to cooperate further. Zhang Ming thinks that he is a very gentle and kind person. He never bullies the weak, and basically helps with any small favors he can. He never destroys the ecological environment. After all, God is kind-hearted. Even if he encounters particularly precious natural resources, he will not take them all. Zhang Ming quickly remembered something, and suddenly realized that he scooped some water from the water tank and washed his face. This face covered with irregular paint is like a monster, and it really can't stand guests. Gunther swallowed his saliva and watched the other party washing his face. He knew that the other party's face was painted with irregular minerals, which can effectively prevent the erosion of green fire. Such a precious thing was washed like this? Admiral, the voice of his companion came from the headset. With the protection of the source of the world, it's okay even if you take off your helmet. Gunther vaguely understood what this extraordinary person meant. I have washed off such precious paint, you can't continue to wear a helmet. He gritted his teeth and pressed a button on his clothes. With a swish sound, he took off the helmet on his head. The humanoid creature in front of him was very strong, with distinct facial muscles and slight wrinkles, 2 eyes, a nose, a mouth, and lush fiery red hair and beard. It must be said that their beards are very distinctive, like braids, hanging down to the chest. Zhang Ming thought that this guy looked a bit like a dwarf in a fantasy story, and carefully selected a stool for him to sit down. This stool is not an ordinary item, but a trophy made from the shell of a powerful monster after he hunted it. Oops! But the moment Zhang Ming handed over the shell stool, he regretted it faintly. Because the shell stool was used by Xiaobei for cultivation. The hostility on the stool will constantly interfere with Xiaobei's mind, so sitting on this stool can continuously temper his mental resistance. Of course, this kind of interference is useless to Zhang Ming. So over time, he forgot about it. But Zhang Ming was embarrassed to speak, because this bearded man had already sat on the shell stool. His face was a little serious and a little dazed, and his eyes looked around from time to time. What is this? Is it a show of power? Or something else? Gunther knew that there was something wrong with this stool. The first time he got it, he knew that this stool was made of the body material of a powerful creature. As a civilization specializing in the forging of strange objects, the Honggang civilization has very detailed information. As an admiral, he identified the rarity level of this material at a glance. It was probably a level 3 material, which was pretty good. But there was no way. The extraordinary person in a half-crazy state asked him to sit, so he had to sit. Once the extraordinary person was angered, the consequences would be disastrous. At that time, not only he would die, but also the ship behind him and tens of thousands of crew members would lose their chance to survive. Gundar moved the stool under his butt without hesitation. A crazy anger surged up from the coccyx. This level of mental pressure was not too strong and was acceptable. Gundar endured the needle-like feeling on his butt and talked to Zhang Ming nervously. He covered his chest with one hand and lowered his head slightly. Respected extraordinary, hello. We are the ocean-going expedition team of Hongang civilization. The purpose of this expedition is to visit the peak civilization of the killing demon god. It's just unfortunate that our steamship was swallowed by the abyss and 12,000 people were trapped here. We are currently protected by the source of the world and our lives are safe, but we can't hold on for too long. Gundar didn't play any tricks. This extra seemed to be in a sober state at the moment, and there was a stone helping to translate, which was already the best result. He was more worried that the other party would suddenly go crazy. At that time, even if he played 100 or 1,000 tricks, it would be meaningless. So he quickly introduced himself, described the current difficulties, and appropriately put forward a small request. Their fleet wanted some irregular minerals. Under the protection of the source of the world, we can still hold on for a while. Once the source of the world is exhausted, the green fire outside will devour our ships. Zhang Ming fell into deep thought. The content described by this bearded man contained a lot of information. Is the peak civilization the blue crystal civilization? But the blue crystal civilization is gone. Seeing that the other party sat on the stool safely, with a needle-like look, Zhang Ming hesitated to speak. After a moment of consideration, he slowly said, several guests from afar, it's no problem for me to help you salvage irregular minerals, but what can I gain? Although he has an entire demon heart of irregular minerals that is larger than a mountain. But it must be said that the so-called irregular minerals are also divided into grades. Just like the various materials in materials science, iron, as the most common metal, is widely used in various occasions, but iron has defects and is prone to rust and aging, so stronger steel was born, but in some special occasions, such as aircraft engines and rocket engines, the strength of steel is still not enough, so more expensive alloys appear. If the alloy is still not enough, graphene and carbon nanotubes are born. His demon heart is naturally the highest level of irregular material. It is impossible to give it to this group of Hongang people for no reason, and from a safety perspective, he cannot trade it out. So Zhang Ming plans to really fish a piece out of the water instead of using his demon heart. What's the gain for me, seeing that this extraordinary person is so easy to talk to? Gundar was overjoyed. Even Renium, who was eavesdropping outside the room, couldn't help holding his breath, and a desire to survive jumped out from the depths of his heart. But for a while, they really couldn't think of anything particularly good that could make the extraordinary person excited. Suddenly, Gundar thought of something, clapped his hands vigorously, and said loudly, the fountain of life. There is a fountain of life in our cabin, which is a gift to the peak civilization. It can effectively improve your spirit. To reduce mental madness Gundar swallowed his saliva, and in order to reduce stimulation, he did not say anything more. This fountain of life comes from the green tree civilization. Even if ordinary creatures drink it, it can increase their lifespan by a small amount, 10 to 20 years. It's just a pity that 300 years ago, we got the news that the world of the green tree civilization may have been destroyed by hunters from a certain world. So this fountain of life is likely to be the only one in the world. Zhang Ming frowned slightly. Is it useful to improve the spirit value? I am in a very good mental state. But things that can improve lifespan are indeed good things. Whether it is his family, the aging blog, or the Earth Research Institute far away, they all need a copy. But no matter how you think about it, this reward is still too little. Irregular minerals are good things worth 1,000 gold in any civilization. The Blue Crystal Civilization recorded in its archives that in their thousands of years of history, they have only found 192.2 tons of irregular minerals, less than 200 tons. And the craftsman Guangzizi of the Yanjiao civilization sighed all day long. If there were more irregular minerals, his craftsmanship would definitely be able to reach a higher level. So let's not talk about this life-saving job. Just selling these minerals in the outside world will cost more than the price of a fountain of life. Seeing that the other party frowned and didn't speak, Gundar was extremely nervous. He also knew that the reward he proposed was not proportional, But this fountain of life should be what the other party urgently needs. The communicator in his arms buzzed a few times. It was the rhenium waiting outside who sent some information. Wait? Gunter suddenly realized that he seemed to be blackmailing a superhuman. Did he want to use a fountain of life to squeeze labor because the other party was not in a good mental state? Obviously, this was an offense. All of a sudden, cold sweat broke out all over his body. Gunter gritted his teeth and tried to make up for his mistake. Dear sir, we are a civilization that excels in forging rare objects. We have a very long history and have come into contact with many civilizations. If you are interested, you can go to our cabin and choose a suitable reward. Ree, standing outside the room, was a little anxious and couldn't help but say, Admiral. Chapter 220. Thank you, Your Excellency. This plan is very risky. A superhuman entering the protection range of the source of the world is much more threatening than a monster. The combat power of a superhuman can kill everyone. Gunter was silent and did not speak. He smiled bitterly in his heart. How could I not know this? But now I can't come up with bargaining chips when I ask someone to do something. What can I do? Can't I watch the whole ship being swallowed by green fire after the source of the world is exhausted? This is the only chance. Zhang Ming looked at the guy's expression and lamented in his heart. Poor Honggang people, they went to visit some peak civilization, but that peak civilization didn't exist at all. The warehouse was opened again, allowing me to choose the spoils, which shows that the situation is really critical to the extreme. Is a good man with noble morals. Lao Zhang knows the principle of quit when you are ahead. After all, he has been alone for so many years and is actually eager to socialize. He also wants to go on board to see if there are any beautiful girls of different races. The one in front of him should be a male creature, right? If it is a female, then cough cough, it won't cost a piece of meat to help a little. I can help you find minerals. He tried to speak in a gentle tone. Are the bodies of these monsters useful to you? If they are, I can sell them to you at a low price. The two Honggang people were stunned. The flesh and bones of the abyss monsters are extremely difficult to use, because the idealistic rules in them have a special bias and are extremely chaotic. Gunter thought for a while and felt that this extraordinary person might be testing the technical strength of the Honggang people. Or was he forcing a sale? He thought of some key points and could only bite the bullet and said vaguely, we will find a way to use it, and then we will make a set of armor and give it to you. Zhang Ming nodded. Then it's settled. You go back to your ship first, and I will go to the bottom of the sea to look for irregular minerals. After finding the minerals, you will give the corresponding rewards, and then take me on board to have a look. Is it that simple? The negotiation was successful. Gunter felt very magical, and subconsciously touched the beard on his chin, and his mind was a little confused. He didn't know whether this decision was right or wrong. Anyway, there was no other choice at this point. This might be an unprecedented magical day. On the day of desperation, they suddenly met a very easy-to-talk, resolute and extraordinary person. Presumably, the compatriots of this extraordinary person are also very energetic, highly efficient, and never slack off at work. Only in this way can the entire civilization cultivate true extraordinary people. Then he reacted, restrained his emotions, and put on his diving helmet. Thank you, sir. Do you want me to escort you? No, no, no. We still have the ability to row back. Our boat is in that direction, protected by the source of the world, so we can't see it for the time being. Zhang Ming watched the two guys rowing away, and was a little worried that they would be killed by monsters. But it was obvious that the other party was still a little wary, so he could only give up for the time being. Seeing the two Honggang people gradually moving away from sight, it seemed that there was no big problem. It seems that they are not too weak and can fight quite well. Zhang Ming didn't waste any words. He directly carried his big shell with almost all his belongings in it and jumped into the water with a plop. The overwhelming darkness was coming towards him. The sea water from the abyss might be -60 degrees, extremely cold, but strangely, the sea water did not freeze. A layer of light golden light appeared on the surface of his skin, isolating the cold from the outside world. Zhang Ming sank quickly, and there were rustling whispers in his mind. The deep sea is really a terrifying place. There is no light, no sound, only a sense of depression that is so vast that it is unimaginable. When a small and pitiful existence enters the vast and unimaginable darkness, it will involuntarily produce a sense of loss, not knowing where it is or where it should go, as if everything is meaningless. The so-called I must merge with the thick darkness. This fatal feeling of being lost was much stronger than the feeling of being a lost man. Zhang Ming had to use up more mental energy to overcome the panic that was growing in his heart. Burning Soul, he activated the Burning Soul for 1 second, and with a flash of red light, he could see many things at the bottom of the abyss. There were many unknown life forms sleeping on the seabed, some as big as mountains, and some as big as houses. Each of them gave him a vague sense of crisis. To fight against the rule monsters in this place, I have to activate at least 4 times the Burning Soul. I'd better not provoke them. The deeper he swam, the more cold and tingling his skin felt. The rustling feeling of being lost became stronger and stronger, and it was already to the point where he had to activate the Burning Soul to persist. Zhang Ming had a vague suspicion that the composition of the seawater at the bottom of the abyss might be subtly different, because the temperature here had risen to about -10 degrees Celsius, which was actually quite mild compared to the water temperature above. He couldn't help but have some associations. The nutrients produced by the burning of green fire provide these abyss creatures, while the rule monsters outside are like immune cells, responsible for eliminating stubborn elements like us. As for the exit of the abyss, where is it? There is a layer of dark black mud on the seabed. According to the 2 Honggang people, this mud is called abyss pollution. They are pure chaos products and cannot be digested by the abyss. There are naturally some uses for this thing. For example, it can be used as a weapon to pollute the enemy. Most of the equipment will be scrapped immediately once it is contaminated with abyss pollution. The flesh of life will be deformed even if it is a strong one, and the weak will die immediately. Only these monsters buried in it seem to regard this place as their home. Or take some pollution back? Anyway, the Honggang people are not so anxious to hold on for a few weeks, right? Zhang Ming's heart was eager to pick up garbage. Since he came here, it would be a pity not to pick up some local specialties. However, this abyss pollution is indeed difficult to preserve, and conventional substances can be easily assimilated. Zhang Ming didn't want to store it in the location of the demon's heart. After all, there were a lot of local specialties there. If a little pollutant splashed out and assimilated other local specialties, he wouldn't even have time to cry. He suddenly thought, I can make a few sealed containers. Thinking of this, Zhang Ming swam back to his boat and found that the 2 Honggang people were very far away. After searching for a long time, he didn't find a particularly large container. With his character of picking up garbage, he would have to dig hundreds of tons of abyss pollutants. Zhang Ming had to jump off the boat again and chase in the direction where the Honggang people left. I'll go find those Honggang people and borrow some large containers. Gonder and Ri were rowing the boat. The feeling of relief was so wonderful that the 2 even had the leisure to chat about other things. What do you think the irregular material on his boat is? It's hard to tell. But there are thousands of materials in the world, and there are many things we don't know. Ri was cautious and vigilant around. Which category should the materials of the abyss monsters be classified into? If they can be developed and utilized, I think they should be classified into the top 3 categories. If they cannot be developed, then they are useless and cannot even be ranked in the bottom 3 categories. The study of exotic materials is the most popular topic among Honggang people. As long as we talk about this topic, we drink and brag together, and talk about the best materials we have found in our lives. Any contradiction can be resolved. There are thousands of exotic materials. According to their rarity and use value, Honggang people divide them into 10 levels. Levels 1-3 are lower, levels 4-6 are intermediate, and levels 7-9 are upper. In addition, there are level 10 materials, the crown level. The lowest level irregular materials are all level 5. The exotic objects of heaven are basically level 7-9, which is also the upper level. Fine gold is a level 9 material. As for above fine gold, there is also a substance called eternal fine gold, which is the crown level. I always think that his black paint is a bit attractive, Ri added. I'm talking about the paint on his ship, haha. Even if it's the best stuff, you don't dare to rob it. The green flames on the ocean are like cold ghost fires, and the surrounding thick fog has a hint of cold corrosiveness. However, it is different from the beginning. With a promise of the extraordinary, their ship is saved. But what makes them headache is that the arrival of an extraordinary obviously exceeds their reception capacity. Moreover, they don't know the other party's cultural customs, so it is inevitable that there will be some deficiencies in etiquette. Don't worry, the extraordinary is still sober now. After he drinks the fountain of life, he will be sober for a long time. Gonder comforted his companions. I don't feel his malice, but I think he has a feeling of loneliness. Alice, being exiled by civilization is indeed a very lonely thing. That's true, Ri nodded silently. The extraordinary must master the rules of strong idealism. Which one is not a brilliant and outstanding person? As long as the person he met now didn't go crazy suddenly, the risk could always be controlled. It's better than waiting to die passively. It's really hard for us to dive into the seabed with our strength. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew from behind, and the two of them quickly turned their backs and took combat alert actions. They saw a humanoid life form with a golden light all over its body, running wildly in the sea. Gundar's pupils dilated and his heart beat wildly. That extraordinary person actually caught up with him. He found the mineral so quickly? Impossible. Chapter 221, Humans come into contact with snake civilization. Your Excellency, Gundar asked nervously. Ahem, I just dived underwater and found a little difficulty. The pollution made me feel uncomfortable, Zhang Ming said a little embarrassedly, so I need a few large containers that can be completely sealed? You should be able to provide such containers, right? How big do you need? The two Honggang people were stunned. They knew that there was a lot of pollution below, but what did it have to do with a container? The bigger the better, about 30 meters in diameter. Any material is fine, it must be sealed. Zhang Ming was too lazy to explain and directly put forward his requirements. Gundar hurriedly said, Respected Extraordinary Excellency, ordinary materials are easily destroyed by pollution. How about I modify this diving suit and give it to you? No, I just need containers, nothing else. This condition is naturally just a small matter. With the industrial capacity of Honggang people, it can be made within a day. Gundar quickly agreed to this matter. This is a small step for an individual, but also a big step for human civilization. Just today, humans and snake civilizations completed their first diplomatic meeting. The meeting place was on a 10,000-ton destroyer. The human side had made careful arrangements, painted the destroyer, and laid a red carpet because according to the high-altitude reconnaissance of hot air balloons, the snake people seemed to like furniture such as carpets. As for various possible scenarios, they were all simulated countless times. In the end, the strongest man on the Earth side, Comrade Wang Fumin, took the lead and had a cordial meeting with the snake people. More than 30 snake people stayed here for a full 8 hours before leaving on a small boat. No problem, right? I don't know, it's hard to tell. In the conference room, Lao Wang breathed a sigh of relief. The first communication was not very smooth. Most of the time, it was communicated through gestures, pictures, etc., so the amount of information brought by 8 hours was quite limited. Our language experts here should be able to communicate fluently as long as they study for a while. As long as the other party has no clear malicious intentions, it would be great. The staff in the room discussed one after another. One of them suddenly asked, How strong is the opponent's strongest person? Wang Fumin frowned slightly. In the 30-person team, at least 10 people can pose a threat to me, and there may be snake people who have broken through 3 bottlenecks. Obviously, from the perspective of individual ability, the snake people are indeed much stronger than us humans, but everyone doesn't have to belittle themselves. We have only been developing for a short time, and in a civilization war, there is not much room for individual strength to be exerted. Everyone's heart sank. Indeed, the current individual strength of humans is not even better than that of the Yanjiao people. This is a big hidden danger. Okay, everyone, let's continue to think about things related to translation. The 8 hours of video recording just now should be able to draw a lot of conclusions. The diamond-shaped wooden boat of the snake civilization, pulled by 2 large snakes, quickly moved away from the destroyer. More than 30 snake people, like humans, gathered in a small room to discuss the large amount of information they had just obtained. They are civilization that has just arrived at the Sea of Demons. The strongest of the visiting team, sticking out his long tongue, his triangular eyes glowing with cold light, whispered, they may have never come into contact with other civilizations when they came to the Sea of Demons. We are the first civilization they have met. Yes, Your Excellency Archon, this is definitely a brand new civilization, which means that their world may be very rich. There are still a lot of world sources. The first rule of survival of civilizations in the Sea of Demons, when the two sides communicate, the host must show the tokens that have met with other civilizations in history to show that it is a civilization that yearns for peace, values credibility, and has a long history. The so-called token can be a communicator, or a very famous specialty of a civilization. Even some special seals are good. However, humans did not show it. It means that they don't know this unspoken rule at all. Speaking of which, in fact, Zhang Ming didn't know this unspoken rule. Maybe the Blue Crystal people knew this, but these details of a few words would not be recorded in the data at all, or maybe there was no such unspoken rule at the time of the Blue Crystal people. Therefore, even if the experts and scholars on the Earth simulated various scenarios hundreds and thousands of times, it would still be impossible to guess this. The second rule of survival of civilization in the Sea of Demon God: when the two sides communicate, the strongest person in this world must at least show up to reduce the probability of strategic misjudgment of both sides. The existence of the strongest person in the world is a key signal to measure the degree of development of civilization. The current strongest person of the other side may have broken through the second bottleneck of the limit of human beings, the Archon with a golden crown on his head stuck out his slender tongue, but it may also be because they don't know this rule. What's more, they are still a technological civilization. The war potential of technological civilization often exceeds the individual strength. The snake people naturally know the existence of technological civilization. Although technological civilization is rare, looking at the entire Sea of Demon God, there is still a 1/10 ratio. The overall strength of technological civilization is basically not reflected in individual combat power. They often develop giant ships and cannons, or some super powerful weapons of destructive nature. The snake people have also developed some technology themselves, but they are limited by resources, economy and system problems. Low-end technology is not as good as supernatural technology, and high-end technology cannot reach it. In their world, the reserves of coal and oil are scarce, so technology has become an awkward existence. The snake people prefer to buy some simple and easy-to-use things from other civilizations. Technological civilization, several think tanks around them narrow their triangular eyes and swallow their long tongues. They were thinking about a future policy. If they win the war with the technological civilization and eventually conquer it, the benefits will be huge. They will directly obtain systematic technology without having to buy it from other civilizations. Of course, the risks are also huge. No intelligent creature is willing to be enslaved by other civilizations. The counterattack of the technological civilization must be extremely strong. The risk of war is very high. The third rule of survival of civilization in the Sea of Demon God: you must never expose the location of your own world. Exposure often means destruction. The benefits of conquering a technological civilization are huge, and exterminating a world may even have some hidden benefits. The Snake Man Archon recalled the ancient classics: destroying a civilization can not only obtain a large amount of world source, but also bring about huge changes in one's own luck, and receive some special favor from the Sea of Demon God. This statement is quite vague. No one can figure out whether luck is true or false. Maybe our ancestors only had a partial understanding of it. After all, once a civilization war is launched, it is a matter of life and death. War is a major event for a country, a place of life and death, and a way of survival. Therefore, when there is no huge benefit, war will not be easily launched. However, this kind of civilization that destroys others really exists in the Sea of Demons. The ordinary civilizations in this world community call it destroyer civilization. Sir Archon, if we become destroyers, we will become the target of public criticism. We are not the strongest in the sea area, and Aid raised his doubts. Once we become destroyers, it will be difficult to communicate in the future, another snake man said slowly. There is no third party at this moment, and it is done secretly. Who would know? What's more, we just want to conquer the other side's human civilization. Our goal is not to destroy the world. The world doesn't care who lives on that piece of land, right? The leading snake man was a little annoyed by their quarrels, but such a big piece of cake was placed in front of him, which was indeed very tempting. He had to consider it carefully. For this matter, we have to gather all the strength of our 500 million citizens and mobilize for war. You don't think that the war potential of technological civilization is weak, right? So we have to consider it carefully. Don't think that the strongest person on the other side has only broken through the second level of the limit of human beings and is easy to bully. While discussing, the Snake Man's base camp arrived. This huge sailing ship has a displacement of 100,000 tons and is magnificent. There are exquisite murals carved on the side of the ship, including animals, houses, scales, birds, trees, etc., and the sound of musical instruments can be heard from afar. It is obvious that the snake people have developed a brilliant culture and advanced social system, and are proud of it. Hello, Your Excellency the Archon. The soldiers guarding the ship saluted one after another. This way of saluting is also very strange. They need to coil up their bodies and lean forward as much as possible. Hello, everyone. The Archon in the lead, named Teng Anna, boarded the mothership and quickly went to the central conference room. In addition to the magnificent decorations, the room also displays the tokens of other civilizations. In the long history, they have exchanged tokens with 27 civilizations. Among them, 17 civilizations may have become extinct. Of course, it is only a possibility. Anyway, these civilizations have never appeared again after only one contact. 6 civilizations have already lost contact and no one knows what happened. Currently, there are only 4 civilizations still communicating. Among so many civilizations, the snake people think that they are at an above average level, which is certainly good compared to those civilizations that are suspected of extinction. From individual strength to the richness of the world, they are all above average. What's more, they have their own unique technology, raising mutant life. After so many years of testing and accumulation, the snake people have found a way to cultivate and control mutant creatures. For example, some deep-sea behemoths can tow ships, assist in mining, and have extremely high warfare capabilities. Some flying behemoths can reach a speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour, can quickly contact the headquarters, and have extremely high endurance. Some mutant birds lay eggs with extremely high nutritional value. Some mutant beasts can produce milk and hair. Chapter 222 New Discovery in the Abyss. Even under certain coincidences, the snake civilization has controlled a certain world hunter to a certain extent. Of course, this is also their trump card that cannot be replicated. The trump card cannot be easily exposed. Everyone, we should not underestimate ourselves, nor should we be arrogant. Compared with the strongest civilization we have encountered, there is still a big gap between us snake people. The war potential of scientific and technological civilization cannot be overestimated. For example, that scientific and technological civilization, whether it is individual strength or large-scale war strength, is very terrifying. It is much stronger than them, the snake people. Many of the technological products in their hands, such as power equipment and wind turbines, were traded from that civilization. They were slaughtered for a lot of money, but they have to admit that some things are really useful. Discussing here, the snake Archon Teng Anna couldn't help but turn his head and look at the civilization token that looked like a furnace. The furnace is the unique cultural symbol of the Honggang people. This culture is almost integrated into their bones. Long ago, in the ancient times when small workshops were the main mode of production, the living conditions of the Honggang people were not very good. Monsters were rampant and demons were everywhere on the huge mountains. The most critical equipment in every Honggang family is the furnace. The furnace that emits terrifying heat can absorb the energy of the earth, forge weapons, and produce tools. At the critical moment, it can also eject the hot carbon inside to burn those terrifying demons. The existence of the furnace has protected thousands of Honggang people. Whether boys or girls, they need to learn the craft of forging from an early age. Even in modern times, the hidden dangers of monsters have long disappeared, and large-scale industrial production has replaced the traditional small workshop model, but this melting furnace culture still exists and is passed on from generation to generation. Civilization is immortal, and culture is immortal. The container must be completely sealed. Don't be lazy. Make this container for me as fast as you can, Gundar was yelling in the workshop. That is the requirement of the extraordinary. It is our only chance of survival. If you want to go back alive and see your parents, hurry up. The steamship he was on had a displacement of 300,000 tons and a total of 12,000 crew members. The industrial capacity was naturally good. So according to Zhang Ming's requirements, this group of Honggang people began to work hard to make super large containers. Admiral, what does he want these containers for? This thing will crack directly when it encounters abyss pollution, right? Just think he is crazy. Why do you care so much? Gundar didn't dare to say it directly, so he could only say to the first mate beside him with blue veins, just satisfy him, it's just a little steel, it's not worth much, but I saw that he painted a layer of irregular paint inside and outside this container and then threw the container into the water. Just don't want it, throw it away. The first mate felt very painful when talking about this. That is irregular material, even the lowest level one is very valuable. Just painted it on the steel, and then thrown into the abyss. The Honggang people are not afraid of death. But they are afraid of the waste of good materials. You just think that he is trying to isolate the abyss from pollution. He is a superhuman with a rich fortune. Why should we care? Don't you think about how superhumans appear? Of course, they are made of countless resources. Gundar was also numbed by the waste. and he couldn't help but take out a cigar and puffed. However, can my Honggang civilization accept it? Although this guy is crazy about waste, the output of superhumans is also extremely amazing. That's a superhuman. Just go to some dangerous places and make up for this waste. Gundar's mind was full of random thoughts. At this moment, his eyes lit up and saw a golden humanoid creature appear outside the protection circle of the source of the world. He quickly expanded the protection range and covered it. Respected superhuman, how is it? Have you found anything? Zhang Ming said happily. Good news, I found irregular minerals. But it's a little heavy, maybe hundreds of tons. I can't get it alone. Gundar was also very happy. Hundreds of tons of ore, made into minerals, and painted the whole ship. Enough. Even after returning to civilization, these paints can be removed and reused. Hundreds of tons of irregular minerals are dozens of times more precious than their 300,000-ton luxury ship. This is a little ore I broke off. Take a look. How is the quality? Zhang Ming threw a fist-sized stone. Gundar took the ore and looked at it carefully. The stone was black and the composition was a bit messy. Silverstone? Hundreds of tons. The quality of silverstone is not as good as fine gold, but it is also considered to be above the middle level among regular materials, and it is considered a kind of 7th level material. His heart started beating wildly, and he said hurriedly, you can use a rope to pull it. We have plated a layer of refined gold on the surface of the rope, which can temporarily isolate the interference of the abyss, and then use the power of the steamship to pull the ore up. Zhang Ming felt a little funny. Seeing these guys' ignorant appearance, it turned out that this stone was called argentite. He actually found 2 pieces, one of which might be more than 2,000 tons, and was thrown directly onto the moon. The small piece left, several hundred tons, was given to the Honggang people, which was considered to have fulfilled his promise. In fact, the density of this ore is very high. The mass of several hundred tons is actually only as large as a small car. He seemed to have thought of something, but that ore is fused with a lot of abyss pollution. Those pollutions are like silt, which are integrated into the gaps of the ore and are difficult to remove for a while. After pulling up the mineral, can your ship withstand this kind of pollution? Will it rot and sink directly? Gundar was also shocked. This is indeed a troublesome point. Zhang Ming said again, how about this? I can lend you my large container with irregular materials to place this ore temporarily, and return it to me when you are done. I have other uses for it. Gundar nodded quickly. So that's it. The extraordinary master asked to make a container to place the ore. He is still thoughtful. Give me the special rope. Zhang Ming took the stone as thick as a finger and looked at it carefully for a while, then drive the boat to that direction. I see. Another 400 meters forward, fine gold is indeed a very beautiful and special substance. Under the illumination of the light, it presents a dark golden luster. It is thicker and more simple than the normal gold color. After the ship arrived at the designated location, Zhang Ming jumped into the water with a plop. Groping in the dark seabed, carefully avoiding the sleeping behemoth. He actually didn't quite understand why there were so many sleeping monsters in the so-called abyss, but it was too difficult to explore the truth with the power of one person. Soon, he found the dark silver stone embedded in the pollution, tied it up with a rope, floated to the surface again, waved his hand, and instructed the Honggang people to slowly pull it up. It was a piece of cake for a 300,000-ton super ship to pull more than 100 tons of ore. The whole process took only 10 minutes. At this time, there were already more than 100 Honggang people watching on the deck. After seeing the dark and shiny ore, they blushed and cheered excitedly. Dark silverstone, the most important thing is that it is such a big piece. 1 or 200 tons. It may be more than the dark silverstones found in the history of Honggang civilization. The Honggang people who love mining can't wait to kiss it a few times. Even Renium, who was standing aside, couldn't help but admire. I just studied the samples. In addition to black silver, there are also a small amount of bronze, black iron, ash and other medium and low-quality irregular materials. That is, this ore there are almost no impurities, and all the components can be used. This abyss is really rich. If we can salvage more and more, we have to get out alive first before we can consider these. Gundar hurriedly dispelled his companion's unrealistic ideas. Can you use the labor of the extraordinary whenever you want? He couldn't help but have a deeper idea. If this extraordinary belongs to the Honggang civilization, how great it would be. What's more, the sleeping monsters at the bottom of the abyss are not something we can provoke. If we wake one up, we will be in trouble. Zhang Ming walked on the water and said, Dear friends, I have fulfilled the promise in the agreement. This ore should be enough, right? Enough. Even if it's only half, it's enough. I'm really grateful. Gundar was not greedy and told the truth. Even though more ore can be harvested with the help of the power of the extraordinary, as an admiral, he knows what to do and when. While he was busy putting the ore into the container, he said, "Dear extraordinary, you can come to our cabin at any time to get your reward. We welcome you. Our ship will stay here all the time, it's not urgent. You guys do your things first. I'll go to the bottom of the abyss and see if I can find more ore. Shimama, come here. I have some discoveries." Zhang Ming called Shimama and jumped into the ocean with a plop. The two Honggang people began to load, cut and rinse enthusiastically. Removing pollution from the abyss is a very troublesome task. Pollution is like dust, very fine. It will float in the air, dissolve in water, and pollute other substances. Only those with strong strength can temporarily resist this assimilation. Therefore, this piece of ore has not been transported to the ship for the time being. Gundar and recut the ore into small pieces, placed them in containers, and then rinsed them for a long time with a high-pressure water gun. Chapter 223 Demon God, 10,000 Eyes. The seawater in this area comes from the Sea of Demons, and it is still relatively clean. This flushing may last for 2 or 3 days. The two high-ranking Honggang people were very happy to do this boring work. Such a large piece of ore. Now our engine is broken, the ship is damaged, and we have no ability to visit that peak civilization. It is also a great achievement to transport this ore back quickly. I wonder if it can. When Renium was flushing the ore, he was a little hesitant, as if he was thinking about something. Are you saying we're going to default on that debt? You're stupid. Gundar shook his head and said unhappily, the reason we need these minerals is to coat the entire ship and reduce the consumption of the source of the world, right? Without the protection of the source of the world, won't the extraordinary be able to find our ship? What's more, even if we successfully default on the debt, it's not a wise choice to anger extraordinary because of a piece of ore, Gundar said lightly. I think he's still conscious, at least so far. There will be many opportunities for cooperation in the future. Don't lose the big picture for the small, of course. What I mean is not to default on the debt, but when will my Honggang civilization produce an extraordinary? Ri said with some envy. My Honggang civilization is considered to be one of the more prosperous communities in this world, but there has never been a corresponding emergence of talents. It's difficult. Gundar also sighed. It's difficult to cultivate a spiritual limiter, let alone an extraordinary who is not mentally ill. My race is good at forging, but the foundation of biotechnology is still not enough, unless it is through some coincidence and non-replicable method. He couldn't help but shook his head and said with a wry smile, but it's a coincidence. And there must be that chance. The value of a transcendent is far beyond the measurement of material things. In such a dangerous abyss, the transcendents can still explore and find treasures. But the Honggang people can only watch and worry about being slaughtered by monsters. The difference between them is not small. Zhang Ming is happily searching for minerals at the bottom of the abyss. In fact, it is not to the point where minerals are everywhere. It takes about 2 to 3 hours to find a piece of a regular mineral in the dark environment. The big one is as tall as a house, and the small one is the size of a washing machine. The number of wonders in the sky is even smaller. After searching for so long, there are only 3 meteorites the size of cars, staying alone in the pollutants. There are also some things that cannot be named. I don't know if they are scales that fall off from monsters or bones left by some creatures. Lao Zhang wants them all and piles them all on the moon. I have to admit that the garbage in this place has accumulated for countless years. The density and quantity are many times higher than those in the outside world. The joy of the garbage man entering the garbage mountain is unimaginable. Why are you digging so many stones? Shimama couldn't understand what you were so happy about. You obviously have a whole irregular material of the heart of the demon god, a mountain of gold and silver, and you are still picking up pebbles on the roadside here? Zhang Mama, are you finally crazy? Haha, you don't understand the materials in the heart of the demon god. And I can't take it out for trading. What if my hunting of the demon god is exposed? Zhang Ming said enthusiastically, but I can take these ores I picked up and trade them with other civilizations. This thing is a serious hard currency. As long as it is not a primitive tribe at the level of the three-tailed monkey, other civilizations will rush to get it. Oh my god, there is another piece in front. I'll go too. Shimama, is it so happy to pick up garbage? In the dark environment, Zhang Ming took out the red moon coordinates and directly stuffed a giant ore as big as the house in front of him. The whole process was quite strange, just like an ant swallowing an elephant. In just a blink of an eye, the ore fell into the fourth dimension of space and disappeared before his eyes. In other words, the rules of the demon god are obviously much stronger than the pollution of the abyss, so if the ore is placed on the surface of the worm of time and space, the pollutants will slowly dissipate. Therefore, Zhang Ming was not in a hurry to deal with these mines, but just salvaged frantically. This exploration lasted for 3 whole days. When he was hungry, he returned to his boat to rest, and when he had the strength, he went down to explore. In the end, the garbage in the safe zone was almost fished out, and when he left the safe zone, the number of wandering abyss monsters increased again. Zhang Ming actually didn't like to fight these ghosts in the water, because the monsters in the abyss generally have the backstab feature. When launching a backstab attack, the combat power is extremely high, and even a transcendent like him can't resist it. But the feeling of not picking up the garbage is like scratching my heart and liver. I can't stop at all. I'm not picking up trash, but exploring the truth of the formation of the abyss. So on this day, Zhang Ming found a huge milky white substance in a remote corner at the bottom of the abyss. When he saw it for the first time, Zhang Ming had a sixth sense and felt that this thing was extraordinary. It showed a subtle spherical arc, like a small mountain. At first glance, the diameter was more than 40 kilometers. It lay quietly on the seabed, emitting a cold power. At this moment, the depth of the ocean exceeded 3,000 meters. Everything was silent. The terrifying pressure of nearly 300 atmospheres was on his body. Even with the blessing of King Kong, Zhang Ming felt a little tired. There were no sleeping monsters around, only some abyss pollution covering the surroundings, making this milky white mysterious mountain even more bizarre. What good stuff! Zhang Ming's heart moved, and he felt an inexplicable soreness in his eyes. This soreness appeared a little suddenly. It was not some supernatural power that broke through the King Kong or the abyss pollution, but an indescribable strange feeling. Driven by some kind of intuition, he felt that he seemed to have discovered a great secret deep in the abyss. Shimima, do you know what this thing is? Shimima was silent. I am not the old grandfather in the ring. How can I know everything? Zhang Ming gently touched the milky white substance with his fingers. Apart from the icy cold, he did not feel anything special. Is it an irregular mineral? It doesn't look like it. It is a piece bigger than a mountain. I wonder if the space coordinates can hold it. Well, it feels a bit like quartz. I don't know what it is. Suddenly, Zhang Ming was stunned. The hair on his body stood up. Because there was an extremely terrifying force surging out of the milky white substance. This was like the cold rules of the universe, instantly breaking through his King Kong defense ability and fixing him in place. He was very familiar with this powerful level of power, the devil. A mysterious and terrifying illusion surged into Zhang Ming's mind. At this moment, he seemed to see countless eyes. Everything was silent. The eyes of dinosaurs, the eyes of trilobites and ants, the eyes of birds and butterflies, the eyes of bacteria. Trillions of eyes suddenly stared at him. Unimaginable terror grew in Zhang Ming's mind, as if his eyes were also going to merge into those hundreds of millions of eyeballs. Another huge voice emerged in his mind. There is a demon god named 10,000 Eyes. Its 10,000 eyeballs have the power to freeze time and space. Those with eyes are all eaten by 10,000 eyes. Only those who are born blind can survive. At the turn of October, on the first day of the month, Zinmao, 10,000 eyes swallowed the sun. After that, everyone in the world was blind. My tribe was born a god named Limang, who was born without eyes and killed 10,000 eyes at the top of the sun. What is this? Zhang Ming regretted it, but he couldn't move at all. The mysterious power was like a whirlpool, constantly absorbing his life force, as if it was going to absorb his soul. Especially his 2 eyeballs, which kept swelling, as if they were going to jump out of their sockets. The power of the demon god was too terrifying, and the unique rule exceeded the limit of life. Zhang Ming trembled all over and struggled hard. In the end, only the burning soul magical power that also came from the demon god was still fighting desperately, trying to activate the various functions of the body. In the next moment, there was a boom in his mind and a flash of light. Zhang Ming was bounced away. The milky white demon god's eyeballs no longer output power. While he was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat, he quickly blushed and swam up with all his might. His eyes were in great pain, but the huge eyeball was still deeply imprinted in his retina and deep in his mind. Even if he closed his eyes, he could still clearly recall the countless pairs of eyes staring at him. Although the demon god 10,000 Eyes had been dead for many years, the residual aftermath was not something he could easily bear. The dark green flame was still burning on the water, and it seemed to be cute at the moment. Zhang Ming took a deep breath and tried to calm the tension in his body. He found that his physical energy seemed to have been completely drained in the past few seconds. Every movement required a huge willpower. Shimama, what is that? Did you hear that sound just now? Shimama was silent for a moment. It didn't know the answer either. It had no memory. In other words, in that more terrifying era, it could barely protect itself and was not considered a high-level person. Zhang Ming didn't expect Shimama to tell him any useful information, but just kept swimming. This world is too scary. Demon gods appear at any time, and I don't want to pick up the remaining garbage for a while. Finally, he found a sailboat not far away, climbed up with all his strength, and activated the protection function of the source of the world, panting heavily. At this moment, he was too weak. Under the influence of the 10,000 Eyes, his ability value was less than 1/10 of the peak. If he was attacked by a monster, he might lose his life. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224, The New and Old Mythology Era. Zhang Ming's body was covered with goosebumps. Even with the protection of the source of the world, he did not feel safe enough. Unimaginable panic echoed in his heart. But on the other hand, he fell into subtle contemplation, because the unimaginable existence just now seemed to have left a few words in his mind. Foreigners, this is the seal of the universe. Leave quickly. If you open the seal, all living things will be destroyed, and you will be punished by heaven. Leave quickly. Zhang Ming dared to be sure that these words in his mind came out of nowhere after touching the milky white substance. The tone was like someone roaring furiously in his ear. Okay, it's just a touch, don't be so sensitive. Lao Zhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just a few words, but it made people think of a lot. Is there anything that actually needs a magic level seal to seal? The formation of the abyss may be closely related to the so-called Great World Seal. I just don't know whether the abyss is a positive product or a negative one. He was shocked by the grandiose spirit of the unknown civilization in confronting the demon god 10,000 Eyes. The power of the 10,000 Eyes has actually affected the process of life evolution. Only some born blind creatures can survive. All life forms with vision are no match for the 10,000 Eyes. One day, the 10,000 Eyes swallowed the sun. If the demon god succeeds, no creatures with eyes will be allowed to be born in the world. So the civilization found a god-man named Little Mang who was born without eyes. On the day of the eclipse, he killed the demon god. In just a few words, he was really as bold as a tiger. Zhang Ming was not sure whether the saying 10,000 eyes swallowed the sun, and everyone in the world was blind was exaggerated, because that description was really in the realm of mythology, completely beyond the scope of human understanding. One of the eyeballs of the demon god 10,000 Eyes is tens of kilometers long. Even if this god is born blind and can control 10,000 eyes, how powerful must he be to kill this giant? As for who laid the seal and what the name of this civilization is, it is unknown. Species such as naturally blind animals and blind fish still exist. I don't know whether I should believe in the theory of evolution or in this statement. Zhang Ming frowned, pondered, and muttered to himself, but what kind of thing requires a seal of the demon god level? How powerful must the existence that laid this seal be? The war in the mythological era, who was fighting against whom? Shimama, you should know something, right? Shimama recalled for a long time before saying, the world rules of the old mythological era and the new mythological era may be different. The demon gods at that time are also different from the demon gods now. There are more and more restrictions these days, and the strong are scarce, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Zhang Ming smiled and said, so what you mean is that there were more strong people in the past, and now they are not as good as in ancient times? Everyone is a loser these days. That may not be the case, the Black Stone said in an old voice. These days there is such a magical existence as the world, but in the past there seemed to be no world. Of course, it may also be due to memory errors. Zhang Ming immediately asked curiously, if there is no world, are the previous civilizations all natives living in the Demon Sea? That's right, isn't Zuanwu a native? In the past, were there things like nuclear bombs? There wouldn't be no technology, right? What is a nuclear bomb? Shimama asked curiously. What, You don't even know this. Zhang Ming's face trembled a few times, and he explained, didn't you play the game called Red Alert? You don't think the nuclear bombs in it are made up by humans? They are real. Shimama was silent, unable to explain why. Maybe at that time Zhuangwu had not yet developed a high level of intelligence, and it really couldn't remember. However, this guy still said contemptuously, you want to kill the demon with this nuclear bomb? What are you dreaming about? Well, it seems that they are really two different worlds. Zhang Ming nodded seriously. In the past, there might really be no nuclear bombs. As for the cause of the formation of the abyss, it completely exceeded Zhang Ming's current investigation ability. Anyone who is involved in the existence of the demon god will face a cold death if he is not careful. In addition, the seal here is still intact, and Zhang Ming is unlikely to do something suicidal because of his curiosity. The existence of the Great World Seal also provides some useful inspiration. For example, the monsters around the seal are very rare, and as long as the ship stays directly above the seal, the probability of being attacked by monsters will also decrease. Of course, everything has its pros and cons. If the Great World Seal is broken, the ship staying directly above will be hit first. Forget it, don't worry about it for now. Even if you are a war correspondent, you need enough strength. I have digested most of the rules of the time and space worm and become half a demon god, so that I can have the possibility of cracking the truth. Because of the sharp drop in spirit value and the fact that he was really tired, Zhang Ming took a few sets of clothes from the closet and decided to go to Honggang to inquire about the historical information of ancient times and take a rest for a while. Exploration activities in the abyss consume mental energy at a much higher rate than normal. It should be okay for me to go and get some shelter from the Honggang people's source of the world, right? Modern life, ahaha, here I come. Thinking of this, Zhang Ming jumped off the boat with great interest and used the power of King Kong to push the boat forward quickly. The two Honggang people washed the ore for 3 days and 3 nights. They were dizzy and pale in the oppressive environment, and even their spirits were a little dazed. This is the result of the continuous accumulation of mental pressure. These two guys, even if they are strong men who have broken through the 3 limits of human beings, have no experience of being out of society for a long time. The environment in the abyss is 10 times or 100 times worse than that of the Sea of Demons, so the two Honggang people just faced a great disaster and only had responsibility and forced themselves to tough it out. It's almost washed, and the remaining pollution is already very small. Our staff can overcome it. Gondar was sweating profusely. The diving protective suit was originally stuffy and hot, and they had to be on guard against monster attacks at any time. These 3 short days felt like 3 years. Ri was also blushing. Because mental fatigue caused his thinking to be rigid, well, we have to take these ores back and use the high-temperature steam in the workshop to clean them. We also need to rest for a while. This ore is of great quality. Yeah, although they were tired, the two guys were very satisfied with their harvest this time. Suddenly, Ri saw a sailboat approaching. There was also a golden humanoid creature behind the sailboat, pushing the boat. Faced with this magical scene, Ri laughed dryly. Admiral, the extraordinary is here to collect debts, but it's nothing. It's good for us to have a good relationship with him. We can go back together. Gondar nodded, dialed the communicator, and contacted the base camp. Tongba, you are ready for the reception. Are the corresponding ceremonies ready? Ready, Admiral. You can bring him up at any time. When the sailboat came to the front, the two Honggang people saw Zhang Ming's strange appearance and were shocked at the same time. The 2 eyeballs of this extraordinary person were bulging outward, like bulging ping-pong balls. The whole person's skin color was like a layer of dust, showing a dead silence of zombies. Especially the bulging eyeballs were covered with scarlet bloodshot, looking like a murderer in a state of madness. Oh no, he's not going crazy. Gondar sweated profusely and asked with a stiff face, Sir, how do you feel? Did you gain anything at the bottom of the abyss? Do you still recognize me? Zhang Ming said with some curiosity. You Gondar, am I right? I'm a little tired now, and I have gained a little. You don't think there are a lot of minerals in the abyss? No, minerals must be rare. Do you need treatment for your eyes? Zhang Ming rubbed his bulging eyes hard. I was injured by a monster below. Don't worry. You will recover after a rest. The demon god is naturally a monster. He Lao Zhang is not lying. So that's it. The two Honggang people made an expression of sudden enlightenment. They didn't dare to believe what Zhang Ming said completely. But he was embarrassed to refuse him to board the ship. At least at this moment, this extraordinary person was awake. In the end, Gondar made up his mind to bring the other party into the mothership. Please follow me. I found an area where monsters are relatively rare. Zhang Ming first said of good news, the ship will be attacked less if it stays there. Really? But that area may be the domain of a powerful life. That powerful existence is almost impossible to defeat. It depends on you whether you go there or not in your current sleeping state. Gondar fell into deep thought. Is it such a big problem right at the beginning? Zhang Ming officially entered the protection range of the source of the world. After passing through the layer of light water ripples, his eyes lit up and he saw an extremely huge steel ship. The bow of the ironclad boat pierced the blue waves. Even if it was stationary, the layers of sea waves stirred up with gray-black waves swept over the side of the ship, and merged with the surging waves at the stern, leaving a shining water belt. The ripples expanded to the distant sea surface, rippling with waves. On the deck, the most conspicuous thing is a huge purple gold gun barrel, which is the main gun of this giant ship. This main gun is a full 100 meters long. With Zhang Ming's current vision, he can see countless subtle, tadpole-like rune structures engraved on the gun barrel, emitting dim supernatural fluctuations. This thing should not be a decoration. This gun barrel is really powerful. Zhang Ming instinctively likes this kind of rough war weapon. The supreme commander of this giant ship, old comrade Gondar, was proudly introducing, "This is the main weapon of war on our ship. The mountain destroyer cannon can destroy a mountain with one shot. Its range can reach thousands of kilometers and has a certain degree of tracking technology. Of course, if there is an invasion by monsters, no matter how powerful this cannon is, it will be useless." Zhang Ming nodded and thought to himself, Earth civilization has long been in the era of missiles, and the Honggang people are still working on giant ships and cannons. However, with the blessing of supernatural technology, which technical root is correct can only be tested in war, he did not look down on Earthlings just because he was a human. Maybe this thing is very cheap? The biggest use of weapons is war. It is meaningless to compare numerical values. For example, the so-called most advanced destroyers on Walt is expensive and needs to be repaired at any time. What's the use of it? This is our short-range attack weapon, a steam machine gun. The speed of ordinary bullets is 1,500 meters per second. If it is equipped with rune bullets, the speed can be faster and the power can be greater. But the disadvantage is that it needs to be connected to the steam furnace of the mothership to be used. Zhang Ming nodded. He remembered that only the most advanced sniper rifles of mankind could reach this speed. He took a few rune bullets. In fact, they were all ordinary steel, but there were some fine patterns engraved on them, but these patterns did not produce supernatural effects. Gondar explained, in order for the rune bullets to work, they must be kept in a special box. The specific principle is a bit similar to the abyss pollution. Let the array structure in the box assimilate these bullets. Of course, this assimilation is positive and short-lived, and the patterns on the surface of the bullets can store a small amount of spirit, so that when they are fired, the power can be greater. I see, Zhang Ming suddenly realized. The strength of a civilization is reflected in all aspects of the details. The most critical point, economy and cost. Economy is an objective law, and the development of all civilizations needs to be constrained by the economy. If the cost of this rune bullet is high, then it has no meaning. But now, the low-cost supernatural bullet made by the assimilation effect is something that humans have never thought of. Or, someone may have thought of it, but it cannot be made in the short term. Sir, this way, please. Gondar took off his diving suit, waved politely, and presented a small box. If you like these bullets, you can accept them. Lao Zhang naturally accepted it with a thick face. He doesn't need it himself, but humans do. There were no curious onlookers along the way, only a few bearded men welcoming guests, standing near a flag with a furnace printed on it, performing a salute, and every move looked very formal. This is completely different from the experience in the world of the three-tailed monkey. In the world of the three-tailed monkey, Lao Zhang felt like a monkey in a zoo, surrounded by a large group of monkeys. But here, he clearly felt a kind of respect and polite etiquette. Although this respect was related to the strength and value he showed. Hey, this is also normal. If I were a monkey, who would respect me? It must be said that a truly intelligent civilization, with a systematic reception ceremony, must be designed and considered by many experts, taking into account the comprehensive feelings of the guests, and will not impose its own etiquette and customs. This giant ship is as stable as land, 3 times the size of an aircraft carrier on Earth, but it is more than 1 level smaller than the Blue Crystal People's Hope class 10 million ton giant ship. From this point of view, The blue crystal people are really the most vigorous, worthy of being the peak civilization. P.S. I got vaccinated today, and I feel a little dizzy and swollen, so I only update once, sorry. Chapter 225, Give him the fountain of life to drink quickly. Entering the cabin, Zhang Ming found himself dirty all over. He first made a small request and took a nice hot bath in a large washroom. The memory of modern civilization resurfaced in his mind. For human beings, the most profound memory of a lifetime is undoubtedly childhood, but the solar water heater in his hometown brought an unpleasant experience, because that damn thing can only provide hot water for 1 or 2 people to take a bath, and it cannot be used in winter. Zhang Ming has never seen such a bad product, so the memory is particularly deep. But that was a story 40 years ago, right? How old am I now? In order to meet with the alien civilization, the irregular paint on his body had been washed off long ago. It is impossible to meet foreign guests with a black face. But the water in the abyss is not clean after all, and sporadic pollutants are also pollution, which will cause adverse reactions to the body over time. Now I took a bath and felt refreshed. Then I released Hao Jian Xiaobai from the big shell. The 2 guys had been suffocating for a long time. When they came to the new environment, they jumped, and looked around curiously. Ah, is this the mothership of the Honggang people? Yes, follow me, don't run around, and don't urinate or defecate at will. Do you see the flush toilet? You can urinate and defecate there. Woof woof woof. There is a bright light on the ceiling, which means that the Honggang civilization has also entered the electric age. The discovery of the natural phenomenon of electricity may be a certain necessity of scientific and technological development. Because there is a natural phenomenon of lightning in nature, can scientific and technological civilization not study lightning? Just after walking out of the door of the washroom, Zhang Ming heard Shimama's loud voice, talking nonsense there. Oh, do you think Zhang Dasheng is crazy? Actually crazy? Ha, don't worry, when he is about to go crazy, Lord Shimama, will definitely subdue him. Obviously, Shimama is very satisfied with his current life, and he is talking nonsense there. Do you have the source of the world? As long as 200 units of the source of the world, you can subdue his madness. If you don't have it, you may not be able to subdue it. The veins on Zhang Ming's forehead are jumping. What are you talking about? When did I go crazy? But he quickly recalled that he had indeed gone crazy in the monkey world and used up a full 200 units of the source of the world. Thinking of this, it was a bit impossible to refute. The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was intentional. Shimama was talking nonsense, and several Honggang people were frightened and pale. The corners of their eyes twitched in doubt, and they whispered something 200 units of the source of the world. Even if they sold all of them, they couldn't get so much. Admiral Gondar hurriedly whispered to his men in the headset, "Hurry up and let the gentleman drink the fountain of life. Hurry up and get it, Admiral." "How much?" The first mate spread his hands. "Do you want to keep a little? Bring it all, immediately, right now. Don't fucking think about saving this little thing. Hurry up." This inexplicable farce ended with Zhang Ming getting the first reward. The fountain of life was contained in a small green bottle, which looked only as big as eye drops, with a total of 10 milliliters. Zhang Ming tasted a drop carefully. And it did have the effect of increasing spirits, just like eating a piece of mint candy, refreshing. In addition, it may have increased lifespan a little bit. However, because it was not a year, the attribute panel did not show it. According to the Honggang people, the fountain of life can increase the lifespan of an ordinary life by 10 to 30 years, which is not a small amount. If you drink it as water, it will still have some effect. Now there is only a bottle of eye drops, which seems to be useless to me. Leave some for relatives, leave some for Brother Hao, and the rest for all mankind to study. Zhang Ming opened the door of the room. A group of Honggang people outside rushed over. "How do you feel?" Zhang Ming said that he was in a good mental state after taking the fountain of life, and the group of anxiously waiting Honggang people were slightly relieved. They were really too worried that this extraordinary person went crazy in the cabin. Soon, Admiral Gondar took Zhang Ming to visit the captain's office. "Please come in." The room was covered with exquisite carpets, on which a huge furnace was embroidered, bringing a very subtle sense of solemnity. The first rule of survival of civilizations in the Sea of Demons: when the two sides communicate, the host must display the tokens of encounters with other civilizations in history to show that it is a civilization with a long history, yearning for peace, and valuing credibility. The Honggang people naturally abide by this treaty. Of course, they are a very powerful civilization, and the tokens on display are dazzling and dazzling. In the past history, we have come into contact with 67 civilizations. This is a lot of numbers, haha. You are the 68th. Gondar stroked his beard and said with some pride, at least in this world community, there should not be many civilizations more powerful than our Hongyang civilization. Some civilizations are hiding in the world and never come out, but most of these civilizations are not too strong, but it is not ruled out that some civilizations have developed to the monster level on their own. Looking around, these tokens, some look like a globe, suspended above the ground, spinning. Some are a monster scale with mysterious and complex patterns carved on it. Some are in the shape of a pyramid, emitting golden light. In short, these tokens are of different shapes, quite exquisite, and with subtle supernatural fluctuations. This kind of supernatural fluctuation is also very obvious, a bit like an anti-counterfeiting mark or something else. Zhang Ming always feels that these things are quite novel. I'm sorry, my memory is a bit vague. I always feel something familiar, but I can't remember it. Gondar nodded to show that he could understand, and explained with a smile, the manufacture of tokens is actually not that difficult. Use a series of combinations of local inherent specialties so that other civilizations cannot imitate it. It is basically a token, but there are some special tokens that have communication functions. Only civilizations with supernatural technology developed to a certain level can master cross-world communication methods. The tokens of my Hongyang civilization naturally also have a communication function. In addition, Gondar pointed to some of the tokens and introduced with a smile, there are some civilizations that have mastered certain unique technologies. They are unique in a certain field and have excellent talents. We think they have great potential, so we maintain long-term trade activities. Gondar said very proudly, we Hongyang people have extremely high attainments in forging strange objects. So we have a good reputation in the nearby seas. Your Excellency the Extraordinary, I am not bragging. The abyss monster materials you gave us before are being designed and developed. Few civilizations can use abyss monster materials. Our token will be given to you when we part, but I don't have a token in my hand. Zhang Ming spread his hands and said helplessly. Oh, that's no problem. If we part in the future, we can contact you at any time through the furnace communicator, Gondar said hurriedly. In fact, there are so many tokens in their captain's room. One more human one is not much, and one less one is not a lot. The Hongyang people's token is quite unique. It is shaped like a furnace with a red gem in the middle, emitting a warm light like the sun. Through this thing, it is possible to communicate with the Hongyang civilization across planes. Obviously, it is very expensive. Of course, its energy is limited, and it can only talk for about 10 minutes. If you want to talk for a longer time, you need to use the high standard energy of the source of the world to charge it. Shimima asked in confusion, why are so many furnaces given as gifts? Gondar smiled and said, of course it is to prevent a loss of the token, in case the fleet sinks when sailing. As long as there are multiple tokens, we can afford to lose one. Alice, an ocean-going fleet like ours also has the risk of sinking. However, Zhang Ming suddenly thought of something. Could it be that the forging of the token is completed through the will of the world? After all, charging with high standard energy, such as the source of the world, is indeed a bit like the function of the will of the world. As for whether humans have corresponding tokens, it seems, no. The world will on the earth is not low in wisdom, but there is no second candidate recognized by the world will, so it is normal that humans cannot develop corresponding functions. Moreover, human civilization does not know this unspoken rule. Why does it feel a bit dangerous? Zhang Ming touched his forehead and felt that his body was sweating for no reason. Humans will not be eaten alive by the snake civilization, right? He cleared his throat. Can you introduce these civilizations you have encountered? Are there any strange-looking intelligent creatures that are not evolved from primates? Of course. Come, please come this way. Let's go to the restaurant and talk slowly. Lao Zhang actually wanted to eat a meal of Hongyang people's local specialties, but there was no way. He was reluctant to give up the large number of attribute points of monster meat, so he took out a scorpion tail from a large shell and said that he wanted to eat this thing. There is no problem with this thing. Of course there is no problem. Gondar forced himself to smile, but in fact, his heart was twisted into a ball of dough. He didn't eat good food, but had to eat the abyss monster. This extraordinary person really has something wrong. Ordinary chefs must mutate when cooking this thing. He whispered in the communicator, go and roast this thing. Make it delicious, don't make it into a dark dish. This extraordinary person is not crazy yet, Don't eat your food and then go crazy. After he heard this request, his burly face was also twisted into a knot. How the hell do I know how to cook this kind of abyss monster meat? You are forcing me. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.